to amend or extend this amendment. All businesses, nonprofits, and government entities shall continue procedures to support work from home and telecommunication for all workers to the extent possible. We cannot allow for the resurgence of COVID-19 that would undermine or lose important health outcomes achieved to date. Our work to transition Vermont out from under the stay-at-home order swiftly and responsibly will take just as much effort and goodwill as we have all expended in recent weeks. Working closely with the Health Department and Safe State Emergency Operations Center and dedicated professionals across the state, we have developed and will continue to refine critical steps to ensure the health and safety of Vermonters and the continuity of healthcare system.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Winetta's report, please? Or do we have a motion to accept the report?
I'll make a motion to accept the administrative assistant's report.
I'll second it.
Well, I have a question as far as what's going on in as far as administrative assistant's duties and stuff.
I'm still doing the same work that I was doing here at the office. I'm able to access everything on the computer at home. I come in for meetings with Marion after the office closes for her safety and for convenience when I was watching my granddaughter while her daycare was closed.
People in the office right now, and you're sitting close to Marion, and the safeguards are that you're supposed to have masks on, you're supposed to be 6 feet apart, and that's not being done. So the other concern I have is that other administrative assistants and town managers are back to work. And in our building, we have a large space, as you can see, and you're located in the corner, the north corner or whatever of the large expansive room. And I think at this point, regarding the, I think it's order number 12, and also on this report here, update on new work safe additions to stay home, stay safe order. It says services operating with a single worker, such as appraiser, realtors, municipal clerks, attorneys, property managers, etc., may operate if they can comply with the mandatory health and safety requirements listed above, with no more than 2 persons, service provider and client, present at one time. So this was dated as of April 17th, and now we're on May 4th, and I think it's time that we have you come back into the office.
Well, as Winetta just read, it says that in bold letters, if you have the copy of it in front of you, it says that government entities shall continue procedures to support work from home and telecommunication for all workers to the extent possible.
Yes, and I also spoke with our VLTC attorney, and it's a decision by the select board, and it's also by order by the governor that you can allow people to return to work. We have to get back to work.
Okay.
We all must move forward, and our employees need to get back to work.
Kelly, did you hear Winetta saying she's doing all the work?
I'm not
doing all her work.
I also have clients in other places, and I am going into their workspaces.
How about taking
format? So I don't see why there should be a problem with her returning back to work.
Well, she's following the government.
We need to take a vote.
Yeah, let's take a vote. All those in favor of having Winetta and other people who are still working, who are...
I'm just talking about Winetta as an employee. The other elected officials have their own decisions.
All those in favor of having Winetta continue to work from home as it states in the amended that addendum that she just read until May 15th, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those in favor of Gwinnett coming to work before May 15th, please say aye.
Aye.
Mike, are you voting?
No.
Okay. So there are 3 people who are saying that she should continue staying at home and working, as it says in the amendment here, until May 15th, and we'll have to hear what the governor says then. And we have 2 against. So, I mean, one against. So, yes. So the ayes have it for Gwinnett to stay at home and work, and that passes.
If she is working at home and doing her job and doing what she is supposed to do from home for the town of Newfane, I support that until the governor lifts the May 15th ban. So I'm with that.
So Chris, Angela, and Marion saying aye, and Shelley saying against, nay, and Mike is abstaining.
Marion, can I just say something?
Sure.
I've been trying to order a couple of no-touch infrared thermometers because we're supposed to do temperatures every day,
Exactly.
and they seem to be all back ordered for like 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So I'll continue tomorrow to see if I can find any, but we should have one in the office and one here.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Jay.
Sure.
Okay. Any other comments about Gwinnet's report? All those in favor of accepting the report?
Can I make a motion to accept her report? We already did that, didn't we?
Yes, we do.
Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
So my understanding is as of May 15th, she'll be back to work.
Hey, Shelley, I've been talking. I'm talking. We voted to accept a report, and we also just voted whether or not she should work at home, and the ayes had it, she should work from home until May 15th, until the governor accepts if he says it should be longer. Okay? And that's that. Okay, next on the agenda is unscheduled members of the public, and there are none. And we have old business, which is the cat excavator. And Jay and Mike, Jay, would you like to talk about that, please?
Sure. So I think everybody has the 2 things that came from Caterpillar.
Yes.
Do you all get that?
Mm-hmm.
So the first one, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I just got it today. Yes.
So the first one sounds like we'd have to pay it for 1 more year and then plan further ahead, and then if we want to do something different for next year. And then Mike had asked for a payoff figure, of which they sent today. And hopefully you have that one too.
It was like 217 or something if we wanted to.
212, I think it was.
12.
I think so.
The payoff total?
Yeah.
$215,732.84.
So basically it's saying that I didn't have a lot of time to read this, but my estimation is that we had a non-appropriation clause in it, but because we did not bring it to the town, they didn't have the option to vote on it, correct?
Right. The money was budgeted for it. Yes.
Well, he told me that the selectmen could have pulled it out of the budget too, but the whole thing is, like I said, the only reason I voted on it last year is because when I talked to that salesman, he told me we had 29,000. There was no other, that's why I told him, I said, there weren't all those loopholes in the contract. And the guy kind of makes you a little bit mad that all of a sudden they come back with us because it's really not the right machine for what we wanted for the town. And then stuff like that. And I said, now we're stuck with it for another $29,000. Like I told him, I said, well, maybe the best thing to do is see if you can find somebody else that'd buy it throughout the year. I would pay that money and get it off our hands, and we get what we want at that point.
My understanding is that there's still a little discrepancy in agreement if this is a good piece of equipment for the road crew. Because I think that the road crew in the past have said it's a useful piece of equipment. And so there's some people who think it's not worth it, and some people.
And why I asked for payoff is because if we are thinking about buying the damn thing, and like I said last year, when we decided to spend the 29,000 on it, I said I wanted it, if it was going to go out as an article, because I didn't want them, the townspeople, think that we were sneaking something through just to pay for it from year to year. And after 10 years, we own it. I wanted them to see what that thing was going to cost and see if they wanted to spend $300,000 to buy an excavator like that. Because that's what it would be by the time you got interest. So I asked him the other day what the payoff was on it. So I didn't know maybe the town could get a cheaper rate if we did buy it outright. If we're going to be stuck with it, you know, might as well get the best deal you can get on it. But I still don't think it's the, you know, from like I said, from what the road crews all told me, that's not the right machine for what they wanted for the roads.
So my thought is,
Even the guy from Caterpillar even told me that he said that he admits it's too big for our roads. I mean, that's what he even said. So, I mean, but that was the smallest size that Cat has. But it's, right now we're stuck with it to pay the rent. And if it is something we want, I think what we ought to do is look and see if we can get out from under it by letting him sell it to somebody else. And then we go for what we want.
well, also, I want to bring it to everyone's attention that there's a lot of people in our community that are without work. They're, you know, may be having difficulties. And I think right now for us to think about purchasing a piece of equipment would be inappropriate under the circumstances. We don't know what the future is going to hold for us all. And I think that we stay with renting it for another year, put it up to vote for the town to make a decision for next year.
Well, I think, Shelley, that we actually discussed this last meeting, didn't we? That we would bring it up at the town meeting.
Well, I mean, we're dealing with it now, Marion, because we have.
No, I'm saying, I'm agreeing that what you just said is something that we already discussed.
I believe you're both correct that we had discussed that it goes up as an article next year after we pay another year's rent, and then the townspeople decide whether we're going to keep it or not.
So I think we need to make a vote on that.
Didn't we do that already?
No, I think we tabled it because Jay and Mike were going to get in touch with the people and get these figures for us. So I think it was tabled until we had this stuff. So then now we can make a vote on it.
What, do you want to make a motion, Shelley?
I make a motion that we continue with the lease agreement, and we bring up the renewal for the next term, financial term, at the town meeting
As an article.
as an article. It must be put in.
2020.
Someone note that, because we
I will-
forgot that.
I will second that motion.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor of bringing it up next year at the town meeting, and in the meantime, we continue to rent it, and we'll ask the townspeople to vote on whether we keep it in 2021, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. The ayes have it, and so we will do that. Thank you. Chris, do you want to?
We have a loader that the town of Newfane owns. I don't know if we own it all yet or not. That was bought exactly the same way that this was, what we're doing with this excavator.
Mhm.
On a lease?
Yes, nobody complained about that.
So we paid off the lease, and then, do we own it yet, Melissa? Do you know?
I think
We have
it's
one payment, I think.
Got one payment left?
Yeah.
He keeps muting me.
Oh, there you are.
Someone keeps muting me, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I'm not me, but I just asked the question, do we know how much longer we have left on the loader?
I think we have one more payment left.
That's what Jay was saying. And then
Yeah.
we'll own it.
Yep, own it outright.
So while we're talking about it, what's the condition of it, Jay, and the life of it?
It's still in very good condition.
Well, I think at the time of next town meeting and the sum of money that we're looking at, it's appropriate for the town people to make that decision as to what we do next.
Okay. So we voted on it, so that's
Any
it.
other discussion?
We voted. We will do that. Voted on it, okay, and it's accepted. Okay. New business. The new business was going to be Shelley's request to talk about Renetta coming back to work at town hall, and we already.
Yeah, we already handled that.
Yeah. And so the next thing is correspondence. Renetta?
Yes.
Good.
So in this kind of a situation that we're online, is there any way of getting our copies that we normally get regarding, or do we have to just, I've requested to have the copies of the minutes and the agenda and stuff mailed to me versus me having to copy it all down, print it all out.
Well, we all have the ability to make an appointment with Carol to come to the town office and clean out our mailboxes. We just have to call her and let her know what time.
I didn't get a reply as to how that was to be handled as a request.
But yeah, the town offices are still open by appointment, so we can call anytime and go get our mail anytime we need to. We just have to call and make an appointment with Carol.
So Carol is still operating regular hours.
She's operating the morning hours and Peter's there in the afternoon.
Okay.
But you just have to call because the doors are locked and they'll let you in and get your mail and go. I mean, it's pretty accessible as long as you give them a call first.
Again, I wonder why we can't have our administrative assistant back in the office, but that's a vote down.
We voted on it.
Yeah, so the town will recognize that. I had the question.
Correspondence.
She is pretty available. Our administrative assistant is readily available for anything we have. I've called her a couple of times and she's been right there for anything I've needed to have a copy of. So
I requested a copy of all the stuff. I didn't get a reply as to how I could obtain the document.
Okay.
I guess I have to make it through Carol.
well, that's because we can go get our mail anytime we need to. We just need to call the town office and ask them to let us in at a certain time, and they will. And it's pretty simple.
We had it.
Shelley, I have made copies to put in everybody's mailbox, but it was upon your request that everything be emailed to you prior to the meeting, including the minutes, which I have completed and done the last few meetings.
I had also asked for the copies of it to be mailed to me or whatever. So now my understanding is I have to call Carol, who is at the building on a regular basis, and ask to get in to get my mail, my copies in my mailbox.
Carol's only there 8 to 12, and then Peter's there 12 to 5.
We're up to correspondence.
I'm going to read the correspondence from Marion. This letter's from Tristan Johnson. It says, Newfane Select Board. I did see on page 40 the notice about a select board member and his business was contracted for services. I appreciate you having included this and that response to my request. All the best and thanks, Tristan Johnson. And
What's his-
that was requested last year after the town report was out. Marion was still on the board, and we did make sure that that was addressed in the new town report this year.
I'm not sure what he's referring to. Cleanup?
He had questions about a select board member and the services he provided the state or the town, as well as the large amount of social appropriations that were concerning him and how the town was spending that money. That's when we addressed the double posting of the rescue and a couple of the other items. And that was cleared up this year when we didn't include that in the same postings. They were two different categories.
Oh, you're talking about a budget.
He expressed in his letter last year concerns about the budget as well as the town report and listing services that select board members provide for the town.
Okay.
He's acknowledging that we did that for his request.
Okay, I thought cleanup was like an outdoor cleanup with a select board member. I couldn't figure it out. I'm sorry. While we're speaking about that, I had requested on the agenda at some point or another about the special appropriations that were added to at the town meeting, and whether or not how that was handled, because it never came back to the board. So maybe if we're not going to discuss it tonight, we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting, which is going to be held when?
We can do that. We can do it for the next meeting.
When is the next meeting scheduled?
May 18th.
20th. May 20th.
No, I think it's May 18th, Marion.
You know what? I'm looking at April calendar.
It's May 18th.
Okay, May 18th, next meeting.
And if all goes well, we should all be able to attend in person
That would be-
if everybody feels comfortable,
yeah.
because that's when we're supposed to be able to go back to normal business, right?
Yeah, well, my question is, why is Marion and Juanetta sitting side by side with no mask on?
I'm not sitting side by side. I'm 3 or 4 feet away, and I turn the monitor in my direction, and Marion backs up. So there is social distance there. Could you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
So here's the question about the next thing on the item is pay orders. But there's been a question asked about whether we could do the Board of Liquor Control vote and then do pay orders. And truthfully, I'm not that familiar with, I think Chris and Mike know the answer to that better than me.
We have to adjourn the select board meeting, open up the meeting to the Board of Liquor Control.
Right. No, I know that. But what I'm asking is, could we adjourn the meeting now before we do the pay orders, open up the meeting again for the Board of Liquor Control, and then do the pay orders?
Oh,
I think we could postpone it, don't quote me on that, for a period of time and then start up again.
you Zoom? Does anyone have an answer?
Can you suspend it like what they do at town meeting when they open up the school board?
I don't know why we can't adjourn the meeting right now. Christopher, I'm the only one who's gonna be doing the pay orders anyways. And
Yeah,
then,
it'll be Christopher and Mike.
so we do adjourn the meeting, the select board meeting, go on to the liquor control thing. And then we do it, and then him and I'll go in and do the pay orders.
Okay.
I make a motion to adjourn the select board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the official select board meeting ended now at 7 minutes after 7 p.m.
Was there a second?
You don't have to have one for adjournment.
No, yeah.
Okay. So now, I'm going to open the Newfane Select Board meeting again, and it's at 7:08 p.m. on Monday, May 4th, 2020, and we're opening to have a vote for Board of Liquor Control for a renewal for Dutton Farm Stand.
I make a motion for the renewal of Dutton Farm Stand.
I'll second it.
And second. Okay. Any conversation or comments? All those in favor of approving that, please say aye.
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 Any-
I have a question on that. No,
Yes.
I say aye on that. Can you sign that without the whole board signed it? If we authorize you to, make it easier if you were able to sign it. So the whole board doesn't have to sign it.
Oh, yeah.
Carol has already been in touch with them, and she has asked them if she can fill in the names, if you so agree.
Well, there's still three of us that here tonight that could sign it. Mary,
I'm fine with that.
Right, Chris
I want to do the pay order.
I don't care.
are in the building here with me.
That's a majority.
Yeah,
That's fine with me.
Where's Christopher?
Chris is in.
He's in Carol's office.
The town clerk's office.
I'm sleeping.
Okay, so is that approved that the three of us will sign?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we can adjourn that meeting, is that correct?
Yeah.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you so much. Okay,
We're all
Ready.
done.
yes,
Just
please
shut
stay
this thing down or what?
healthy, and we'll see you on May 18th.
Stay safe, everyone. Good to see you.
Hope everything's been well the last week. So we're waiting for David to jump on so that we can start looking at the draft committee bill. And we have some people with us this morning from, Patricia's with us from VMAC, and we have a couple of businesses that, manufacturers that would like to tell us how a grant could assist them in retooling to help with the issues of COVID-19 and their ability to produce PPE for the state and possibly for the country. So, and so we'll start looking at how we could design those grants and how we. I just want to let the committee know May 19th. I think, what time was that again, Amy, for the higher ed meeting with education?
Is 12 to 2.
12 to 2. So we will be meeting on May 19th from 12 to 2 with the committee, the education committee, and we'll be talking with the New England Higher Ed to get a better understanding of and have those discussions on. I think for us, workforce and how workforce relates to higher ed, not just in degrees, but in certifications too. So I think that'll be an interesting discussion. Also want to remind everyone that tomorrow afternoon, hopefully we're off the floor, that 2 o'clock there's the white paper discussion webinar with NCCI on worker comp. So if I asked Laura Backus Hall to sign the whole committee up. So if you can make it, it'd be great. I know Charlie has already looked at the white paper, and it, as usual with worker comp, it's pretty dry stuff.
Oh yeah.
It's really important to our committee to understand how that all works. So I think that's all I have for you now. Oh, yeah, the Senate did pass a worker comp bill, and we received that yesterday. I'm not sure when we're going to take it up, possibly start looking at it next week. I'm still trying to understand the need for it, but and that's something that no one put on my radar until the end of last week. So we'll try to get that figured out. I know there's some insurers and business associations that are worried about it being too broad when you start talking about worker comp for COVID-19 and frontline workers or essential workers and the term and what it means. So we'll look at it. There's also a provision in there that would force people to have a vaccination when it becomes available. If not, then a presumption would go away. I can tell you in Chair's meeting last night, that didn't go over too well with some people. So I think that's going to be a pretty hard sell to get through the House if we, even if we decide to go through with the bill. So we will see.
Is that H 344?
It's an S bill. It just came over yesterday. I'm not sure what the number is. Did you get that yet, Amy?
Are you talking? I was distracted by the fact it was. What was the question?
The bill that came over from the Senate yesterday was sent to our committee yesterday afternoon.
I did not get that, actually.
You didn't get it yet? Okay. Stephanie, did you get it?
I
No.
was going to say, I hope our clerk would take that and bring it over. I don't know.
Actually, I think it's H 342.
Yeah, that's it. That's the number.
An S bill though, right?
Yep. S342.
Okay. All right, good. So I see David is on. So David, you could
I'm thinking, Mike, I should have received an email from who on this?
I don't know if you get it from the clerk's office. I don't know how it works now. Usually when we're on the floor, the bill goes to you and then you bring it into the committee, but I'm not sure how it works now.
See nothing from Bill McGill.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
Typist on the line. Who is
Well, that must be me. My apologies. I will mute back off here. I was asked to, my name's Greg Haythorne. I was asked to join this at 9 a.m.
Great.
Let me see. I'm sorry about that. Let me see how let me do that. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so if everyone could mute and we will have David just walk us through the bill. It's not a very long bill, so that people can listen. Hold your questions till the end, I think, because it's short, and then we can ask David some questions if there are any, and then we can go on from there. David, good morning.
Good morning to you. I'm having some technical difficulties lately. I'm not really sure why, but I'm here. Glad to be here. Good morning.
Are you able to pull the bill up and share your screen, or do we need Amy to do
I just asked Amy that. I think she either has to make me a host or she has to share her screen.
that?
I'm gonna
Okay.
make you a host, Dave.
Yeah, that would be better.
Okay. But I do have it up.
Hey, Amy? Amy,
Yes.
can you let me in on my iPad?
Oh, who's that?
That's
Jim.
me, Jim.
Oh, sure.
Okay, thanks.
David, you're a co-host now. Can you?
Great, thank you so much.
And Greg, I think you're still not on mute, Greg, just to let you know.
All right. It's my apologies, my ignorance here. Do you want me just to tune out and then somebody email me or something when you need me?
I think I'd like you to hear them go through the bill and all that.
Okay.
Greg.
All right. I will stop typing. That might be the best way.
Okay. Okay, David, we can see the bill.
Great. All right. Well, David Hall Legislative Council, you should be seeing on your screen a draft 4.1 dated April 29th, 8:34 a.m. There's no draft request number and there's no bill number at this point. I wasn't sure if you're planning on introducing this or not, but if you are, we can certainly get that going. I mean, introducing as opposed to putting on another bill, of course.
Right.
So it's already draft 4.1, just because in developing the language, every time I've made some sort of substantive change, I've advanced a draft just to keep things orderly, particularly as we work remotely together. But you'll see that on line 5, the statement of purpose, the bill proposes to create a COVID-19 manufacturing grant program. And line 7, an act relating to creating a COVID-19 manufacturing grant program. And then line 9, the creation of it. So this is session law. This is not being codified. The assumption, God, I hope that this is not intended to last forever. It doesn't have to be called a program if you don't want it to be. Sometimes it's just easier to say there is a program, and through the program, this is how it works, and here's what we do, and we make grants, and blah, blah, blah. So if the word program scares anybody off, it's not a big deal. So this is broken down into subsections with their own headings, so it's pretty self-explanatory. A is a statement of purpose. And under 1, the purpose is to establish this grant program to assist Vermont manufacturing companies in quickly accelerating productions of items necessary to respond to the COVID-19 outbreak. Under 2, the program shall provide grants to manufacturers to increase capacity in current operations and to pivot production to build and assemble critical need items. So 2 things going on there in A2. It's both increase your existing capacity, but also contemplates, when it says pivot production to build and assemble, I mean, I take that to mean, you could take on potentially a new line of some sort of manufacturing and make things that you don't already make. So under 2A, this would include, so this is not exclusive, these are including but not limited to what we all, I think, probably recognize now as PPE, personal protection equipment, including N95 respirators, surgical masks, cloth masks, isolation gowns. B, respiratory care equipment, including ventilators. C, medical devices. And D, other items identified by the State Emergency Operations Center necessary for workplace and community safety. So I'm not the world's expert on, what may or may not be included in each of those broad categories. I think that this is, again, an illustrative example of what could be included, and it does, entail under subdivision D items that are identified by the operations center. So I think there's a great deal of flexibility sort of in what the universe is of what could be built. And then also remember that the agency will have a discretion to decide what grants to make. So I don't see too many issues with this being overbroad or under inclusive, just because it's very flexible. But I'll leave that for you to decide. Under subsection B, we have eligible recipients. So eligibility criteria for the recipients under 1, 2, and 3, starting on line 7, the applicant has demonstrated manufacturing capacity. 2, the facility where the applicant manufactures qualifying products is located in Vermont. And 3, the applicant has 500 or fewer employees or otherwise meets a small business administration classification of small business or small manufacturer. I'm sure there are people here today who have more expertise about each one of these things, each one of these criteria. I will say for B3, just right now, the way it's framed is intentional, and it's intentional to be flexible as well. I know you've probably seen or well aware by now that, for example, for purposes of the PPP program through the SBA, I know that's a lot of jargon. I think everybody knows what that means, right? You have to meet the definition of small business to qualify. That could either be 500 or fewer employees, or you have to meet a certain revenue target by your industry on an annual basis. So there's some flexibility. There are other programs the SBA operates, and some specifically for manufacturing, that have similar but different criteria. And there are, for instance, in the 504 program, the definition of small manufacturer, and that's similar, but it also, for that program, means that you have to add a certain number of jobs over a certain period of time. So that's not probably going to be apt for purposes of this bill. So I think the intention, obviously, under B is that it be a Vermont manufacturing company that's small. But how you define that, whether you even care that it's small and what small means to you, obviously are things for you to consider. Under C, eligible use of funds, a recipient may use grant funds for the following: purchase and setup of production equipment, expenses necessary to produce critical care items, prototyping expenses for complex medical devices, and training expenses to train employees in the new production process and equipment. So I note that, C2, expenses necessary to produce critical care items. I mean, that could be extremely broad. I don't know if there's more specificity that you want there or could add there. I would say generally, I have to assume that an application would come in and the applicant would specify what they're going to do with the grant, and then of course the agency has the discretion and authority not only to decide whether to give them a grant, but also how much and for what purposes. And they do have grant agreements that limit or specify the scope of how the grant can be used. So you could put more or less flesh on C. I think ultimately a lot will turn on what the agency determines it needs for these grants. D, the amount of grants, they are one time and maximum of $20,000 per recipient. So I read that to mean that if you came in and wanted a $10,000 grant, then you could get it, but it would be one time, and you could not come back for another $10,000 grant if something ended up costing more than you thought, or it's going really well and you have high demand. So that right now is the limit under D, one time max of 20,000. Under E, administration charge to Commerce, in coordination with VMEC, and under 2, agency VMEC RDCs shall publicize information about the program and the application process. I would assume they're going to do that anyway, but that is the charge in E2. Under F, reporting, agency shall report to the General Assembly bi-weekly. Certainly we can swap out whatever committees you want instead of the entire General Assembly if you prefer. But it's a bi-weekly report during the crisis on the number of grants awarded, projected actual production volumes, number of entities receiving the products produced. I'll note in lines 8 and 9, during the pandemic crisis, if you prefer, there are at this point several different characterizations of the time frame. The housing bill that I wrote that you worked on yesterday on the House floor, for instance, specifies an emergency period that begins on March 13th and ends with a declaration by the governor. So if you wanted to put some sort of framework around what time we're talking about, you certainly could do that, but it's not maybe necessary. And then under F2, the agency shall submit a final report on the grant program on or before December 15th of this year. I think that assumes that all the grants will be made before December 15th of this year. So that's sort of the time frame I guess you're looking at for this to be operational. The last piece, G, funding. The Agency of Commerce may use not more than $500,000 to award grants pursuant to this act using funds appropriated to it for the new remote worker grant program created in 2018. Action resolves. Mr. Chair, you tell me if I have the wrong program there or if you want both of the programs there. But that's right now, it's obviously the intent is to allow the agency to use existing funding streams they already have in hand from the recruitment programs you passed. And this would take effect on passage. That's it for me.
Okay. Questions for David? Okay. Thank you, David.
I have 2 participants with raised hands on my screen.
Okay. I can't. I've got to.
Mike, I had a question. I can just hop in if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Because I can't see with my screen is full of the bill.
Yeah, I understand.
There we go. Okay.
David,
go ahead, Zach.
I was curious about. Thank you, Chair. David, I was curious about the cap. I know that there's sort of multiple qualifications for a small business. One of them being the 500 employees or less, fewer employees. I wondered if that. I know that in other bills we had limited to 500 or fewer employees within the company at large and not just in Vermont. Do you know if this refers to is just in Vermont or if it's the broader spectrum of companies?
That's a good question.
Sorry,
it's vague at this point. I mean, it says the applicant, so does right now that would probably be in the discretion of the agency. So if you wanted to specify that you're restricting this to 500 or fewer employees across the enterprise, or the way we've done it before, from whether it's the changes we were considering to veggie, or for instance in the cannabis bill we talk about all the business under common interest and control with parent-child subsidiaries and brothers, sisters, businesses within the same family group. So however if you want to limit it to that, then certainly we could add that stuff in. Otherwise, I think this would be open to interpretation by the agency, whether the applicant means, literally the Vermont business that's in White River that is a subsidiary of some global enterprise, or do they not qualify?
Okay. Thank you, David.
Yep.
Gene?
Thanks. I'm interested in why we couldn't access some of the 1.5 billion we're getting in COVID-19 funds from the feds.
Well, two answers to that question. There's the legal answer and the political answer, and the latter is not my business, but the former is, I suppose you could.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in a little bit on that, is that I think we want to get this done sooner than later.
Got it.
So I think the easiest way is to use, unless we could very quickly get $500,000 scooped out of the Fed money, which I'd much rather do if we could. And that's another question that we'll have to work out, I think, with the speaker and with Kitty.
Excellent, thank you.
Charlie?
I mean, another possibility, not to interject, but you could start with existing funds and then potentially backfill that with federal funds once they become available.
I was just going to say, Mr. Chair, Zach brings up a point that I had thought about as well, but it would be interesting to hear from the folks today as to what kind of companies might already be interested in making the PPE and what categories they fall into.
Right. Yep. There was one spot that I was interested, or I think we should think about, is the one-time ability of a business to access the grant. And I'm almost thinking that we might want to think about a company could apply more than one time, but can't get more than 20,000. I just worry about just the scenario that David brought up. If you have a company that begins to be successful and needs to ramp up more and doesn't have the available funds to do it, and they could access another $10,000, why wouldn't we let that happen? So it's something to think about. Is there any other questions for David? Okay, Zach and Charlie, you can take your hands down. Okay, thank you, David.
Sure. Would you like me to continue to share it on the screen for other people to speak to, or would you prefer that I not share it?
Let's wait and we'll ask our next few witnesses if they would like it up on the screen when they are talking. And is that okay?
Sure. Okay, that sounds good.
Great. Patricia, good morning.
Good morning.
So if you would like to just share with us your thoughts on the draft, some of the questions that were brought up, and then we'll get to some of the people that you had suggested, some of our manufacturers, to get their thoughts.
Great, and I will then try to be brief so that I can leave lots of time for them. I think just one question that I had, or one reaction, is I know the intent of this is for manufacturers, and the bill sort of addresses whether somebody's a manufacturer. VMEC would like to see that a manufacturer be defined as somebody who has a manufacturing NAICS code, or one of the NAICS codes that's recognized by the NIST Manufacturing Extension Partnership as in that category. But that it may be that somebody could achieve that NAICS as long as they're manufacturing. So that was just one comment there. So I just wanted to just give you a brief overview of the kinds of companies and projects that we're aware of. And as I've mentioned before, I'm sure there are at least twice as many projects another 50% that we're not aware of. So I don't want to, say that we know everything that's going on, but you're going to hear from Gordon's today, obviously very small company making non-medical masks. Vermont Glove is in here. They're also making non-medical masks. We mentioned the last time, for example, a company like J.K. Adams that changed over very quickly to make face shields. You'll hear from Porta-Brace today, so I don't need to tell their story, but the important, I think one of the keys there is they've gone from making 1,000 of a complex product every week to making thousands of something per day, which has been really remarkable. We're also working with another company. And I think this, this could apply to any of the companies above, but another company that is looking at making gowns. And one of the challenges, of course, is many of these items are mass produced in China or other places by very large companies at a very low price point. So in order to help some of these companies be successful, automation is going to be necessary at some point. And I think though there could be some, I guess my point there is that, for making things like gowns or surgical masks, perhaps, or N95s, that some of those changeovers are much larger, I think, of magnitude perhaps than what we're talking about here in terms of funds. But that could be a separate thing. But I just want to mention that, because I've heard, for example, on N95s, if we wanted to have control of that supply chain, the raw material is something called melt blown. And that would be very expensive capital to set somebody up with something like that. So I think that's out of the scope of what we're talking about here. I want to mention there are 5 manufacturers currently involved with the UVM emergency ventilator project. And the other piece is many of these are specifically items requested by the State Emergency Operations Center. However, there also are some companies making products that are necessary and innovative. For example, a company called iDry Systems has converted from making wood drying kilns to making PPE sanitizing equipment. To my knowledge, the state of Vermont isn't interested in that technology, but it could be a great business that others beyond the state of Vermont would be interested in, as well as another company that's making UV lights for sanitizing. I'm not sure if the state of Vermont is interested in that, but others outside of Vermont may be. So just to bring up some of those different types, and then also, as I mentioned the last time, we haven't even really begun to work with companies making hand sanitizer, although we have approached them about making wipes. So there's just quite a diversity, I guess I would say, and there's maybe 15 or so companies that VMEC is touching directly on some of these projects, and like I said, I think there's at least another 15 we're not touching.
Okay. Jean?
Thank you. I'm excited about this for a couple of reasons. I think it's a smart idea. The other thing is I think that we're looking at a change in manufacturing nationally. We're going to look with the supply chain and what we're talking about. We now understand after this pandemic that we have to make fundamental changes. I'm excited about our manufacturers being able to pivot. Do you think going forward after we get past this, which God willing we will at some point, will this help our manufacturers learn to pivot and change their lines of manufacturing at certain times to be able to adapt to this new paradigm of what's going on? And the second question is, do you think there's a possibility this program will be oversubscribed, and should we build in some ability to enlarge it? Thanks.
So I think there is a possibility that it could be oversubscribed. I think there's a possibility that some of what manufacturers may need may be more than $20,000, though I don't think that's a bad place necessarily to start. But and in terms of going forward, so absolutely, I mean, I think this is a shift in time for manufacturing. I think there's going to be a shift that this is our shift to more innovative thinking. You know, VMEC does a lot of work with companies now to go on lean thinking, innovative thinking, helping with, we call it fail fast, fail cheap, doing back of the envelope business plans, like really trying to move quickly and think in those areas. And yeah, I do think it's going to be, you know, more automation, more robotics, and that's, yeah, I do think so.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Patricia? Okay, anything else, Patricia?
No, not right now. I think the hearing from the manufacturers probably.
Okay, great. Greg, good morning.
All right, Greg, now you're going to have to unmute.
There you go.
All right, the host took care of that. Very good.
Well, good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me.
So if you could, just for the record, state your name and affiliation and let us know how a program that we're looking at right now could help you.
Sure. My name is Greg Haythorn. I am the owner and president of Port-a-Brace Incorporated. Our primary facility is in Bennington, and we have a secondary facility up in St. Johnsbury that was opened in 2008 in partnership with the Vermont Economic Development Council, I think, up in that area. I want to compliment Patricia and the folks at the General Services and Building Commission, as well as University of Vermont Medical Center, with the speed with which they were able to expedite the necessary processes to get these medical masks into volume production as quickly as they did. I guess I would say, by way of background, Patricia told you that Port-a-Brace manufactures primarily, and has been since 1972, custom cases and covers for television news, field, film and documentary production, music and audio production, and I like to say it's one of the biggest small businesses from a global branding perspective that I've ever been associated with. We ship to dealers around the world, and we deal directly with Sony and JVC, Panasonic, the manufacturers of the equipment. But when Patricia called us to get involved, we were closed, obviously by order of the governor. And when we started talking to the hospital and the state about the volume that was required, it was going to really need some innovative thinking to try to replicate a mass manufacturing model for face masks that are produced probably by the hundreds of thousands, if not even millions a day in very large offshore manufacturing centers. So by comparison, it takes us about an hour to make one of our cases, and we're trying to get down under a minute for a mask with largely manual processes and material handling. So the challenge is significant, but it pales in comparison to the challenge and the consequences of not succeeding. So I'm proud of everybody here, despite, health risks and family considerations. Everybody returned to work, and while we're a little behind some of my aggressive targets, I can see how we get to reaching our commitments to the state. So I would say that the effort is off to a favorable start. We'll be making our second shipment at the end of the week to the state of masks. But I'll wrap up this intro with my one observation to the committee about the proposed bill. I think the one thing that I didn't hear discussed, you may have considered it, is the trade-off from emergency response, meaning speaking only from PPE standpoint, to do this in volume, whether it's gowns or face masks or coverings, you're really going to need some scale. And to do it in a way that the workforce long-term wouldn't be susceptible to elevated risk of injury, you're going to need something called sonic welders, which are employed in the high-speed packaging industry in the States, but there's very little mass-produced non-woven PPE done in the States currently, which was the problem, obviously, for everybody. So, long-term, Porta-Brace, or probably anyone in the state of Vermont, or any state for that matter, really wouldn't be in a position to be competitive long-term on high-volume, low-cost PPE. The hospital told us they pay under normal circumstances 6 cents a mask, through their normal supply chains coming from offshore. So we would certainly benefit from grants in some sort of long-term strategic partnership with the state, to be a source of quick pivot supply, assuming that there's an ongoing need. But I don't envision that, at least for the masks or gowns that we might be making, that the grant would necessarily be effective in helping cultivate, a long-term expansion of our core market for Porta-Brace and its employees.
Jim?
Good morning, Mr. Haythorne. This is Representative Jim Carroll. I'm
Hi,
also
Jim.
a selectman. How are you? I'm also a selectman for Bennington.
Okay.
And you just mentioned the price, from overseas of 6 cents per mask. Are you going to be able to be competitive?
We're not. We agreed. I don't think it's any secret, right? It's a state contract. We agreed to supply these at 94 cents, which is not a price on the free market that we could sustain without PPE funds. So that's just kind of that was an emergency price that we threw together for the state. Once, we knew we'd be able to pay the workforce, that was the best guess at some hopefully worst case scenarios that wouldn't run us out of business and would prevent any elevated risk of loss of life in the state. So,
well, I want to thank you for your years of devotion to staying in the town of Bennington, and for the work that you're devoting in this time.
Thanks, Jim. Just as a side note, that was I didn't found the company. You may know.
Oh, I know.
You know Bob, yeah. Right? That was the handshake.
Yeah.
That was the handshake agreement in McDonald's back in 2004. Yeah, that we could do it here. So
yeah,
it is something everybody should feel good about in the state. It's a good story at this time.
It is. It's wonderful. We're known around the world, or you guys are known around the world. And whenever Porta-Brace is brought up, they'll say Bennington, right?
That's right.
Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to ask you, sir, the same question that I asked to Tricia, which is, do you see this program and this rapid shift to PPE manufacturing, do you think long-term this will help your business model so that you can be more agile in pivoting when you need to for manufacturing? And the other question is, what is a sonic welder and how long does it take to build one? Thanks.
That's a good question. So I'm going to answer what I can answer positively first, meaning in a way that would be hopefully constructive in the design of the bill. Jim, knowing Bob, understands that he not only created the company, he created most of the technology that the company to this day relies on. The man was, in typical Vermont fashion, he was a genius in finding very simple solutions to sometimes complex problems. And we've tried to carry on that legacy. So sonic welders are expensive. It is effectively a form of energy, using directed energy to seal two pieces of non-woven fabric. It tends to be polypropylene based. So as opposed to heating it, which carries a number of risk factors and is also more energy dependent, sonic welding allows for very high speed. It accomplishes the same thing as traditional stitching and sewing, but extremely high speeds, and it automates it. So you don't have a stitcher or a sewer involved. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to in-house at this point, capture 50-60% of sonic welding by figuring out how to sort of hack the sewing machines with heating elements that will accomplish with non-woven material the same benefit. I told Patricia we're real close. We have a couple of hurdles still. So, we're at the point where we may need to go outside. We can't quite control with the precision we need a couple of the variables to run at high speed. But if we can get over that hump, while we can't compete with 6 cents a mask, we can probably drive longer term. If the state's going to need us, we could probably drive that 94 cents down, perhaps considerably, for sort of emergency PPE supply. It's too early for me to say, if we're successful in that innovation, if it would have application to our core business and would open up price points, particularly for our export markets, that are currently not attainable, but that is certainly possible. And it's certainly something that I'd be lying if I hadn't complimented our process engineer and equipment engineers on the potential, long term for what they're working on. And a grant would certainly assist. While it probably wouldn't fill this place up with sonic welders, a grant could assist, those sorts of 80-20 type approaches to solving some of these problems.
Thank you.
Okay, Zach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in and speaking with us. So I'm sort of gathering the intent of this bill is to help facilitate the process for manufacturers to adapt to manufacturing these essential equipment, but also doing it on a scale that's affordable and sort of meets some of those price points so that it doesn't become too expensive. So I heard about the sonic welding machine, but wondering if you feel that the other criteria in this are going to allow for you as a manufacturer, the criteria for receiving this grant will allow for you as a manufacturer to bring down those costs and adapt. The other question I had for you was about how you would feel about the idea of trying to, as part of the grant process, injecting some sort of profit margins associated with the products that are sold, just to make sure that that we are keeping the prices down, and just your thoughts about that.
I guess I would, not trying to be funny, whenever you talk to a businessman about profit, pretending he doesn't hear you. But if you could kind of rephrase that for me, I'm not sure I understood that second part.
Well, I guess the question is, we don't really, obviously the intent is to bring down the cost of the products for you so that you can be competitive. So obviously you don't have a big incentive to go out and make these products more than what you're currently at, because then you couldn't compete with China or other states doing it. But we wouldn't want people to take these grants as a way of increasing their profit margins, so that it brings down the cost of manufacturing, but you keep you keep it at 94 cents for a mask when really the grant is able to bring it down to 50 cents. These are all hypothetical numbers, of course, but
sure. No,
does that make sense?
I guess. All right. So to answer that question, at least in our situation with the volume that we're trying to make, we returned all 50 employees immediately. That's 125 payroll for a biweekly payroll. We laid out $5,000 immediately for some new wire cutting equipment that, we could have kind of spent weeks trying to find cheaper, but had to get up and running immediately. So I don't think if the need is to deliver emergency equipment and materials quickly to the state, given the low cost coming offshore, I don't think you would have a big priority of trying to protect the Vermont taxpayer against any sort of excessive profiteering. But again, it's only from our experience here on the masks, knowing what the hospital pays for. And as far as the other criteria, there was a significant retraining component. It actually wasn't what I expected as much. It was more psychological, going from super high quality for products that are supposed to last a lifetime to changing the mindset to something that is supposed to be disposable after every sneeze and every other breath. So we could certainly, Porter-Brace could certainly use the grant to the benefit of accelerating retraining as well, if that addresses your first question.
That does, and I think there's a piece in the bill about retraining. So I think that might be covered, but perhaps we can let others comment more on that. But thank you so much for your comment, and thank you so much for your work in our communities and adopting to this situation. We do really appreciate it, and so do the people of Vermont.
Sure thing.
Any other questions for Greg? Okay, Greg, thank you very much. Thank you also to your company for stepping up to assist the state and its citizens, and also getting your people back to work, because I think we all realize that saves us a tremendous amount of money in the unemployment trust fund, which I think is luckily healthy, but it'll be a lot less healthy when this is over. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, you and everyone in the legislature for the opportunity. Unless you need me, I will sign off with just a statement that it's a special place. Bennington and St. Johnsbury, Vermont as a whole, we have been pleased by the outpouring of support from prior employees and retired employees that have asked how they can get involved to assist with the emergency response. So anyway, just really always makes me proud to be here. So good luck, everyone. Stay healthy, and Patricia knows how to find us or me if we're needed.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Brian, good morning.
Yeah. Good
Okay.
morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I think I'm here. Everybody hear me all right?
We can. So if you would, for the record, just state your name and affiliation, and just let us know how this bill could assist you in providing PPE for the state.
Sure. Thank you. My name is Brian Warnicki. I'm the Vice President of Operations Continuous Improvement for Gordon's Window Decor, and in full transparency, alum of the Vermont Manufacturing Extension Center. Hi, Patricia and Lisa. So as background, if you're not familiar with Gordon's Window Decor, we're a roughly 33-year-old small Vermont family business. We have an employment realm of 20 to 25 people typically over the course of any given year. We manufacture, design, manufacture, and install custom window treatments. So what has that got to do with PPE? At the beginning of all this, one of our team members took a sample of one of the fabrics we use to make a window covering, cellular honeycomb fabric, stapled it inside, stapled a rubber band to it, 2 rubber bands, and made a little video. And that was the genesis of the innovation that you see on my photograph with my video not working. We've developed a very simple non-sewn face mask for public use. It's not medical. We've had some, through the help of the state and UVM and VMEC, we've been able to get some testing done and some verifications on the materials themselves being safe. And you know, I've made a couple hundred of them over the course of the weekend, just as we've kind of scaled up production, and have given some samples out for folks to wear. They're finding it very comfortable, breathable, and we've got a process more or less at this point that allows us to make a lot of them very fast with people and do it in a socially distant way. So it's a labor-intensive process, but it's one that's can be done by people at home. So it's also really scalable, we believe.
Okay, Brian.
And yes, sir.
Brian, can I stop you for 1 second? We're
Sure.
we need to get off the YouTube live feed and switch it. We inadvertently were wound up on Senate Economic Development's live feed, and they're coming on at 10. So we've got to switch. Nobody get off, stay on. We're just going to get off live stream for a minute. Go ahead, Amy.
Sure.
Okay, good evening. I want to call to order the Guilford Select Board meeting of May 11th, 2020. As chair of the Guilford Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Scott as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and pursuant to Addendum 6 to Executive Order 01-20 and Act 92, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. In accordance with Act 92, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, I confirm that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by video with additional access offered through telephone. Oh, there's Michael. We are using, yay, okay, we are using Jitsi Meet for this remote meeting. All members of the Guilford Select Board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if desired, participate in this meeting by going to https://meet.jisi/Guilford Select Board 05.11.2020. B, by providing, I confirm that we are B, providing public notice of instructions for assessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing this meeting, including how to access the meeting using the video in our posted meeting agenda. Instructions have also been provided on the town website at guilfordvermont.net. And I confirm that we are C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anyone has a problem, please call area code 802-254-4117. And I confirm that we are D, continuing the meeting if necessary. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, it will be continued at a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting that are not unanimous will be done by roll call vote in accordance with the law. Let's start the meeting by taking roll call attendance of all members participating in the meeting. Michael Becker. He's here. Miranda Porch.
I'm here.
Don.
I'm here. I just was trying to unmute. Okay.
Thanks, Michael. Zon Eastis.
I'm here.
Okay. Rusty Marine.
I'm here.
Oh, good. Okay. And did I miss anyone? I don't think so. Thank you very much. Okay. I'd like to recognize the public. I don't see any public on the video, so we can move to the rules of procedure. The rules of procedure, I shall briefly point out, govern the way that the public and the select board interact with one another with courtesy and the correct etiquette. But being there is no public visible, I'm not sure we need to use the rules of procedure. Are there any additions to our agenda this evening, ladies and gentlemen?
I have none.
Okay. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
I have none.
Okay. I would ask for a motion then, if possible, for the edited, revised minutes of our previous meeting, which was on April 26th. Do I have a motion?
I will move it.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Very much. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, I'm going to take the roll. Michael Becker.
Aye.
Zon Eastis.
Aye.
Rusty Marine.
Aye.
Miranda Porch.
Aye.
Richard Wazansky, aye. The motion carries. The minutes are approved. Peter, do you have a highway? You have a highway update for us?
Yes, I briefly spoke with Danny for a minute and a half as he was rushing out of the office when I was here last Thursday. The road crew have been focusing on their usual spring cleanup at this time, which primarily has meant grading the roads, blowing leaves, cleaning ditches, and cleaning culverts. He said, other than that, one road crew member had been out with an injury unrelated to work, and he started work back again this week.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I did have a question about that. I had a conversation with Danny this week as well, and he said that Alan is working when if Danny feels the need to have him, he was calling Alan to pitch in, and I didn't know whether that was an additional highway crew member or whether that he's taking someone's place.
So, from the conversation that you and I had previously, Richard, I think that Alan came in 2 days to cover for the other person who was out. We do have this grant project over on Carpenter Hill Road that needs to be completed. Prior to an email this afternoon, we had a deadline for that it needed to be done within the next 2 weeks, and so Dan was concerned about being able to get that done and continue the work that the road crew has been doing, and so he was going to consider bringing Alan in to do work on that grant project, since the town will get reimbursed for it.
Okay.
But I received an email and I printed out a copy, as well as I communicated via phone with Danny that grant has now been extended to October 15th for completion. I don't know what Dan's intentions are around that at the moment, but that's what it is right now.
Okay, so if we have an extra person working, then that's covered by grant funds, then that's legitimate in regard to the grant to increase the number of workers on the project?
Well, he actually was, from what he told me, was going to have Alan come in to be the primary person working on that project, partially because he has not done any cleaning of ditches or culverts for 2 or 3 years. And he feels that that's a big concern, and he wants the other regular employees working on that instead of special projects at this time, is what he told me.
Okay. So I'm still not sure about my question. I want to know whether the town is paying an additional employee in regard to what we think, how many employees we believe we have. Are we having an additional employee? That's something to find out if you don't know.
Well, let me communicate with Dan and I will get back to the select board.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
Is Alan retired at this point? I mean, I know there was an announcement that it was forthcoming, but
he's been retired as of March 30th.
Okay.
There was also some good news I had in my conversation with Dan, who said that he was going to postpone his retirement for 1 year, which I thought was very good news. Okay, are we all here? Yeah?
Yep, it looks that way.
Hear you. Are you on mute, Veranda?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. I knew I was missing that mellifluous voice. Okay, on to new business, the letter of support from the BDCC. Did you all have time to look at that?
I have not seen that.
Well, Peter, do you want to discuss that?
Sure, let me just...
I have it in front of me if you want me to.
If you have it in front of you, I needed to open the document up.
Okay, I'll take care of this. Jennifer Strompson, who is the Director of Programs for the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, is writing to me. Perhaps that's why you didn't receive it, but I thought it was going into the folder. She's writing to ask if the Guilford Select Board would once again be kind enough to provide a letter of support for a grant application. The U.S. Agency of Commerce has provided with historic levels of funding due to COVID-19 We have a window of opportunity to put in place something that can make a lasting difference in terms of regional economic recovery. A new level of small business support in the form of zone-wide teams with 3 small business support specialists. This new region-wide capacity would help companies better utilize financial assistance available, increase financial literacy among business owners, and provide sustained technical assistance over the next 3 years to support business recovery and growth. As you know, the regional development corporations work with businesses from every sector and of every size. You may also know that we lack a dedicated funding stream to deliver this kind of small business support at any scale. While Southern Vermont has become very good at pulling together resources based on disaster and closure recovery, this is an important funding opportunity and a chance to bring in federal resources which would not otherwise reach our communities. She's attached a template, a letter, which we could use to basically provide a letter of support. And I'm asking the select board if you have any opinions or commentary on whether we should provide this letter of support. This would be, we've done it before, written a letter of support for them for a grant application. Any comments?
I have no problem with it. I don't really understand what it's going to fund, whether it's people and to deliver programming.
Yes, it's going to fund a staff of 3. It's going to be called Emerge, and that staff and the Emerge program will be working on reigniting the southeastern Vermont economy. And all she's asking us to do is just write a letter of support for the application.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Does anybody have a problem with it? I have no problem with it. Michael, you say no?
I have no problem.
Okay.
No problem. No problem.
Okay. Rusty? Oops. I don't see him here anymore.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here? Are you in? Can we, as far as you're concerned, can we send a letter of support with their application?
Yes, I have no problem with that.
Great. Thank you very much. So we will do that. Oh, he already said so, I think.
Oh, he did? Okay.
All right, Peter, so we will create a letter of support using the template.
Yep. Can you send me the template that they have and I will work on it? Last time we did it, we wordsmithed it a little bit to make it sound more like Guilford than just the standard.
Great. I'll look at a draft of it when you've got it done.
Okay. When you sent me the email, you did not include the attachment to it. If you could do that, please.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, not a problem. It happens.
Okay. Now we're on to reappointing the fire warden and deputy fire warden.
Yep. So every 5 years, the town has to make recommendations to the state fire service to either appoint or reappoint the fire warden and the deputy fire warden. I shared some documents from them with all of you. They generally very strongly recommend, if you have someone who's been in the role and is willing to do so, to reappoint those individuals. Currently in Guilford, our fire warden is Dan Stoughton and the deputy fire warden is Mike Kachuk. They have both been doing it for many, many years. They're both active firefighters, obviously, on our fire department. And I would recommend to the select board to follow the state's recommendations and to reappoint Dan and Mike.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
A lot of feedback in the back. I don't know where it's coming from. But anyway, wasn't it true that Mike was more active than Dan was in the past year? Didn't we discuss that?
Yeah, that was about 1.5 years ago, and from feedback I've received from several people, including people on the fire department, it appears that some situations in Dan's life have changed, and he's picked up responsibility and has been doing more in the past year.
Okay.
So the document I looked at today, I thought I only saw Mike's name on it, and he was being sort of nominated as the fire warden, not the deputy.
Nope, there's multiple documents in there.
Did I read it too quickly?
And so one is to reappoint the deputy, and one is to reappoint the warden. So it just so happens on looks like. Oh, I apologize. I was just looking at scanning the document again. It looks like.
It's only Mike's name, right?
Well, there's two documents. There looks like, so we are having issues with the scanner in the office. It's been eating documents. So there is a second page that I have here in my office that recommends appointing Dan as the warden and Mike as the deputy warden.
Okay. Okay, Mike is deputy, all right. Does anybody, before we need to have a formal motion to make these appointments, do we not?
Yes, sir.
So before we go through with that, does anybody have any problem with appointing those two gentlemen as warden and deputy warden? Do I have a motion then to make these appointments?
I so move.
Thank you, Miranda. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'll take the roll then. Miranda?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries and those appointments are official. Thank you very much, Select Board.
Okay, I will have Dan and Michael sign those documents, and I will return them to the state.
Thank you. Okay, on to the dog ordinance. Now, we don't want to get too heavily into this because it's a hefty document. Peter, can you summarize what the revisions are? I mean,
I do. So I've put together a summary actually in the words of VLCT that I think put very well the changes between their previous model dog ordinance, which our 2009 ordinance was based off of, and this new one. And I was just going to read that out here because I think they put it much better than I could.
Hey, please do.
The most recent iteration of VLCT's model dog ordinance endeavors to take a somewhat new approach to the age-old problem of how to regulate man's best friend. Rather than placing the burden of punishment on dogs, this ordinance attempts to place it with those best positioned to change their behavior and who are ultimately responsible for their actions, their owners. Specifically, the ordinance designates any owner who has violated an ordinance a set number of times within a given time frame, both to be determined by a select board, as a reckless dog owner. In this case, this ordinance would require the owner to submit proof of successful completion of a behavior modification program designated to improve their understanding of dog ownership responsibilities. Instead of treating all ordinance violations the same by imposing the same fine, this new model takes into consideration the impact of harm dogs inflict upon society by instituting a tiered enforcement structure. And then they go on to list a variety of different tiers and what can happen. Few fields of law demand, this is again coming from VLCT, few fields of law demand so much immediate attention, elicit such reactionary responses, and draw the concern and ire of the public, or are confusing to administer and enforce as much as Vermont's dog laws. An ordinance may not solve or address your town's dog-related problems, but when coupled with a commitment to enforcement, an ordinance will likely lessen the frequency of these infractions. And they do go on to state one small point, which I think is relevant to the later conversation in this meeting tonight, is that per VLCT, the Vermont Supreme Court has made it abundantly clear that, quote, a town's right to control dogs that bite does not give rise to a generalized duty to control vicious dogs. Rubin versus Town of Pulteney, 1998. Existing state law provides only limited authority to regulate the behavior of aggressive dogs. A select board is given authority to investigate and hold a hearing when there is a written complaint of a vicious dog, but there's 3 categories that must be met. 1, a dog bites a person. 2, that dog is off of the owner's premises. And 3, that bite causes the bitten to require medical attention. All 3 of these must be met to trigger the select board's statutory duty to investigate. However, this is the minimum that the law requires. For various reasons, the select board may want to take more responsibility by regulating aggressive dogs before they get to this point. In such an instance, the select board can use a local ordinance to potentially head off more dangerous consequences by extending the town's authority over potentially aggressive dogs beyond the basic legal obligations in order to better protect the public. That's all.
So, I mean, but so basically, in summary, we're coming up with a formula for tiered infringements. I mean, right?
Correct.
And those are not. We need to decide the tiers if we want to take this ordinance. If we want to accept the ordinance.
Yes, we do. So I made a few changes to make it appropriate to Guilford. So a couple, I highlighted in red a couple of the points that the select board needed to make a decision on. One, for example, was nuisance 5, which states a dog that disturbs the quiet. I'm just using this as an example. We don't need to go through all of them. But that disturbs the quiet, comfort, and repose of others by barking, whining, calling, or howling for a continuous period of blank minutes or more. So that's one. So we need to determine.
So that needs to be filled in.
Yeah. So there's a number of other blanks that need to be filled in, including the fines or fees. So one of the new changes that they made is that if the town notifies someone that they will be fined for a specific violation, that if that person does not contest that the town can not take them to court and go through the whole judiciary process and just have that person pay a waiver fee. And generally the waiver fee is less than the fine would be, obviously because we have less staff hours and other things that go into that process. And so the select board needs to determine what, first offense, second offense, third offense, and what the waiver fees for a variety of things are.
The way that I would like to suggest we handle this is that we don't do this in a meeting, but that I would be willing to volunteer to work with Peter to create a draft that would be a conceptualization of what the tiers are and what the fines are. But I am very happy to have another volunteer, or 2 of us, or just another select board member and Peter fill this out, and then we would look at the draft and we'd be able to vote on it and talk about it. But at the present time, with nothing filled in, there's nothing really to talk about, and I don't think that we should get bogged down in talking about dates and tiers and fines in our meeting. So that if we had a draft that we could discuss that was filled in, I think that would be much more productive. Is there any agreement about that?
Yeah, I agree, Rusty.
Okay. Does anyone want to volunteer instead of me?
Instead of you?
Yes, or in addition to me? And Peter?
I will help. I will help out with it.
Okay.
Okay, so Richard, how about this? I'll take the document and I'll make some proposals in it and I will email it to you and Veranda, and then you can give me your input if you think it's sufficient or excessive or not sufficient enough, and then we can represent it at the next select board meeting.
Yeah, we'll probably have to have a conversation, the 3 of us, to iron it out, and then we can present it. Very good.
Okay.
I also volunteered, but I was on mute, so I mean, if anyone's feeling overstressed about this, I'm also willing.
So we can only have 2 select board members so we don't violate open meeting law, so.
Okay, well, Michael, why don't you do it? Maybe you're a dog lover.
Okay, I am
All
a
right,
dog
so
owner.
Michael, Richard, and Peter, right? Let the minutes so reflect that. Excellent.
Okay,
Moving
Richard,
right-
I had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, there was also the suggestion in the document that Peter read that a town could adopt a stricter ordinance. And while I don't want us to work on that now, I do think that Guilford should have a stricter ordinance than, one that only kicks in when a dog has caused medical harm to somebody else.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think we'll be looking at that.
So I think that we should postpone that for later, to work on later.
Yes, and
I do think
given
this-
the fact that we have 3 complaints before us, I think that that's impetus for us to look very carefully at this and try to be prophylactic as well as punitive, if you don't mind my saying so.
And I do think that this new ordinance is stricter than our existing one.
Good. Okay, so then I would also like to then, in the light of this, make this suggestion that in regard to the complaints, that we should really take the complaints under consideration when we have the ordinance that will lead us to addressing those complaints. So we can inform the complainers that we are rewriting the dog ordinance of Guilford, and we will take their complaints up in the context of the new dog ordinance when it's passed by the select board. What do you think about that idea?
I think that's a good idea.
Anybody else?
I think it's a good idea, except for the one case that seems pressing, which is the one we've heard about now repeatedly. It just are we okay with putting them off probably for another month?
Well, you're talking about Sarah. What I thought we could do is email Sarah and tell her that we're working on it. And her question was, would it be worthwhile for her to collect documentation on previous incidents? And I would say that we should tell her yes, that it would be helpful in terms of looking at the case in the light of the new dog ordinance.
And Richard, it seems that she has already done that because I received communication from one of her neighbors who shared an incident just over a year ago with the same dog that has caused the current problem. So it does appear that she has been speaking with neighbors and other residents along that road to communicate with the town.
Mm-hmm. Good. So then we could email the 3 complainants that we take their complaint seriously. We are forging a new dog ordinance, and that we will take their complaints up in the context of that ordinance. How does that sound?
I guess, sounds good, but one question.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can we, are we sort of obliged to enforce the ordinance or the law that was in place at the time of the incident?
That was going to be my question.
So at the moment, because there's 2 parts to that answer. So right now, the select board has to enforce the dog ordinance that exists, because that is the one that is in place and it has not been repealed or changed as is. If you change the ordinance, then that is the one that will be used to address the situation, regardless of when the event occurred. And that's because there's no statute of limitations on dog incidents.
Now, I have a question because, Peter, you wrote the letter to the dog owner to which we added a paragraph. Isn't isn't that letter still relevant? I mean, I feel badly that we haven't gotten in touch with the dog owner. We can tell the people who have been harmed by this dog that we're working on a new ordinance, but the dog owner, will have not heard anything from us. And I'm a bit concerned about that.
Yes, and I appreciate that. Yes, it is part of our obligation to communicate with the dog owner to get their side of the situation. I will add that we just delayed it by sending the letter by a week just so the select board could have this conversation. The other thing is that the communication I received from the other person on Lee Road did state that they felt that the owner has been taking steps to attempt to control the dogs, albeit was not certain as to whether or not the steps were sufficient enough, but did state that the owner was trying to take action, or has been trying to take action over the past year. But yes, you are correct. We do need to be in contact with them and give them the opportunity to share their side.
So, but that letter has not been sent yet.
No, because per the conversation I had with Richard and Veranda, that we would delay that till after this meeting.
Right. Do you have the letter in front of you? Do you think we should, or?
I don't know. I don't have it immediately in front of me, and it would take me a moment to find it.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to email that letter to us, and then we can have responses come in about what the board thinks about sending the letter as it is written?
Sure, I'm happy to do that.
And that's the letter to the dog owner.
Correct.
Right. We still haven't solved the problem of whether we have to follow the ordinance as it's, do we have to take action according to the ordinance as that is currently in existence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a dog bite, and therefore we have to take action, right? A dog bite that required medical attention. And doesn't that kick into the fact that we need to have a civil, some kind of...
a quasi-judicial hearing?
We need to have a hearing.
Yes, it's called a quasi-judicial hearing. So per our current dog ordinance, it actually has to happen. A dog has to have bit in a person 3 times in order for that to happen.
That's right, and it hasn't. The dog hasn't done it.
Not to my knowledge, it has not happened 3 times.
Okay. So then we don't have to take any action yet. I think that's so ridiculous. I would want it to be 1 time. Oops, I shouldn't express my opinion like that, but I did. One dog bite seems to me to sufficiently call out the truth. It could be a very bad dog bite.
And per what VLCT was saying, something such as a dog bite, the select board could make the choice in the revised dog ordinance to make that more severe than the state says. So it could be 1 time, and that you need to have a hearing and you need to take action instead of 3, which is what our current one states.
Right, and that would be speaking to Miranda's point of becoming more firm. So
yes, and our question that it's a technical question. Can we even hold quasi-judicial hearings in the era of social distancing?
Well,
would it be like a Zoom situation or Jitsi?
I think that's a very good question, and I don't think that we can.
Yeah, that's not correct. I actually I sent an email to the select board earlier today, sharing some information in which that it was one change that the legislature made last week.
Oh, yes.
That now enables, because this is one thing that had not changed, because quasi-judicial hearings are a unique beast in their own right. And they finally made a change that we can hold them remotely. However, if either victims or dog owners don't show up to them, that does pose, even if they're remotely held, that does pose some complications for the situation.
But we don't have to worry about that right now.
Not at the moment.
Right. So if I may summarize of what we've just discussed, and Peter, please get this down, as precisely as possible.
Yes, sir.
Peter and Michael and Richard are going to create a draft, a new dog ordinance. Peter is going to, that's number one. Number two, Peter is going to send the draft letter to the dog owner to the select board for review before it's sent out. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is there anything else that we just decided?
No. Before we move on, I just did want to say regarding the two other dog issues that I had listed on the agenda here. I did receive subsequent, Richard knows about this, but the rest of the select board did not. I received subsequent information from the person on Sugar House Hill that informed me that the owners of the problem dog installed an electric fence to control the dog, which has been successful. So that situation has been ameliorated and fixed, and the dog owner appears to be quite apologetic and feels bad about the previous situation. And then the situation on Cemetery Hill Road, the person that contacted me there stated they have not yet had an incident. The dog in note has been on their property, and a couple of weeks ago the dog owner was chatting with the couple and informed them that the dog has been known to be vicious in the past, and warned them that it was their responsibility to avoid the dog, which per the dog ordinance is in violation of the dog ordinance.
Yes.
So that situation, to my knowledge, no event has occurred, but those folks are concerned about this dog.
Okay. And there was something that we left out of our summary. We were going to send to the complainants a note, an email that says that there is a revision to the dog ordinance underway, and that their complaints will be taken up in the context of the new dog ordinance, right? So that's an important piece.
Yep. I am noting that now.
Okay. Are there any?
And do you think? I just have a question. Do you think that it's relevant to tell, in communicating with those people, to mention that we're creating a new stricter dog ordinance?
I would not say that at this time.
Okay.
What is the rest of the select board thing? It sounds like it has too much qualifying before.
It seems like we need to, I don't know, I feel like we need to enforce what we have in place now, since the complaints have been sent. Are we just putting their complaints on hold? And
no one's been bit 3 times.
Correct.
So there's nothing for us to do.
Oh. Yeah, okay. I guess I see what you're saying.
That's why we want to change it and make it firmer. But I was asking if Veranda's suggesting that we say to the complainants that we're making a firmer dog ordinance, and I'm not. And my own feeling is that that's not appropriate at this time to use a qualifier at the time, because we don't know what we're going to come out with.
I think that's correct.
Is there any other comment? Are you all there, Rusty? Zahn?
Zahn lost the connection. He's going to be back on in a moment, he said.
Is Rusty there?
I'm still here.
Hi, Rusty. Nice to have you. Nice to hear you. Just checking in on everyone. Okay, so I think that we're done with dogs for a little while.
Yes.
Okay, so now on new business, paving. Michael Becker had sent us an email about paving. Michael, do you want to basically state what your email said, and do you still hold that opinion?
I do. I mean, I think now that I'm allowed to, share it with everyone else, I just, after we approved buying the new truck at our last meeting, I had some reservations about it. I know it's important and necessary, but I immediately started thinking about other ways that we could save some money. I mean, because I feel like it's inevitable. Everything I've read really indicates we, should plan on a tax revenue shortfall. And I guess so. I floated the idea to Richard and Peter. First thing that came to mind was paving and whether that was something we could consider just not doing this year. Peter is, and I think I'll let Peter explain sort of the fallout from that, I guess. Part of it is we don't pay for all of it. I think it's only 20%.
That's correct.
But at the same time, it's, I don't know, a significant chunk of change. And I think also, Peter, you explained that, this grant money only comes around to help us pave every, 7 years or something like that?
Yep, it's generally on a 7 to 8 year cycle that we get it. We did, so as I'm sure you folks remember, we did actually receive a similar grant last year to pave Weatherhead Hollow Road. Because another town in our VTrans region who was going to receive this grant backed out, we were told that we were next on the list to be considered. And so we actually have not been awarded this grant as of yet. We don't normally hear about these until, in a normal situation, we don't normally hear about the responses on these till mid to late June. So it's while we were encouraged that there was a high likelihood we would receive it, it has not been guaranteed. And given the situation we're in, we don't know if the state is going to be cutting grants. They may not, but we don't know. And so
if we didn't receive the grant, would we go? I mean, and we were in a different. If we weren't in COVID-19 hell, would we go on to pave anyway? Probably not, would we?
No, we would. I don't think that Danny was considering doing any paving this year. But because of the grant, he was considering it. Sorry, Zahn is trying to enter the meeting again.
So does that leave us with the fact that maybe we wouldn't pave unless we got the grant?
That was my understanding from what Dan had told me. Yes.
Mm-hmm. But Michael, are you saying that even if we got the grant and had to come up with 20%, that we shouldn't pave?
I guess I'm looking for other people's opinions. I was just and whether, I'm also interested to know if the select board feels like we need to, take action now as far as shrinking the budget, or if we need to kind of wait and see until, tax time comes and how we make out there.
So may I give a little brief input on this?
Sure, please.
Yeah.
So one thing that I shared previously with Michael, and this is my personal opinion, is we have applied to this grant. We don't have a response to it yet. I would encourage the select board to personally wait to see if we do get the grant, because even at that time, if the budget shortfalls for the next fiscal year are such that we really the town would not be in a place to spend $35,000, which is what 20% would be for this grant, we can decline the grant and we don't have to accept it. So I think that instead of saying no and backing out of the grant right now and losing it altogether, not knowing what our financial situation will be come October, I think would be poor foresight in my personal opinion.
Are there other members of the select board? I agree with you, Peter. Do other members of the select board have an opinion about this?
Well, my question would be, this is Rusty, what roads are we talking about paving and what condition are they in?
We are talking about paving 2 miles of Heinsberg Road from the Brattleboro line to the Halifax line. And I have a bunch of photographs that Danny sent to me of the road. It has not been paved in almost 9 years. If you want, I'm happy to share with you the photos. You can also drive the road yourself.
Well, to the Halifax line, some of that's dirt road, right?
Well, it stops at the bridge just before the Halifax line, right below the Hunt House.
Okay, I mean, Guilford keeps going a little ways.
Yeah, Guilford
right?
keeps going for about another 3/4 of a mile, but the pavement stops at that bridge about a couple hundred yards before it gets to Green River Road.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about Peter's recommendation that we wait to see whether we get the grant or not, and then make our decision about that in regard to this specific instance of budget cutting? Do we have Michael?
I'm in favor of that. Yeah.
I am too. What about you, John?
I'm comfortable with waiting.
Okay, and Rusty?
Yeah, I'm comfortable waiting.
Okay, Miranda?
Yes, I'm comfortable, and I'd like to hear what Danny thinks about the consequences of not paving it.
Well, actually, I can give a little bit of information very briefly on that, because I did speak to Dan about that last week, and he did state that should we get in a severe budget situation, that he feels that paving is certainly one of the first things that he could cut from his budget for the upcoming fiscal year without a real detrimental long-term effect on the town.
Interesting. Good. That's good to hear. That news. Michael, in regard to your question about should we be cutting the budget now or making budget cuts now, it's not on the agenda. We can put a discussion of that on the agenda for our next meeting. How's that?
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, great. Let's move on.
Like to have, it's hard to, like, with the open meeting laws, like, I'd like to just, with the 5 of us, just get some thoughts out there where we're all listening at the same time.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sale of the town truck. Peter, do you want to talk about that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So, obviously, at the 2 weeks ago at the last meeting, you folks approved the purchase of the new 1-ton truck in line with the capital plan for the highway crew, and Dan had already had several inquiries from a variety of local businesses just stating that in the future, if the town did have a truck for sale, that they would be interested. So Dan approached 3 different local businesses based in Guilford who had expressed previous interest and stated that it would be on a first come, first served basis. He gave them all the same amount of time to reply, and noted that Mike Kachuk from MT3 had come back to Dan saying that he was interested. Dan was initially asking $25,000 for the truck, and Mike offered $20,000. And one thing I did share with Richard at the end of last week is that in a conversation Dan was having with the dealer in finalizing the details of the new truck, he told him that he had an offer of $20,000, and the dealer told him that was $7,000 to $8,000 more than they expected that we'd be able to get for the truck. So it's a very good.
Not $78,000 more than we expected to get.
$7,000 to $8,000 more from the sale price.
78. Sorry.
I'm sorry. So yes, so
our truck has been sold, and we are $20,000 the richer for it.
Correct. So the thing is that Richard was just looking for the select board to see if anyone had any opposition to selling the truck to MT3.
No opposition. Seems like the assistant fire warden is a great candidate for.
Great, and it's and kudos to Dan for staying on the case and getting the $20,000 for the truck, which lessened the cost of the new truck. Very good. Let's move on. RFP for Tater Lane Culvert Project. That's in your wicket, Peter.
Yes. So at midweek last week, I received an email from VTrans notifying us that we can now begin work on existing grant projects. So last summer, we had been awarded a structures grant to replace or actually upsize and replace a culvert on Tater Lane that has collapsed and is in very poor condition. And since receiving that, so the next step is I need to put together an RFP and put it out. However, in conversation with Richard, we thought it prudent to inquire from the select board, given our current situation, whether or not we should pursue putting out an RFP. So this grant is for $175,000, and the town's share of that is 10%. So it's $17,500 is what we would be the maximum of what we would have to pay for that project.
And even if we put out the RFP, it doesn't mean that we have to go forward with the project.
That is correct. We do have language in our model, or not our model, but our RFP template that does indicate that if it is in the best interest of the town to not complete the project, that we have the option to do so.
And if anyone's driven up that road lately, it is a mess. It's pretty rough, Tater Lane.
I'm in favor of putting out the RFP.
I am too. Is there any Miranda?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Don?
Yes.
And Rusty?
I'm fine with that.
Good, thank you. Excellent. So the RFP shall be sent.
Okay, I will work on that.
Thanks, Peter. The next item, we're moving right along here. The next item on the agenda is under old business, and it's the budget scenarios. And I wasn't planning to have an extensive conversation about that, but Peter's Excel spreadsheet, that's what I was referring to, which showed us, I had here a moment ago, which showed us how much at what, 10%, 15%, 20%, and 40% of budget cutting, how much actual dollars that comes to?
Correct.
Yeah. Did you all get a chance to look at that?
Yes.
Does anybody have any comment about that? I think that would be a good tool for us when we have our conversation in 2 weeks about what to do about the budget at this present time. That would be very helpful. But Randy, Rusty, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, just I'm for what you guys were talking about. Yes.
Oh, okay. So I do have it here.
I did have a conversation with Penny this afternoon when I came into the office and shared with her some brief information about the spreadsheet I shared with all of you. And from things that she has been hearing as well, she said that she's anticipating that the shortfall is likely going to be somewhere between the 20 and the 40% range, thinking that, the situation, hoping that it won't be 40%, but that it wouldn't be unforeseen to see that amount. And with that, she has already taken some steps to amend her portion of the budget and has made some changes which are going to go into effect July 1st, and that's going to cut $66,000 from the budget as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just glancing through the spreadsheet, I noticed that the Cemetery Commission has more money than any other commission. And while I haven't discussed the budget with the Cemetery Commission, I'm sure that we can donate back, you know, some of the money that we have in our rollover reserves.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, in that sense, for all of the commissions, all three of the, or technically, yeah, all three of the commissions that are noted there, the planning, or actually all four of them, all have reserves in the reserve fund, and it would be easier to just eliminate the current year budget and have folks use the reserve funds that they have for each of those commissions, if it's necessary.
Right.
Right. So I think that, you know, it would be important. I don't know, do we need to know what in regard to our discussion in 2 weeks, do we need to know the exact steps that Penny is taking in regard to her getting $66,000 out of the budget, or because that number would be helpful to us to know that we are going to be dealing with $66,000 that's already taken out.
So those
request a short summary, you know, written of what those cuts are.
Those cuts would have to be discussed in executive session because they relate to personnel. So those cuts actually are something that we could not discuss publicly, which we can do if that's like what the select board wants.
Yeah.
We need to be able to look at every possibility. So yes, I think we all have to go into executive session at some point. Not that I recommend it at all, but you know.
We do have to cut somewhere, and that's.
Yeah.
Well, so I think that
if we can't do it publicly.
Right. So why don't I have a discussion with Penny and talk with her about the select board's interest in hearing more specifically about the cuts that she's making in the town's budget, and then what her opinion is about going into executive session. Perhaps can we invite her into an executive session?
Absolutely, you can invite whomever you wish to be there. It just can't be discussed publicly.
Right, and for good reason. So, what does the select board think about that?
So,
well, Richard, I think that. Oh, okay, Michael, do you want to talk?
All right, go ahead.
Oh, I mean, we have our financial advice committee, or whatever it's called.
Finance advisory.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said it's called the Finance Advisory Committee.
Yes, I mean, I think that we need to get all of the information possible and go into an executive session with the people that we've invited to help us.
Yep. So I will talk also to the Finance Advisory Committee, which has not had a launch meeting yet. I think it's on the horizon. Peter, has there been a date set out? As far as I know, there hasn't been.
No, we are struggling to find a date in which everyone can meet. So there were some emails today back and forth about figuring that out, and I'm waiting for a response. I've received a response from Rusty, and he's the only one at the moment. But that was just this afternoon or early afternoon.
Okay.
Never mind. I'll talk to you privately, Richard. Never mind.
Okay. So yes. So I will. I'll talk to Peter, and I'll talk to Sheila about the Finance Advisory Committee role in this. And as you remember, we added the task of their advisory capacity in regard to perhaps developing a new budget in the context of meeting the potential to make that we might have to make cuts. So the committee is aware of that. It's in their charge, actually. Okay, so just to summarize what we've just done now is that I know that Richard and Peter are going to talk about the Finance Advisory Committee. I'm going to talk to Sheila about the Finance Advisory Committee and letting Sheila know that we're planning to talk about budget matters at our next meeting. And what else was there? Did you have?
I was just curious. So, I mean, what's the point? I'm not opposed to it. I'm just curious what the point of talking about it at the next meeting versus this meeting was. I'm not sure what we'll know more than that we know now.
It wasn't on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
Well, the budget scenario stuff was on the agenda tonight, which is.
Do people want to discuss the budget now? I frankly don't feel like it, but but I'm
Well, I'd like to have the stuff in front of us.
What?
You know, to look over things, you know, not just do stuff off the cuff.
Yeah, that's the way I feel.
Is there a chance that I don't know what the governor's planning, but is there a chance that we'll be able to meet in person in 2 weeks?
There'll be a press conference on Wednesday and Friday of this week, and hopefully we will find out more information at that point. At this time, the answer is no, but we don't know what those 2 press conferences hold.
Well, is it possible? I mean, given his statement of May 6th, people can meet in groups outside of no more than 10. You know, in a social way. Why couldn't the select board meet outside? Because we're not a group of more than 10.
I like the idea of meeting outside.
It still has to. The only situation is it still has to be open to the public.
Well, we can arrange that.
But then it can't be more than 10.
Correct. And we cannot restrict people who want to participate in a select board meeting.
But could we have them join us by phone?
Instead of working out the details on this during the meeting right now, how about we'll work on the details and I'll be in communication with Richard about this.
Okay, right. And so what I'm hearing is it would be, and I feel this very strongly, that it would be good if we could get together to talk about the budget in person. I find it very difficult with, personally, with having a lot of papers and a lot of knowledge that we need to have, doing it remotely. And I think others of you feel that way too. Am I correct?
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, Michael.
I'm a little unclear. I mean, I understand Penny has some recommendations, but where does that sort of fall into the schedule here of all these various financial events that we're talking about?
I'm not sure I follow your question, Michael.
Well, I mean, somebody said Penny has $66,000 worth of cuts she's recommending.
Correct. Well, not recommending that she's going to make effective July 1st, which she has the authority to do as an independently elected official.
Right. It's not our budget.
Okay. All right.
That's to the town clerk and the town treasurer budgets.
Okay. So she has right. Got it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thanks.
Okay.
The select board goals. Did everybody have a chance to look at the brilliant preface that we saw there? I just wanted to make sure that we saw that and that we I don't think that we've approved these yet, right? We're going to approve them or not at this moment.
Well, you approved the goals at the last meeting, but it was the discussion of the preface.
Okay, so did everyone have a chance to look at the preface? And I don't think we have to vote on the preface, do we, since we already approved the goals?
Correct.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that the select board had read the preface, and if anybody had a problem with it, then we have a problem. No problem?
Did the preface go out? I don't think the preface went out to everyone, did it?
I thought it did.
I thought I have it in front of me.
Oh, good for you. Great. I don't know where it is.
It was in the folder. You put it
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure I saw it in the.
Well, I'll read it to you. It's brief. May I read it?
Please. Yeah, I don't see it in the folder.
Okay. Each year, the Guilford Select Board sets short and longer term goals called visions below, in addition to our ongoing responsibilities. From these goals, we create a work plan as a framework to guide our actions. With the rise of the COVID-19 pandemic, we questioned whether the entire plan might be inappropriate. The Select Board agreed to move forward, acknowledging that community safety and preparedness are now among our highest priorities. During this crisis, we are collaborating with State Representative Sarah Coffey, as well as with Guilford's vital commissions, community organizations, and neighborhood volunteers who strengthens our response. And that's the preface. And then it goes into Vision 1, Guilford is a welcoming, inclusive, affordable, sustainable community. And then we have the steps that are the framework for that particular vision/goal.
Yeah, what Zon did is that he took the spreadsheet and turned it into more of, something easier for the public to understand. And our idea was that we could put this on the website and perhaps even put it on Front Porch Forum, because I feel as if it's part of our transparency.
So So right now we've already approved the goals, if you recall. And we're not voting on the preface. I just wanted to know if anybody had any problem with the verbiage in that preface.
Yeah, it sounded reasonable to me.
Oh, sounds good to me.
Okay, very good. Let's move on then. COVID-19 update, Peter.
Yes. So, based on several different conference calls that I have been a part of in the past 2 weeks, as well as the governor's press conference earlier today, they have noted that Vermont has stabilized as far as is stabilizing as far as our cases of COVID-19, and we are now have the third lowest case rate in the country. Our case rates are now doubling approximately every 3 months instead of days or weeks, as other similar areas of New England and the country. The state is also using a broad spectrum of metrics, which I won't go into the details right now, but to review a variety of stages or steps to reopen the state throughout this summer. And the different models they are looking at could be anywhere from complete reopening, which would have fairly devastating effects on Vermont and a dramatic increase of COVID cases, to a staged approach similar to what the governor has been taking over the past 2 weeks, and not seeing any increases. The governor also announced today that child care centers may reopen on the 1st of June as long as they follow state guidelines. Last Friday, he announced that summer day camps may proceed as long as the summer day camps also follow state guidelines. And to assist both the child care centers and day camps to meet the state standards, the state anticipates making up to $6 million in safety grants available to organizations to facilitate that. Unfortunately, this time, due to COVID-19, they still feel, they being the state, particularly the Agency of Education, feels that it is unsafe to have in-person graduation ceremonies and no in-person instruction for schools at this time. And then lastly, they announced today that under certain restrictions that retailers may open, and the restrictions can be found on the Agency of Commerce and Community Development website.
Thank you, Peter. Any comments or questions? Excellent. Let's move on. The warrant.
Get them. Okay. I move that we pay the following warrants. Payroll week 5/3/20 for the sum of $7,908.59. Payroll week 5/10/20 for the sum of $5,932.46. And expense warrant number 2021 for the sum of $132,000 $364.02, and expense warrant number FW21 for the sum of $58.50 for a total of $146,263.57. So the main expenses here were for the truck that we've already discussed, and also for retirement funds.
Thank you, Brenda.
For,
Do I have a second? I'll second. Thank you, Michael. Okay, discussion? I'll take the roll then. Don?
Yes.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Miranda?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, any communications here?
None.
All right. Do we have action taken?
I have the actions from the previous meeting. So you approved the Guilford Country Store liquor and tobacco license. You approved the purchase of the new truck. You appointed Ann Ryder to the FAC. You adopted the select board annual goals. You delayed the hiring of an administrative assistant. I was to make some estimates of potential budget shortfalls and what they would look like for the FY21 budget. There were 2 letters to be written related to the Lee Road dog incident. A friendlier message was to be added to the sign about the town office closures. Veranda and Zahn would write the preface to the select board goals. Peter would put the goals on the website, and then, yeah.
Very good. Most of that.
Has the sign been changed? A few people have talked to me about that.
Yeah, it has.
It was changed as of Thursday afternoon when I drove past it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, and then actions to be taken, Peter?
Actions to be taken from this meeting is I am to return the fire warden recommendations to the state. I am to coordinate with Richard and Michael on finalizing the details of the new dog ordinance to be presented at the next select board meeting. I am to share the letter that was written last week with the dog owner for the incident on Lee Road with the select board. And I am to put out the RFP for the project on Tater Lane. And that was it.
Very good. Thank you. Do I have a motion for adjournment? 8 o'clock, precisely.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, Rusty, thank you. Michael, are you seconding?
I'd be happy to second. Yeah.
And is there any discussion?
I think we should rehearse for next meeting, so we won't have so much in the way of technical difficulties.
Yeah, we've had a lot of technical difficulties, and I apologize if it's not my fault, but I mean, it does make it more difficult to have a smooth flowing meeting. Peter, maybe we want to look at, we can talk about, maybe we want to look at another platform like Zoom or GoToMeeting, which I'm not sure have this much difficulty. Anyway, was there a motion to adjourn?
Yeah, but you just needed to take the vote, Richard.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you, Peter. Zahn?
Yes.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Miranda?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries, and thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone, and sorry for the technicals. We will make this better, I'm sure.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 370th edition of Energy Week. Today is the 7th of May, and we're covering news on energy and climate change from April 30th to the 6th of May.
That's what I got.
That's what you got. I am George Harvey, and the other voice you hear is the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. And we are doing this because of the coronavirus. We're doing it from home. And Tom, you almost always have comments. I have to say where the information is available. Do you want to go ahead or should I?
Yeah, we got a picture coming here. I hope you have the pictures.
We do, but I would say anybody who is watching this show can read the articles that we're talking about either at my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and you can click on the date that we're starting on the 30th of April, or there is a file that's uploaded to BCTV and from there to elsewhere, and there's also a link to the blog that we use to set the show up. It's almost a script. So you were going to say, Tom, I'm sorry.
Well, there's certainly some good stuff to look up. If you listen to the show, some of these things you will find very interesting. Some of them are very long. And I'll try to call out to your attention.
Okay, good.
So we got an amazing thing that we've never seen before. It's called a nodding donkey.
We've been seeing a lot of these guys lately. This one is, and the actual title on the article had to do with sunsetting on a nodding donkey.
That's exactly what I have here.
This article is from CNN. What do you got for a title, Tom?
The world may never recover its thirst for oil.
The world is learning to live with less oil. The coronavirus pandemic has destroyed demand for gasoline and jet fuel as billions of people stay home, and there's no guarantee it will ever fully recover despite rock-bottom prices. The oil industry is bracing for the effects of the crisis to linger.
Well, we've been talking about this exact stuff, and we will mention it again. This came from CNN, by the way.
Yeah.
And they usually do a pretty good job.
They generally do, yeah.
And I got a little takeaway here. Citizens in once polluted cities, having become accustomed to blue skies, demand tougher emissions controls, encouraging governments to redouble efforts to tackle the climate crisis.
Yeah.
That's a mouthful.
It is. And of course, we've also got more behind this because people are learning to work at home in a lot of cases who have never done it before.
Yeah.
And people are learning that air travel puts you in a position where social distancing is next to impossible in many cases. And
absolutely.
You know, we're seeing the world is
the world will change.
Yeah, the world is going to change. There's no doubt about it in my mind. So should we go on?
Yeah, let's move along. We got another unusual picture here.
Yeah.
It's an offshore wind farm.
Yes. And this one comes from gcaptain.com.
That's what I say. Yeah. Never heard of them, but I picked it up.
I never heard of them either. I tried to figure out what I could about them and didn't learn very much.
Well, this is the title. Renewable energy helps utilities survive virus slump.
This is really interesting. Energy companies from Ørsted AS to Iberdrola SA reported robust first quarter earnings in a period that has been bedeviled by a slump in energy demand and a collapse of gas prices. Large wind and solar portfolios have so far protected those companies from the worst effects of the crisis.
Well, this is a quote from the article. There is complete consensus that the road to economic recovery must be green.
Well, that is something that I'm seeing a lot of. I don't see anybody writing articles saying we need more coal, oil, and gas. I just don't see it. And
well, there's one more sentence here that I've got, a roundup. The article is a roundup of the key energy earnings from Ørsted, Iberdrola, Vattenfall, and Naturgy.
okay.
So it shows you what these companies are doing.
Yeah. In a year ago, on the idea that the price of oil would go below zero, what do you suppose you would have picked as a number?
I don't know how long I would have left.
Okay. I think do you think you would have gone with 1 in 10,000, 1 in a million?
Something like that.
Okay. What would you have picked as a number if I'd said, what are the odds that the price of oil is going to go up to $500 a barrel?
I would say the odds are good.
Okay. Now
I would have said the odds are good.
Here's the problem. If for these companies that are dealing and people who are dealing with fossil fuels, they're looking at this and saying, in a lot of cases, if the price of oil can go negative, what can happen to it on the up end? Because if they're dependent on oil or gas to power a fossil fuel powered generating plant, or to drive their fleet of buses or whatever it is, they have to be able to pay for the power. It's easy to pay for something that's negative, but that's not going to last very long. What if the price goes up? And this whole thing of the price going negative has made people who are dependent on the price of oil scared.
Say that again. I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean.
Price of oil went negative.
Yep.
And it scared the people who are dependent on oil because they know if it can go negative, it can go high many times that amount.
If it goes negative, it means they don't get paid for their oil. They got to pay to store it.
I'm talking about the users, the people who build natural gas power plants, for example. And natural gas prices are tied to the prices of oil. If you're going to build a power plant, would you build a natural gas plant right now, knowing that the price of oil is so volatile that it can actually go negative for a period of days?
Well, the downside of that is it can go very positive high within the next few days. It's very uncertain, and companies are going bankrupt because of it.
Yeah, the uncertainty has become blaringly obvious. That's the point I was trying to make. Maybe I should escape from that. Do you want to go to the next one, or do you have more to say about this?
Let's move on to the next one here.
Okay.
It's more of the same.
More of the same. We have a coal-burning power plant. Imagine.
Yeah, we do. I've got it here. It's just that I got it hasn't come up on my screen yet, but there it is.
There it is.
Coal-burning power plant in Bergheim, Germany.
Yeah.
And what it says is here is the COVID-19 crisis will wipe out demand for fossil fuels, says the IEA.
Now,
You're going to tell us what the IEA is.
I am indeed. That is the International Energy Agency, and that is an agency that's in the UN. And I want to point out, this is not the EIA, which is the Energy Information Administration that is part of the U.S. Department of Energy, and it's also not, and this is the important one, the IRENA, which is the International Renewable Energy Agency. I want to point that out because the International Energy Agency used to be blamed a lot for being actually almost being so optimistic about fossil fuels that they sounded like they were promoting them. And here...
It's alphabet soup to me.
What?
It's alphabet soup to me.
Yeah. Well, they're not doing that anymore. The International Energy Agency said the outbreak of COVID-19 would wipe out demand for fossil fuels by prompting a collapse in energy demand 7 times as great as the slump caused by the global financial crisis. It said renewable energy will continue to grow.
I think that's pretty accurate.
I think so. And
well, there's a takeaway here is global energy demand was likely to plummet by the equivalent of the combined energy demand of France, Germany, Italy, and the UK. This is significant.
It is. It's a significant decline.
And there's a takeaway here is renewable electricity will be the only source resilient to the global energy shock.
See, this is the thing that is really important to understand. We're going to see this in the next article. Maybe I should hold off on talking until we get to that next article. Do you have more on this one?
No, I don't. And this one's coming closer to home.
Yep, it is. This is from Power Engineering Magazine, and we have a picture of the Indian Point nuclear plant.
Well, the article refers directly to that, and it says Indian Point 1 gigawatt nuclear plant Unit 2 is closing permanently.
And the synopsis I have says, tonight, April 30th, with the push of a red button, one of 2 operating nuclear reactors at the Indian Point Energy Center along the Hudson River, north of New York City, will shut down. The plant is 24 miles from Manhattan. Demolition is projected to cost $2.3 billion. That's billion with a B.
For sure. Came from Power Engineering Magazine.
It sure did.
Now, what I say about it is the 1,020 megawatt Unit 2 reactor will close for good. And the 1,040 megawatt Unit 3 will close next year in April 2021.
Yeah.
And the energy they are providing will be replaced largely by natural gas plants.
Yeah. I want to point out one thing that came up a lot in the news in the month prior to this closing was people saying we've got a pandemic going on. This is a bad time to close a nuclear power plant. And the thing that these people didn't understand is that right now it might be impossible. It might not be impossible, but it might be impossible to prevent the Unit 3 reactor from closing down, because if it didn't close down in April next year, it would have to refuel, and it takes over a year to get the fuel. So it at this point is kind of touch and go whether they'd even be able to get the fuel.
Yeah, they would have to be ordering it, as you say, right now.
Yeah, they should have ordered it a couple of months ago, but they've made a deal that the plant would close, so it's probably going to close. The thing is, these nuclear plants are baseload plants, and people who say, and they still say, we need baseload power to know that we're going to be able to turn the lights on at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning in the spring when the power load is the lowest on the grid. That lowest is the base load. And baseload power plants are designed to cover that load. And the thing that makes them what they are is that they have been built with the idea of efficiency of scale specifically for that purpose. And
historically, if they need more power, they've had to go to a peaking plant, and the peaking electricity has been expensive.
It's been expensive, but you know what happens if you have a pandemic like we've got, and the base load that you have expected is actually significantly greater than the real demand. That means that these baseload plants have to close, and it can take a nuclear plant a week or 2 to come back to power once it's closed. Yeah. And that's also true, but not quite as long for coal and natural gas baseload plants. And the result of that is that if the demand is that unpredictable, then baseload plants actually have to operate at less than full efficiency, which means that they become very expensive to operate. And then what's happening is we're seeing renewable energy coming on the grid that is cheap, and we're going to have an article about that later in this show. Solar power breaking but
absolutely. Well, it's happening. I mean, it's inevitable.
It's happening, and what's happening is that if you want to shut down a wind turbine or shut off a solar farm, you can do that. It's easy. And then if you want it back again, you just tell it to come back again. And if the wind is blowing in that particular place, you've got it. But if it isn't blowing in that particular place, it's going to be blowing someplace else. So,
well, the technology to store energy is rapidly advancing.
That's the other one, Tom. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with that. You did indeed.
And that's going to change a lot of things.
Oh, is it ever? Okay, we are up.
Along here, we got a nice picture of some underwater things.
underwater things. This is
It's like a clam in the middle there and a bunch of tubular life, I guess they are.
They're called tube worms.
Well, I won't call you a liar for that one.
We're up to Friday, May 1st, and this article comes from Clean Technica.
And it says, I quote, "The ocean genome helps fight disease. Here's how we save it." This is important.
It is. One thing that the authors of this, and there were like 5 authors for this thing, and the names made it sound to me like possibly not all of them spoke English as their native language. So I'm not going to blame them for this, but the word genome that they used is not correct here. What they really meant was biome. Genome is the genes in an organism. They're talking about the ocean biome where they...
Yes, they are.
Where they are talking about the mix of animals and plants. But anyway, to quote them, even though they're using this word a little incorrectly, the ocean plays a surprising role in fighting COVID-19. This is something I didn't know. The ocean genome is a rich source of antiviral compounds and enzymes from remarkable hydrothermal vent bacteria have been key to the technology in virus test kits, including those used to diagnose COVID-19. Who'd have thought?
Well, this is a long and informative article. This is a good article.
It's a good article to read.
You got about 3 weeks to read it.
Yeah. You know, I just noticed right next to that clam is a shrimp.
I didn't see that.
It's climbing on one of those tubes. It's looking up.
Oh yeah, small. Yeah.
Isn't that funny? But anyway, that's and what they're saying is these animals and plants that live in the ocean, we need them. We need them in order to deal with problems that we have on land, and that makes that ocean, the ecology of the ocean, the environmental quality of the ocean, very important.
Well, there's something from the article. It's originally a quote from the World Health Organization.
Yeah.
It says countries need to do 3 things to successfully fight this pandemic: test, test, and test.
What was that second one, Tom?
Test, test, and test.
Okay.
Multiple threats face the ocean genome. Again, the wrong word.
Yeah.
Which is this is what they define it as: the genetic material present in all marine organisms.
Well, you know, that comes pretty close to being genome, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the information it encodes is the foundation upon which marine ecosystems rest.
Yeah, maybe they got that word right and I got it wrong.
Well, this seems to be the way they're using it anyhow.
Yeah. Okay.
And the information, well, the article lists 5 ways to protect and share the ocean genome, which I'm not going to list here, but it's worth looking up.
Worth looking at, yeah. Okay.
Oh, we got a nice picture here.
Yes, of a map
of the U.S. U.S. with the U.S. shale plays in it. It's interesting to note that there's none in New England.
I was actually going to say that too, Tom. There are a couple of places where there's none, but we don't have to worry about shale oil or shale gas in New England. But you know, obviously the Marcellus play and so forth, the Bakken, which is in northern North Dakota and Montana, and
well, we don't have to go very far from New England because over the border in New York State, there's a very large play that begins down almost where the 3 states, New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, come together.
Yes,
and it goes right straight down into West Virginia, and it's a big play.
It is a big play, and it is one of the reasons why people, you know, the oil companies were very upset when the state of New York said, we're not going to allow you to do any fracking.
And this is all frackable stuff.
Yeah, it is. Okay, this is from CNN, and you have the keys to the title.
The oil bankruptcies are just beginning. Here's who could be next.
Wow.
Scary.
The oil crash is blocking U.S. fracking companies from accessing cheap credit that fueled their prolific rise. That reversal of fortunes could prove fatal for over-leveraged shale oil companies, and the weakest players are likely to get tipped into bankruptcy. Don't worry. the economic stimulus will save these guys. You can do a lot with $2.2 trillion.
Oh, you can't do that. Well, the article here says that virtually unlimited borrowing allowed shale companies to dramatically ramp up production, whether that oil was needed or not.
Yes.
So U.S. prices now, at the time they wrote this, average just $30 per barrel, a price too low for virtually any U.S. shale company to turn a profit.
Yeah.
Now, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So no one wants to lend money to a shale oil company that can't generate enough cash flow at cheap prices.
And the shale oil companies are not borrowing money to do something that they're not already doing, except for one thing, and that is to pay off loans that they've already got that they can't otherwise pay off. That is bad. That's like supporting yourself on credit cards.
Well, there's one big wild card according to this, and that's President Trump's promise to rescue the oil industry.
Yeah, well,
the next article that we're going to talk about is exactly on that.
Yeah, and well, yeah, okay. Should we go on?
Yeah, we might just as well.
Okay, our next article is on Saturday, May 2nd, and it comes from EchoWatch.
And it says the Trump administration sits on $43 billion intended for clean energy loans, while unemployment soars.
Why?
Yeah, well, you're going to tell us. There's a picture there of the Alamosa Solar Project in Colorado.
Yeah, I'll mention that too, but let me read the synopsis first. While the nation struggles to find ways to ramp up the economy so people can get back to work, over $43 billion in low-interest loans earmarked for clean energy projects stands undistributed by the Trump administration, according to the New York Times.
He's not spending the money.
Why would he do that? I mean, there's a stimulus, and this is money that had been already put in the...
allocated.
It had been allocated before the stimulus was needed.
Absolutely.
Those solar arrays that you see in this picture, by the way, the Alamosa solar array, those are not quite what they appear to be.
Oh, yeah?
Well, they're not regular solar panels. They're concentrating solar panels that are held inside containers where the sunlight is concentrated with Fresnel lenses. And if anybody doesn't know what a Fresnel lens is, it's a lens that has its surface stepped. And you see this, for example, in a lighthouse. There's a circular lens around the light, and it has steps in the glass. And the reason why it's got those steps is because they're not really all that concerned about exactly where that light is going. They just want it to go out. They could build a lens that was really, really thick, but what they do is they step it down so it's not so thick. And
they can make the lens really thin.
They can make the lens really thin. Sometimes you see that in the back window of a camper, for example, where there's a thing that's maybe a foot square and it's circular. That is a very powerful lens that gives the person driving the vehicle a picture out the back window, a broad angle picture. But those Fresnel lenses on these mounts that these things are on, each of which I think maybe carries 50 of these solar panels, are gigantic. And those boxes in the middle of the screen, I think, might be 5 or 6 feet tall. And
those are the electrical connections.
Those are the electrical connections. They might be 4 feet tall, but these panel assemblies on tracking mounts are probably 8 inches to a foot thick, and these are big. They're really big.
So these lenses are concentrating the solar, which would be raising the efficiency of the solar panels.
In most solar panels, it would destroy the efficiency by making them overheat, but this is a special kind of solar panel.
Well, there's a lot of people working on a lot of ideas, and some of them are going to be good ones.
Yep. But here we are. We have $43 billion in low-interest loans that could be made for clean energy, and the administration, for some reason, even though it's throwing money at the, conservatives that I've known, and I've always been kind of conservative, and I had a lot of conservative friends, would have been horrified at the idea of just saying, let's throw money at this problem. They talked a lot about how the liberals' solution was to throw money at problems, but what's going on in Washington now is not, I think, what they would have approved of, even though the last of them that I talked to, and most of those guys were getting old and have died. But he was saying, well, you know, we'll just see where this administration is going. I think he died a year ago, and I think he would have been very disappointed at the idea of throwing money at a problem. But these low interest loans should be part of the solution. And they're not.
Well, they've been earmarked from Congress a long time ago, but he's not spending them.
Well, I think, in fact, he would prefer to see renewable energy go away.
I think he would too. He's certainly not a fan of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on here.
Okay.
There's a picture of some very similar panels.
Yeah.
And the sign there says, "Have a sunny day."
And that's what the caption says.
Absolutely.
Which it says because I wrote it. Okay. This is an article from Clean Technica.
Houston surprises. 100% renewable energy will lead to $65 million in savings in 7 years. Huh?
Yeah. Mayor Sylvester Turner announced that the city of Houston, this is Houston, Texas, not Houston, Montana or something like this. This is a city. This is a big city. Has committed to purchasing 100% renewable energy through a renewed partnership with NRG Energy. The city will realize $65 million in savings over a 7-year contract that they signed.
Well, to give you some idea of the size of Houston, it's the top municipal user of renewable energy in the country. And it plans to power all municipal operations with renewable energy, which is estimated to see a $9 million reduction in its annual electricity bill.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're looking at this pretty closely, and they're hoping for some good savings.
Well, it looks like they're getting them. You know.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting them already.
Yes. You got more on that, or should we go on?
No, let's move on to the next one.
Okay, this is from Environment and Energy Leader, and we have a picture of wind turbines in the mountains.
It looks like that. Yeah, it does. Could have fooled me.
It fooled me. Well, there's a lake in the foreground.
Yeah, there is, isn't there?
Yeah. It's not terribly obvious given the colors we've got, but that's I believe that's what it is. If it is,
I think that's what it is. Yeah. Well, a report. Are you going to read that? International report makes business case for renewables investment.
Okay. A report from the International Renewable Energy Agency. Remember, I was talking about the International Energy Agency and not the International Renewable Energy. Now I'm talking about the International Renewable Energy Agency, which is called IRENA.
IRENA, yes.
Makes a business case for investment in renewables. It says future decarbonization is still possible despite the economic shutdown from the pandemic, and it highlights climate-safe options for investment.
I'll list those four because they're quick.
Okay.
Rapid decline in renewable energy costs.
Yeah.
Air quality improvements.
Yeah.
Enhanced energy security.
Yep.
And socioeconomic benefits. They all make sense.
They all make sense, absolutely. And, you know, enhanced energy security is something that I think the Trump administration doesn't understand. They think that if we pump as much oil as we can to the point that we're exporting it, that means that we are energy secure, but it still makes us dependent on oil and gas. And if we want to be dependent on something, it's a whole lot better, I think, to be dependent on the fact that the wind is going to blow fairly frequently and most of the time, and the sun is going to shine every day. And by the way, I should mention this because a lot of people don't understand it. Photovoltaic panels, the PVs that are used for solar power, produce electricity even when it's raining if it's daylight hours.
If it's daylight, they work. Absolutely.
They still work. All they need is light. They will not produce as much as electricity as they would if the sun were shining brightly. But, you know, a friend of mine who has a big solar array and batteries and is entirely dependent on that has told me that the batteries produce about 50% sometimes of what they would on a sunny day. When it's raining and dark out, they still charge the batteries.
Okay. Makes sense.
We are up to Sunday, May 3rd, and this is an interesting photograph of of what is called MV Osprey.
Yeah, it's delivering jackets for the Moray First East Wind Farm. Moray First East Wind Farm.
Yeah. Tom, are you aware of what they call semi-submersible heavy lift ships?
No.
Well, this is what you're seeing in this picture is a
very unusual looking ship.
Yeah, that is a semi-submersible heavy lift ship.
Okay.
And it's called the MV Osprey. I was fascinated by this, so I did a little research on it. You'll notice that there are 2 tugboats pushing that ship up to the quay.
Okay.
That ship has 2 bridges.
I thought it did.
A bow bridge and a stern.
Yeah, it looks like that.
And the reason is because you know those big substations they put out on offshore wind farms?
Yeah, we've talked about them.
This is
they're like hotels.
Yeah, this is the kind of vessel that delivers them.
Okay.
And you know, as I went through pictures of these, it wasn't this ship; it was a different ship. It happened to be owned by the same company, OHT, which is Offshore Heavy. I'm going to say Transit, but it's a Norwegian company with an English title. But nevertheless, you remember the USS Cole, which got bombed by Al Qaeda years ago?
I don't remember that.
Well, it was an Arleigh Burke class destroyer.
Okay.
Okay, now my father was on 3 destroyers during the Second World War. One of them was Wickes class. It was First World War. It was a tiny bit more than 1,000 tons. The second and third were Fletcher class, and they were a little over 2,000 tons. But the Arleigh Burke destroyers, believe it or not, are over 6,000 tons.
They're big.
That's the size of a light cruiser.
Yeah.
And when the Cole was bombed and a big hole was put in its side, it was brought back to the United States for repair on a ship that looked like this.
Oh, no kidding.
And what they can do is they can submerge that ship so that flat deck goes maybe 10 meters below the waterline, and then float the ship that they want to transport onto it, and then lift it out of the water and go for a trip.
Well, that's interesting.
Isn't it? I saw another picture of a similar ship that was carrying 2 minesweepers. You know, I mean, this is a very different thing, but that's a 50,000-ton ship. And those stands are tall. You know.
Yes, big. They're big.
You know, they may be, I don't know. I'm going to guess they might be 12 stories, 15 stories tall. Okay, this article comes from Northern Times, and you, Tom, have the title.
Port of Nig takes delivery of massive offshore wind farm jackets for the Moray East development.
And one thing I should point out to anybody who wants to look at this article is that the Northern Times will not give you access to it unless you've got ad blocking off. Okay? Anyway, the synopsis is the heavy lift vessel MV Osprey delivered the first 8 out of 103 jacket structures to the 100-turbine Moray East offshore wind farm. The jacket structures will be taken to the wind farm site in the Moray Firth for installation. And the reason why 100 turbines need 103 jacket structures is because 3 of them are for the what are those things called? I just mentioned them.
Just talked about them.
Yeah, the
combination of a hotel and a energy collector.
That's what it is. But what do they call them? They call them. The word is just out of my.
We just talked about them, and I forget the word we used.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. A firth is a word meaning the same thing as a fjord or an inlet or a bay.
Yeah.
And a Moray Firth is in the far north of Scotland by Inverness.
Yes.
So it's way up there.
Way up there.
And did I read the title here? Yes, I did.
You read the word that we were trying to think of was substation.
Of course. Well, an installation vessel is going to lift these jackets that we see there into the sea and precisely connect them with pre-installed piles. So the turbines and the 3 offshore substation platforms, that's the word we were looking for, will then be installed on top of the jackets. And they hope this to be operational by 2022.
And this is, you know, this is a big wind farm, 100 turbines.
Very large wind farm, yep.
Do you have the capacity of the wind farm? I don't know, but I would guess it's probably at least 500 megawatts, because those turbines are going to be at least 5 megawatts.
I don't have that number.
Yeah, but you know, I just don't know. It could be double that.
Oh, they could be easily.
Yeah. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we got a nice picture coming up here.
I have a picture of the Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park, and every time I look at this picture, I want to shield my eyes.
I wonder why they named it after him, huh?
I don't know.
Well, it's from Dubai, so they speak Arabic there, and they got a lot of Mohammeds.
That they do, yes.
Well, Dubai achieves, in case you were wondering where it was, it's in Dubai. Dubai achieves a record lowest tariff for a solar project. I think we've mentioned this before.
We have, but we're going to mention it again next week because another one came in. Dubai is, well, let me read this.
It's one of the Arab Emirates. It's right near the east coast of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh, yes. Okay. Dubai achieves, let's see, Dubai Electric and Water Authority awarded the 900 megawatt PV fifth phase of the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park to a consortium led by Aqua Power, ACWA. The winning tariff, which was 1.6953 cents per kilowatt hour, establishes, so this
less than 2 cents, baby.
Yeah, this is a little bit less than 1.7 cents. Establishes a new global benchmark for the cost of solar PV energy, and this is from the Arab News. And I will tell you that in next week's show, we will be bringing up the fact that this record low has been broken.
Already. Wow. I wouldn't have bet on that.
I would not have bet on it, but the interesting thing is this was to supply Dubai, and the new one is to supply Abu Dhabi.
Okay.
Which is almost in the same place.
Well, these used to be protectorates. They were British protectorates.
Yeah.
And they saved them from being part of Saudi Arabia, basically.
By making them into the United Arab Emirates.
Eventually, that's what they became.
Yeah.
Yep. And this article says that the solar park will be the largest single-site solar park in the world.
Yeah. By the way, the new tariff that broke this one,
yeah,
a little bit below 1.7 cents. It was 1.35 cents, so it was a huge drop.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing? But
well, the current operational capacity of this one is 1.013 megawatts. And the fifth phase will bring the capacity to 2.863 megawatts, with future phases to reach 5,000 megawatts by 2030. So they're not playing games here.
No, they're not.
They're pretty serious.
Yes.
And you know, they got plenty, they still have oil.
Yeah.
They still have oil, so, you know, they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, I suppose they are. Okay, we should probably move on. We've got an article next on Clean Technica and a picture of a Modvion tower on a ferry boat.
That's exactly what we're seeing there.
And there's a good example of why a bridge is called a bridge in this picture.
I think you're right. It looks like a bridge, doesn't it?
The
sign on the back of the truck says long load, wide load.
Yeah, it sure does. Okay, what do you got for a title?
Modvion completes the first wind turbine tower in Sweden. We haven't talked about Sweden much at all.
No, but there's stuff coming up. Cross-laminated timber is lighter and stronger than steel. Now, we talked about this particular kind of tower, I think last week or the week before. But
well, we certainly talked about cross-laminated timber.
Yep, but there's more about it in this. It permits a narrower base for tall wind towers. The towers are modular and can be shipped in sections to be assembled on site, eliminating many of the transportation issues of wider steel masts. Now Modvion has built its test masts. These things, you can have parts of them and bolt them together, or however it is they're fastened, which means that you can where the tower is particularly wide, you can have that wide section divided into pieces that can conveniently fit under bridges and things.
I guess that's what's going on here.
Yeah.
Well, the article As the steel wind towers rise above 300 feet, the base diameters exceed 15 feet.
Yeah.
There's the limit for transport in most parts of the USA and the UL and
Yeah.
the EU.
Yeah.
So these modular towers solve this problem of the base diameters exceeding 15 feet.
Yeah. And by the way, you know the bridge in this ferry boat?
Yeah.
Those types of bridges first appeared when sailing vessels started getting side paddles.
Is that so?
From the stern of the ship, where the control was done, because the wheel had to be was conveniently near the rudder, you couldn't see a lot of what was in front of you because of those side paddles. So they built a bridge from one of them to the other as a way to be able to see past the bow of the ship.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Move on.
Move on to Monday, May 4th.
Very good idea. And we have an article here from the Sydney Morning Herald.
A picture of some interesting trees that are called snakewood.
They are, and you know, I thought these things might have been about 5 feet tall until I realized those two dark things above the one on the right are birds in flight. And,
oh yeah.
And if you look closely, there's a couple of birds perching on the tree on the left. But what do you got for a title?
Says trees.
Yeah, they're big.
Well, it says that the West Australia watchdog Greenlights, the world's biggest hybrid wind and solar hub.
This is mind-boggling. It's so big. A 15 gigawatt solar and wind renewable energy project in Western Australia got a green light for environmental approval. The proposed Asian renewable energy hub would supply the Pilbara power grid. This is a region of Western Australia. And it would develop a hub for generating green hydrogen, which is going to be exported to Asia.
Well, this is significant. The $22 billion project features a 1,700 solar panel array dotted through with 37 wind turbines.
Maybe that's where the money went that the Trump administration is sitting on.
Well, they're going to commence construction, they hope, in 2026. So this is going to happen. This isn't going to happen this year.
Not quite yet, but the size.
But it's a big project. I was looking it up on the map, and it's very large.
Yeah, and 15 gigawatts is like, it's huge. We were just talking about how big the one in Dubai was, and this is
bigger.
That size.
Like
yeah.
what?
Okay, is that enough on that, or do we want to? Well,
we've covered it on that. We don't have a picture of the map where it is on the area, but this is huge.
It's huge.
Pretty large. It's about 50 miles square.
I actually went out to find that picture of the snakewood trees because I wanted to show a picture of what the ground is like on Pilbara. And the map, I think to most people living in the United States, that map would really not mean anything. So there it is. The next picture that we have is the BNEF LCOE chart for 2019. BNEF is Bloomberg Renewable Energy Finance, and LCOE is Levelized Cost of Electricity. And the article comes from Renewables Now.
And it shows what has been happening to the price of renewables and more particularly what's been happening to the price of batteries.
Yeah, this is astonishing. That price of batteries thing is really mind-blowing.
Well, it's declining prices over 10 years.
Yeah.
And you got batteries, you got offshore wind, you got PV, and you got onshore wind, and they're all going down.
And the batteries are going down at an average of 30% per year.
Well, people have been making a lot of progress on batteries.
Sure.
After about 100 years of nothing.
Yes. I think there's probably people in the battery industry who would say, Tom, we haven't just been sitting here doing nothing. But what do you got for a title?
It's time Coalition listened to experts on climate change and energy and plotted a Green New Deal. This is a long article and it's very interesting.
Yeah. Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison often says he has yet to see evidence that lowering emissions fast enough to avert a climate crisis can be achieved in a way that doesn't create an economic crisis too.
Well, he's got an axe to grind.
Huh?
He's got an axe to grind.
He's got an axe to grind. And, I didn't put it up as a picture, but the picture that accompanied this article was Scott Morrison with his eyes closed.
Well, as you say, clearly he's not looking.
Yeah, clearly he's not looking. And
Well, the evidence has been abundantly available for years.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It can be found in the works of the International Energy Agency, the UN, the Australian Energy Market Operator, the big utilities, and any number of private and public think tanks and universities. And the article cites the sources to back that up.
Now, you know, Tom, when you and I started on our show, which was, I think, 2013, we were talking about how renewable energy would soon be so cheap that it would achieve what was called grid parity, and it would start taking over. And that's where
it's happening.
It's happening, and you can see it in this graph. We achieved grid parity for parts of the world 2 years ago, and for much of the world last year, and now they're saying for most of the world.
Well, the article says that wind and solar are now the cheapest option for new generation for 85% of the world's power supply.
Yeah.
The cost of wind has plunged 9% in the last 6 months alone.
Yeah.
Solar, like 5%. And battery storage costs, as you see in the picture there, are falling even faster.
Much, yes. We have to keep going, Tom. We don't have much time left.
Well, let's take a good look at Deep Green's exploration vessel.
Speaking of deep green, have you ever seen a sea that was this blue?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I've been across the ocean and it didn't look that blue.
No. Okay, this is from Clean Technica.
Well, oceans may be the best place to get EV battery metals. This is a very interesting article.
This is a fascinating article. A study which was commissioned by deep sea mining company Deep Green shows it would be better to get the metals needed for batteries from ocean nodules than to mine them on land. There is less net cost to society and less environmental damage mining metals from the ocean. And they're talking about nodules, and they have pictures of nodules, and they
look like black golf balls.
Yeah, or I was going to say they look like the charcoal briquettes that you use for cooking in cookouts in the summer, and they're almost 100% valuable.
Here's where they're coming from. Polymetallic modules on the sea floor, which apparently exist all over the place, can be collected without having to move rocks or dirt.
Yeah.
They're made of almost 100% usable minerals compared to ores mined from land, which have increasingly low yields, often below 1%.
Yeah.
And the land-based modules often contain toxic levels of deleterious elements, and they give very specific findings here.
They do.
It's an interesting article.
Interesting. Okay, we're up to Tuesday, May 5th, and we have a picture of a utility-scale battery.
You have to tell me that's what that was, because I couldn't figure it out by looking at it.
Well, this is actually only part of the battery, and
this is true.
It consists of a large number of battery cells,
all connected together. When you know what it is, it makes sense. But before looking at it, what the heck is that?
Okay, this came from Renews.
California utility leaks 770 megawatts of storage deals.
We've had reports after report after report of these utilities making deals on large amounts of storage, and here it is. Southern California Edison has signed 7 contracts totaling 770 megawatts for energy storage, battery energy storage, to help enhance the state's electric system reliability needs and integrate new renewable power. Most of the contracted battery projects are to be co-located with solar power plants, which makes perfect sense.
Makes sense.
Absolutely, it makes sense. And this again is one of the evidences that battery storage is cheaper than natural gas, and it is not only that, but it provides better quality electricity than natural gas does.
Well, it's really a match made in heaven.
It is.
The solar plants charge the batteries.
Yeah.
And then when the sun isn't shining, power comes from the batteries.
And the batteries can change output according to demand in tiny fractions of a second, where natural gas plants take a bit longer. And depending
a little bit, for sure.
Yeah, depending on the kind of plant, it might be a minute or 2 minutes up to 10 or 15 minutes. So
Let's move on here.
okay, we have a picture of a solar array with a coal plant in the background, or maybe it's a coal plant with a solar array in the foreground. I don't know which, but
something like that.
Okay, this comes from Sour Energy, and I want to point out Sour Energy is not SOUR energy. It is SAUR energy, and SAUR in German means the same as SOUR in English, but I kind of suspect that this is neither German nor English because it's
like sauerkraut, huh?
Yeah, like sauerkraut. This Sour Energy is an organization in India, so I think it probably
that's interesting. Yeah,
comes from a different source altogether.
Well, renewables top coal in U.S. generation every day in April.
Yep. Data from the Energy Information Administration shows that renewables generated more electricity than coal every day in the month of April. This impressive stretch actually began on March 25th and is still going as of May 3rd. And by the way, it is still going today as we're recording this, apparently. This point was not expected to be hit until 2021.
Well, the figures are even more remarkable when compared to 2019's annual total of 38 days.
Yes.
So we've exceeded that.
Yes.
That was for the whole year.
Well, what's happened, of course, has been the coal-burning power plants have been shut down because, and this is, again...
They cost too much.
They cost too much, but that baseload power has to be there. It absolutely has to continue generating power 100%, or it's going to produce its power very inefficiently. And so what's happened is when the demand goes below the predicted base load, those plants get shut down. And it takes a long time to get them back up again.
I was just going to say, even though it takes a long time to get them up again.
This is a desperate move in a lot of cases. Shutting down a coal-burning power plant because there isn't demand is not a good sign.
It's expensive.
It's not, and it's not a good sign for the coal industry.
For sure.
Which
we've talked about it here. The coal industry is itself a fossil.
Yes, I suppose it is. And we have a picture of the Hambach coal mine coming up.
That's an interesting picture. That's a very interesting picture.
Some of these mines in Germany...
It's a big mine.
Yeah, some of them are bigger than the island of Manhattan. This thing is miles and miles.
And it's soft coal. It's lignite.
Oh, it's horrible. This is very dirty coal.
Very dirty coal. Well, Meyer Burger, which is the name of a company, plans 10 gigawatts. 10 gigawatts. Gigawatts is bigawatts. Of floating solar for the North Rhine-Westphalia area.
The CEO of Swiss technology company Meyer Burger said it is developing plans to build a factory in Germany to make photovoltaic panels that are up to 44% efficient. That's high efficiency.
24.
24. Yes, you're right. He said 10 gigawatts of the panels could cover the lake left behind when the Hambach coal mine closes. This is a Clean Technica article. And that coal mine is going to have to close sometime soon.
For sure. So as of now, the best panels you can get are 22.8% efficient from sun power.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to do something to get even better.
Well, they've got the technology. We've got like 3 minutes to do 3 articles, Tom. So
well, let's move along then. We got another picture coming up.
Yep, this is from Neoen Solar Farm, and we are at Wednesday, May 6th, and we have an article from PV Magazine Australia.
And it says Neoen to build Australia's largest solar farm after a power deal with Clean Company.
French, huh?
It's CleanCo, I guess.
CleanCo, yeah. French renewables developer Neoen will build a 400 megawatt solar farm in Queensland after a contract to sell most of its power to CleanCo, a state-owned clean energy company, which is state-owned by the state of
Australia.
No, it's not Australia. It's
Queensland. Yeah, they just mentioned that.
West Downs Green Power Hub will be Australia's largest solar farm.
Well, that's largest exclusively solar.
Yeah.
Because we've talked about a farm's going to be much bigger than that. But it's detached.
But also is not going to be built for a little while.
That's true, too.
Our next article, it has a picture of a BYD electric truck, and it came from Clean Technica.
Build your dreams.
That is a big truck.
It's a big truck.
And it's all
California on the verge of making truck manufacturers produce electric trucks. They're going to say you got to do it, guys.
Yeah. California Air Resources Board released a final draft of the Advanced Clean Trucks Standard, a policy that will require truck manufacturers to sell electric trucks. There will be a 30-day public comment period followed by a board vote on June 25 to 26. So this is the final draft. They don't plan on changing this draft, but they are going to get public comments from people who say this is a great idea. It's a terrible.
This is what they're saying. This will require 4,000 electric trucks to be sold in 2024 out of roughly 75,000 total.
Right.
And the proposal will result in roughly 100,000 electric trucks in California in 2030 and 300,000 in 2035. But the policy alone won't transition the heavy-duty truck vehicle sector from one fueled by diesel to one fueled by batteries and hydrogen. It's going to take additional actions. So this is just a first step.
It's just a first step, but it's saying if it's a new truck, it's going to have to be like this. And our
4,000 of them anyhow.
Yeah. And our last article is from Manifold Times. And I chose this article just because I thought you'd get a kick out of it, Tom.
I did get a kick out of it. I was looking at a picture of it and say, what the heck is going on there? And it seems that those things are actually sails.
Yeah, well, they also have solar panels on them.
Got solar panels on there. They got a word for it that I've written in here somewhere, but I can't.
Yeah,
find it.
it's
Energy sails.
Energy sails, yes.
And they turn around to face the wind.
Yeah, so they can pick up wind power or they can pick up solar power, and they'll work either way.
It's not enough to propel the ship, but it saves enormously on
fuel.
On fuel.
Yeah.
Well, it says the Aquarius Marine Renewable Energy Solution undergoes a feasibility study for an LR2 tanker, which means a large range 2. It's a pretty big tanker. Anything bigger than that is a super tanker.
Yeah.
800 feet.
Marine renewable energy technology company Echo Marine Power, based in Japan, announced that it has started a feasibility study regarding the implementation of an Aquarius marine renewable energy design for an LR2 tanker. And you know, I looked at this and I thought, wait a minute, you're powering a tanker with renewable energy? What are you carrying in that tanker? Oil?
Interesting. I didn't think of that aspect.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what it reminded me of. 20 years ago, I worked in a law office in Washington, D.C., and I was living in Winchester, New Hampshire, and commuting to Washington, D.C., and I'd go down, stay down there.
Long trip.
I'd stay there for a month, and then I'd come back for a weekend. And it was always by train. But while I was down there, I had a dealing with one of the lawyers, and I said, I have something I've invented. And I said, if it makes me a billionaire, it means that I would be able to exercise a desire that I've had for years to do something in each of 3 areas. And the 3 areas were high technology, ships and boats, and music. And he looked at me very puzzled, thinking, how in the world are you going to combine those?
I'd be pretty puzzled too.
And I said, I'm going to build, if I have $1 billion, I would build the world's first nuclear-powered collier. Now,
nuclear-powered what?
Collier. It's a ship to carry coal.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. It just didn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. So he laughed at the idea. Of course, this was not serious at all. It was just a joke. But he laughed at the idea, and he said, what does that have to do with music? And I said, I would name it the Cole Porter.
Okay.
And for our younger viewers, Cole Porter was a very famous composer once upon a time, many years ago, when I was a little teeny kid. So there you have it. And Tom, I guess that's the end of the week. So we
just wanted to mention that picture of that ship, that whole ship is an experiment.
Oh, yes. It's an experiment.
They built it to test all sorts of technology. It's just the article.
Yeah. So it's time for us to say goodbye. So we will hope that you all come back next time. And have a wonderful week in the meantime.
With that, I will say goodbye.
Goodbye.
us, and I'm going to call us to order at 3:03. Welcome, everybody. I know Lyle wanted to add an executive session, and I think, is it on a contract?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think I've got maybe 2 others also around contracts. So I think at the end of this, we're going to bounce in and out of executive sessions. Otherwise, let's get to the approval of minutes. So remember, we only meet 4 to 5 times a year. So we need to approve 8 sets of minutes between March 17th and March 31st. So we've got March 17th, 18th, March 20th, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, and March 31st. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any questions, comments?
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh, I gotta let Andy in. Hold on, I'm letting Andy in. There we go. Gotta remember to look at that area. All right. So if everybody is good, all those in favor of approving the 8 sets of minutes from March, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, seeing none, minutes are approved. Would someone like to move the warrants? We have March 3rd in the amount of $321,412.27. March 18th in the amount of $319,572.94. April 1st warrants in the amount of $452,500.21. April 15 warrants in the amount of $349,155.15, and payrolls of February 28th, March 13th, March 27th, and April 10th. Would someone like to move those?
So moved.
David, is there a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? I know, David, you had sent some questions. Have we gotten answers?
I think I haven't gotten answers from Frank, but they weren't. They aren't anything that would obstruct the voting. They were more informational than anything else.
Okay, so you're comfortable moving ahead? And
yeah, I think I got the answers to the SD warrants, but I'm not sure, and I haven't looked carefully today to see if I got have answers today. But they're not questions that should.
You're
hold
all
us
right.
back. Yeah.
Did anyone else have questions? And feel free, once you get the warrants, if you do have any, send it to Frank, CC me, and then I'll keep track of if people have got concerns and we can keep following up. But otherwise, all those in favor of passing the warrants and payroll as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, hearing none, that is done. Next up is new business. So Lyle, I'm taking this as you.
Unmute myself. I assume that's the resignations and the rescinding.
Yes.
I'm having a hard time toggling back and forth between being here and looking at the agenda. So we have had some resignations. Each of these people is either taking a new job or moving totally out of the area. So Junie Pereira is a special educator at BAMS. He's taken the job as the head of education at Community House. Gabrielle Polito is another special educator at BAMS. She actually is moving back to Pennsylvania and has taken a job at Penn State University in the athletic department. She has a background of working as, I'm not sure if it's an athletic trainer, but in athletics. So she's moving back there. and Alexa Schultz. I hate the fact that we're losing Alexa. I hate the fact we're losing anybody, but Alexa Schultz is a school psychologist. She started dating Soren Pelswalsh a few years ago, who also is now, he joined the Army and he's now stationed in Washington. And so she's moving to join him where he is. So I would ask that you accept with regret their resignations.
Would someone like to make that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Oh, I saw Michelle's hand
Okay.
first. Michelle gets it. Okay, any comments, questions? I'm assuming we're refilling all of these. These are all.
I would not make that assumption.
Okay, okay. Good to know. All right, all those in favor of accepting the 3 resignations with regrets, say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Hearing none, it is unanimous. All right, and then we've got a rescind leave request.
Right. So a special educator had asked to take a year's leave of absence to do some work actually with a nonprofit on climate change. She is now asking to rescind that letter. She feels like when students do return in the fall that it's going to be more important than ever for them to have somebody that they are familiar with as a teacher after all this time. And talking with the principal and the special ed director, they are very, very happy that she's asking to have that rescinded. She may come back in another year asking for that, but for now, she feels like it educationally for the students that her students that this would not be the best time for her to be taking a leave of absence.
And
So,
who was that, Lyle? I know we approved this leave a while ago.
yeah, it's Lisa Moransky.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I have to do the notes.
Well, can I just make a comment that I appreciate that the this request was already approved, and it sounds like maybe she was on track to do this exciting project. And so I appreciate the fact that she has put her own sort of needs and adventures aside in order to accommodate what she anticipates will be the students' needs.
I second that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that as a motion from Kelly and a second from Ann.
Sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
All those in favor of approving the rescinding of a leave request, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Moving on to the SU Continuous Improvement Plan.
Great. That's why Paul's here.
Yay!
So I'm wondering how we want to do it. I can share my screen to go through the document quickly. You should all have it. I can simply refer to page numbers, whatever is most convenient for you. Sometimes it's nice to see everybody and look at the document separately. How would you like to proceed?
Paula, I don't have it.
Yeah, so I just noticed today when I went in to get the Zoom number, because I couldn't find it in my computer, it's on the website. So my first question was going to be, do we have to take action on this tonight?
No.
Well.
Okay. So we could have you walk us through it.
Sure.
We could then all read it in our own time and then come back in a month and approve it? Is there a deadline for this?
No, there isn't. And it's my apologies. Probably some cross communication about getting it out to you. So yeah, that's fine. That works fine.
So yeah, I mean, do you want to share your screen and sort of walk us through
Sure.
and give us the highlights?
Sure.
Can you also just give us kind of the background? Why?
Yeah, I was going to do that anyway. Let me do that first.
Okay.
For as long as I've been in the district, there has been some process of, broadly speaking, strategic planning. Sometimes it's called an action plan. Sometimes, for a while, it was being called the Green Mountain Star Plan. and it's currently being called the Continuous Improvement Plan. And the plan formats change over time and the drivers change over time. Right now, this particular plan is more about, is grounded in some of the improvement theory that's come out recently. And so, but on its base, it's a, what are the things that we think are going to be really important going into the next year? And what are some SMART goals, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound? What are those SMART goals that we can identify that we want to use to drive some of the work that we do in the next year? And the SMART goal idea has been around for quite a while. Even in the older action plans, that was sort of how we base things. Broadly speaking, the notion is to look at the data that you have for your district, compare that to where you want to be, say, in terms of a vision statement. And then if you aren't there, try and identify what are the things that are keeping you from being there, and then what are the actions you can take in the near term that will get you to where you want to be. And so that's sort of how this particular document is laid out. It's a plan for work that we think is particularly important and we really want to highlight going into next year. I will say that this plan was largely written prior to the pandemic and doesn't have a specific reference to the pandemic, but I think in the presentation you'll see where the relevance comes up. Okay. Any questions before we jump into the document itself? I think I can see everybody on the screen. So, all right, so I'm going to share my screen and go and see if I can find out where it is. I think, oh gosh, where is it? There it is. Should be there. Might be on a different, is it? No, not there. Hang on.
There we go.
Are you seeing it? Because I am
saw
not.
it for a split second.
Okay, hang on. Let me get to, there it is. All right, how is that? Everybody see that okay?
Yes.
All right.
I see the agenda.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go to, part of the problem is I'm using two screens. I'm gonna go to a single screen.
Okay.
And hopefully that.
But, you know.
I see the plan.
You do? Maybe it's me because I have the agenda up on my.
Let me stop sharing and share again.
That's all right, Paul. Why don't you go, if everybody else can see it, I can go find it and put it up on my screen because I know exactly where it is.
Okay.
Can you tell us where we would be able to find this on there?
Find the.
If you go to the SU website and look under the SU, so go to school boards, you'll see the SU, and I think it was under our agenda.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So the AOE gave us a template to work from, and this is, it's got the watermark draft because it hasn't been approved yet. And as I said, there's a number of support documents and sort of guidelines, the improvement science documents that go along with this. But the body of the report is essentially this. First page is talks about, yes.
I'm seeing your folder structure right now. I don't know about anybody else.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. You're seeing.
I think the document is over to the right.
All right. Let me try one more time. I'm going to make sure I have that document up, and then I'm going to share my screen. And it should be this screen. Oh yeah, I see. That's what I did. Okay.
Oh, looks good to me.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, all right. I had been looking at one screen and sharing another screen. So this is the first page is simply talking about who was in on the creation of the continuous improvement plan. Note that I've got anticipated the feedback that I get from you folks. And I do have I'm gathering some information from community members, parents, on a sort of a separate thread, and those names will go in there. The next piece on that page is just is not just, but is our SU level vision. WSCSU schools will be safe, inclusive, and supportive environments where all students grow academically, socially, and emotionally, are challenged to reach their potential as local and global community members. That has been our vision statement for some time. That's the SU level vision statement. School level vision statements are similar, but crafted uniquely to each school in the district. And one of the questions on the action plan is, well, so you've got this great vision, how do you monitor it? And really, I think for us, the main vehicle for monitoring our achievement of the vision is the monthly supervisory union level leadership team meetings, where we're sort of, the actions that were taken are framed against that vision statement. And I feel free to jump in at any time. Maybe I'll stop at the end of each page to make sure that there are, I can answer any questions. Page 2 is broad academic focus areas and problems of practice. The broad academic areas of focus comes out of a data inventory where we look at things like large-scale statewide assessment data, local screening and progress monitoring data, student climate surveys, parent satisfaction climate surveys. We've done analysis of suspension data. There's sort of a bunch of different ways that we look at it. And in that data collection, for us, two themes really sort of came out very clearly. Historically, or I'll say that. Historically, we don't do as good a job as we should in serving what are called historically underserved groups. And the state, in their accountability system, puts all students in those various categories. That is, students of color, low socioeconomic status students, students on IEPs, migrant students, homeless students in one pot, and compares that to the whole student group, or sorry, students not in that pot, and looks at the achievement of each of those groups. And if there's a gap, then that is of concern. And for us, and I will say for the state and for the country generally, historically, there is a gap between performance of low-income students, low-income as measured by free and reduced lunch eligibility, and students not eligible for free and reduced lunch. The size of that gap varies. For us, it's on the order of between 20 and 30%. That is to say, 20 and 30 percentage points. And we can look at that a bunch of different ways, but essentially there is that gap in performance. And that's what that first broad area of academic focus is. We need to address that gap in performance. The second, and I would say not independent at all, clearly related in terms of student performance overall, is a goal about safe and healthy schools. And I think you as board members will have heard on any number of occasions concerns expressed about the level of student behavior causing disruptions in classrooms and in some cases preventing learning. And as we dig into our understanding of the ways that trauma impacts students, as we look at the financial stresses that create huge pressures on families and end up potentially coming out in dysregulated student behavior, that seems to be an area that we've got evidence is having an impact on learning, and we want to address that. And so from those two broad areas of focus, we can sort of articulate it at the bottom of that second page as two problems of practice. There's a gap in achievement for students in historically underserved populations, and student misbehavior is having negative impact on student learning. To sort of frame it as here's what we see the problem is. Any questions on that? Okay, and feel free to jump in. The next page, page 3, is the geek stuff. This is the improvement science. And the notion is, well, if you have a problem, can you articulate why you have that problem? And there's a number of different ways to do it. There's what's called a fishbone diagram, and we tend not to go that way. We like the 5 whys protocol. And essentially, if you can name the problem and then ask the question why, and come up with an answer, then you can again ask the question why and literally dig down. And I think the text here is probably way too small, so I'm going to pump this way up so you have a sense of what we're talking about. Let's see if I can, oops, can I move this over? I think I can, yeah, okay. So, for instance, for the achievement gap, the low SES student group does not, we sort of articulate that problem, is not scoring at the same level as higher SES student group on large scale assessments. Why do we think that is? One way to state that is, well, as far as we can determine, low SES students are not as well prepared academically. That is to say, there aren't other factors that are preventing, students are, academically prepared, but there's something else that's preventing their achievement. We sort of have the notion that, as far as we know, there's some lack of preparation. So why would that be? Potentially, the students being low SES students, and broadly speaking, this is not speaking about any individual student at all, but broadly speaking, the group of students not benefiting as much from instruction. Well, why would that be? And we can think of some different ways why that might be. Is the instruction lessons, are lessons not differentiated sufficiently for the range of students served? Are intervention resources needed to support these students that are the intervention resources provided are not matching the needs, or potentially there isn't the same home supports for learning, and therefore students are struggling more in school because of that lack of support. And we can identify some possible whys there. And as always, there are things we can do, we can take action on, and things we can't take action on. So in many ways, we want to go to looking at these two, resource and teacher knowledge of effective differentiation and intervention, matching intervention resources to students. Those are actions we have control of. We can do more in that area. We can't necessarily do more in the area of say fewer economic resources for students. However, even with looking at home situations, we can certainly do more in the area of engagement, parent and family engagement, to perhaps supply additional supports for family learning. Similarly, if we can do a similar protocol, and I won't read all of these, for dysregulated student behaviors negatively impacting instruction. This one's a little more complicated because we can answer the why question in some different ways. That should be many students. I'll have to edit that. Do not have the tools needed to appropriately handle strong feelings, particularly feelings that arise from past trauma. Perhaps our behavior management system is not sufficiently coordinated across the district and based on some real common understandings. And so we're not quite getting our instruction with respect to what's reasonable behavior. How do we, what are some ways you can regulate your feelings? What supports do you need in order to do that? So those are areas that we potentially could work on. And that gets articulated in the long run as really, we don't have at this point a real unified vision for and commitment to social emotional academic development. And that's a sort of a very broad category, broad term for engaging students, teaching appropriate behaviors, providing supports, having, for particularly dysregulated students, having plans, behavior plans in place that are commonly understood, followed, procedures are followed so that these students can get the supports that they need. And I'm going to pause for a second because I'm sure there are questions there. And apologies for how small it is in the document. I was just trying to fit it in. Otherwise, the thing would have got really large. I have these diagrams saved separately if anybody wants a sort of a bigger version of that. So far, so good.
Mm-hmm.
Practicing wait time. Okay. So next page, next couple of pages. Again, this is the geek stuff about improvement science. The next stage would be to say, well, if you can identify what are some root causes, what do you think is going to make a difference? And can you state that as a sort of a theory of improvement, right? So our theory of improvement for addressing the achievement gap is if we provide teachers with additional professional development, coaching, support for more effective classroom management and differentiation, regularly disaggregate student performance data, implement SU-wide social emotional academic development programming, then the gap in achievement between lower SES and high SES students will decrease. And again, this is what's called a driver diagram. And I'll actually read it from, the arrows go from right to left. I'll read it from left to right because it's sort of a backward planning document. So if the problem of practice is low SES student group is underperforming in large scale assessment, we can say, well, what specifically would we like to see as a change? By June 21, that's the time-bound piece. The achievement gap will be reduced by 5%. That's the measurable goal in each of the large-scale assessment categories. So it's specific, measurable. We believe it's achievable, although it was pointed out in some feedback that I got that even 5% may be a stretch given that given the impact of the closure on student learning this year. And yeah, that may be a valid point. By the way, we are not going to get large-scale statewide assessment this year. That the SBACs this year have been canceled, so we won't have access to those data. We do have access to spring 19 data. And then, so what are the things that would drive this goal? Sort of directly, we can identify curriculum, instruction, and assessment, the big three in a classroom, and also school climate, that all have an impact on whether or not we achieve this goal. And then, well, what are the things, what are the sort of the secondary drivers that will support that? Aligned instruction, engaging curriculum, effective interventions, differentiation, all of those things that lead to really excellent core instruction, and things that lead to a positive school climate. And then going further back, what are the specific things that we can do? What are the change ideas that will support these? So a change idea would be provide additional professional development and coaching to support more effective classroom management and differentiation. Regularly disaggregate student data, student assessment data. Identify and implement non-negotiable elements of an SU-wide social emotional academic development program. And then finally, what are the things that we can measure that'll tell us whether we're doing these change ideas? Sorry, that was a whole lot of talking on my part. I'll pause and listen for questions. Okay. Let me take it back down again. There is a similar driver diagram, again, won't go over it, for the SEAD, the social emotional academic development piece. And the short version is we really want to up our game in terms of social emotional academic development. And although, as I said, although there are not, it's not specifically mentioned, the notion of focusing on improving and making even more excellent our core instruction and focusing our attention on student and family engagement, building school classroom communities, school communities, those are areas that will be even more important going into next school year. There is a lot of catch up to do in terms of school climate, student engagement, instruction that we'll need to do. And it feels to me, at least, that focusing on these two goals will be kind of the important pieces going into next year. And I'll pause for just a second. Let me take this down a little bit more. And then the rest is simply identifying, well, if here's the goal, here's what we want to do, here are the changes, we're just sort of putting into text what you just saw in those driver diagrams. That's for the SES, the GAP goal, and this is for the SEAD goal. And then the last piece is here's what we had in prior years, sort of interesting. This is something that doesn't get done in a year. We've been working on this for a while, and it's even more important now. And some change ideas, measures that were in place, and the results that we have provided, sort of the results that we've got so far. We've made some improvements, there's no question about that, but we certainly have more ground to cover, I would put it that way. And there's a subsequent section to this that's the next sort of level of improvement science, which has to do with plan, study, do, act. No, plan, act, study, do. A cycle of sort of almost like action research. That is to say, putting into motion some changes, examining how the impact of those changes on sort of a short term, making adjustments, looking again, and then at the end of the year, kind of doing a summary. Did these actions have an impact? And we'll move into that that realm at this time next year. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing. Sorry, that was a whole lot of talking. I apologize.
Oh, that was good. Thank you. Does anyone have questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of really broad ones. But just first an observation, I'm really, this is the first time anybody's, in 12 years on school board, the first time anybody's taken me through the action planning. And I know they've changed over the years, but this format has been in place for quite a while now. And it's really helpful to have it explained. And you described it as I can't remember how the data nerd details or something, but the format is a model or a structure, but the content is really the meaning of it. And it's really helpful to see how we're approaching that. The two questions, I guess the only question I have at this point, because I want to go through and really write a lot of things on this document that I didn't want to try and address now, or hadn't had really time to think about it. But specifically, how involved are our staff in creating this plan?
The SU level plan, not as much. That's really conversations with the leadership team, but each of the schools has to produce their own continuous improvement plan. And that's really where the staff get involved.
Okay, and is that true of family members, parents, and community members as well?
Yes, the expectation is that parents, community, students, and teachers will all be part of the process. I'll say we could definitely do a better job of doing that. My particular sense is that the leadership councils are a place that now that structure is in place, is a great sounding board for the continuous improvement plans.
Yeah, that's my thought as well. We'll just have to be really clear and direct about that as an expectation for their work, and actually have them be looking at these things too.
Yep.
I can see in the approach is really, it makes sense for schools to look at the academics and the things they can handle in the classroom, but we all know very well, not just because of this pandemic, but we all know that what happens at home is, and what's happened before the kids even get to school is also really crucial. And it's always a question, how much do we involve ourselves in that? But that's for the next conversation. Thank you.
Anybody else? Other questions? Oh, Sean, I see your hand.
I just attended a Guilford Leadership Council at 1 o'clock today, and a lot of these items, they don't necessarily do it with the bullet points and everything, but a lot of the issues are definitely up front and center in front of our principal and all our leadership council, because there are a lot of staff members on the leadership council, plus the former board members. So a lot of these things that you just highlighted are definitely not in that format necessarily, but they're definitely aware of them, and they're definitely things that they work towards very, very consciously. So that's really heartening to see. I was also my first question was gonna be similar to what David brought up, and that is, how do you integrate something like this, which has a little bit of the geek in it, like you said, how you make that palatable to, the carpenters such as myself. So, and people that like to cut firewood in the woods. And so how do you bridge that? How do you bridge that gap?
I think you've given the answer. I know that Guilford, spoken with John. John and I have gone back and forth quite a bit recently on the Guilford Continuous Improvement Plan. I'm guessing what you got in some cases was the sort of the essence of the plan without all of the foo-for-ah of the format of the document.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people are going to be really keen about driver diagrams. They totally float my boat, but it's golly.
We're going to find out.
So if you don't include that piece, but you talk about, golly, what is the problem here? What do we think is going on, and what can we do about it? That's the essence. And if that's the discussion that's happening, and you create a plan and you provide it for feedback, and somebody says, well, I don't get this driver diagram, but I sure as heck get what's the problem, what can we do about it?
Yeah,
then I think you're okay.
Yeah,
Does that answer your question?
And I would compare it, an analogy would be all the environmental laws that are in place in the state of Vermont. Does anybody look in those drawers and look at the specific environmental law? No. But do people know that they can take a skidder across the stream? Yes. Do they know why? Yes. So so the document exists. The document validates what is important, but it doesn't necessarily have to be shoved in the face of somebody who can't understand it. Sorry.
Other questions from board members? Michelle or Kelly or Ann? All right, I've got just a couple strange ones. So the time frame of this, is this sort of a school year, or is this a July 1st to June 30th?
The intention is July 1 for the plan. The plan originally had to be, it's now tied to our Consolidated Federal Programs grant, or was, until we couldn't meet in person anymore, and those deadlines got fuzzed a little bit. But in general, it's the timing is supposed to be related to the application that we send up to the state for Title I, Title II-A, Title IV money, which in a lot of ways drives the work that we're doing. The Title I money that we get from the state goes to academic support positions in the schools and in the Title I schools. And so the timing is more about the scope of the plan is next year, is FY21. Mm-hmm. The timing is, in normal years, is really about making sure that funding is in place to implement the plan that you've got in mind.
Okay. How often do you guys review this? How often do you look at it and say, we're on track, we're not on track?
Reviewing the document itself, not very often. Reviewing the notions, the number of times we have spoken about dysregulated behavior in the leadership, it's pretty much every month.
Every month, yeah.
When we talk about the achievement gap, that's part of the discussion on a regular basis. But reviewing the plan, not so much. And there's this added piece of every principal has essentially 2 plans to review, their own school plan and the SU-wide plan. Really what we try and do is keep the SU-wide plan at a kind of a higher level, and let the schools develop the plan, their school plan, almost out of that, but with more specifics, and they're paying more attention to the specifics in their local plan.
Okay, so we start with the SU plan, and then the schools kind of draw down on it. Say, okay, these are the goals, but here's how it impacts me, because each site might have a different approach to,
absolutely,
or they might have a different level of a problem. Some schools might want to focus more on one side of it than the other based on what they've got.
Correct. Yes. So, and that's been the way it's actually for years with action plan. We've always had the SU, and then schools build off that depending upon what their specific need is. For instance, this year we have spent time at every single leadership meeting really talking about social emotional academic learning, knowing that that would be our focus for the year. And we have a group of people with Greg Stoller working with the counselors, looking at different social emotional assessments, or screeners, I should say, not assessments. So that has been in that last year's plan, and we need to continue to work on that. So that's just one example of, every single month, even though we don't put that plan up on the screen for everybody to see, everybody knows this is the focus, this is what we're working on, and we're doing some sort of work around that.
So I think one of my final questions, how did we do last, or how are we doing now, and when do we get a report on here's what we want, here were our measurable goals for last year, here's what we hit, here's what we didn't hit, here's what we found, here's lessons learned?
This year we don't get that at all, because our SMART goals were ultimately tied to performance on large scale assessment. Now, and the other piece was we invest a lot in our student climate surveys, and closure happened just as we were about to implement those surveys. So we're kind of a little blind this year.
Okay.
In general, I guess I would characterize it as a district, we perform well with respect to other districts in the state. But we still, as other districts do, we still have an achievement gap, and where the sample size is sufficiently large, we have an IEP student achievement gap that's particularly large. And historically, that has been the toughest nut. Those two have been the toughest nuts to crack. I think I would say that we have been successful in pockets, but we haven't ever really managed to spread it out to the whole district. We're kind of still putting out fires, as it were, rather than having a real district-wide, concerted, clear front moving forward. I guess is how I would describe it. It's really hard. Even nationally, you hear about they used to be called 90-90-90 schools, 90% poverty, 90% students of color, 90% proficient. And those were encouraging stories and informative stories, but they were isolated pockets. They weren't sort of universal solutions. So it's a problem we're still working on.
All right, I think my final question, I promise. If you were to start writing this plan today, would it be vastly different than what you brought, or would it just be tweaked a little based on our circumstances?
I think the tweak would be to specify remote learning, social distancing. Okay. but I would also say that the social emotional learning, the classroom engagement, creating positive climates is more important. I would almost, if I rewrote it, I'd almost put the social emotional ahead of the academic in terms of our focus going into next year as a result of the impact of the closure.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Oh, Michelle.
Yeah, I'm just for my own clarification again. So the measures for success or achievement are basically testing scores and a climate survey. Are there, or
sure, if you look at the, let me go there, the specific SMART goals in the CIP for the coming year are, golly, where I just had them.
I was looking, I was trying to see if I could find it.
Okay, sorry, it's down in the text. SMART goal, by June 2021, achievement gap for low SES students will be reduced by 5% for each large scale assessment. So that's the SBAC ELA, SBAC Math, and Vermont Science Assessment.
Okay.
Right? And for goal 2, reports of significant class time interrupted by behavior issues will decrease by 5%. So that got framed in terms of a broader reports on significant class disruption, but it's kind of grounded in the behavior data for a given school.
Okay.
And I guess I think of the student climate survey data. Yeah, I think a number of schools are adding the student climate survey data as in their school-based continuous improvement plans.
Yeah. Thanks.
Other questions? Either Kelly or Ann? Oh, I see Sean. Sean?
I was just wondering, you had referred to this continuous improvement plan will go to the state for validation that we're following certain mandates. Is that correct? And their mandates are tied to things that are set by the AOE that have to be accomplished in order to achieve financial stability, all those types of things, or how does that work?
In this case, it's more about the regulations in the reauthorization of the No Child Left Behind Act. It's the ESSA. There is an accountability system. It's not the same as what was in the No Child Left Behind, but there is an accountability system that the state had a large hand in creating. They had to get it approved by the feds, but that state plan has some requirements. One of the things that's true for us in terms of accountability is we do have some schools and the district identified for not for the gap in underserved populations. So there's a requirement that we have to address that in the continuous improvement plan as we've done, and they're going to look for that when we send the continuous improvement plan into them to be reviewed. So it's more about meeting the ed quality standards and the associated Every Student Succeeds Act requirements that lead to what needs to be in the CIP.
Anybody else have a question?
Yep, I do.
Oh, David, go
Did you
ahead.
say Ann? Was Ann waiting?
I don't think.
Oh, I wasn't waiting. Paul has actually made this presentation to me in Putney before.
Oh, nice.
So going into it, I understood what he was talking about.
Good.
Great. Yeah, well,
Glad somebody did.
Yeah. My question, actually, it's well, clearly this is really, as you said, Paul, this is really hard work, and the results that we're getting they reflect the national results, and I think it's probably fair to say that nobody's doing a better job at trying to improve the performance, the achievement of the particular students that this plan addresses. I think that, well, I guess, my question was going to be, have we ever met the 5%? But it's a rhetorical question because I've been watching these results for over a decade now, and I know we haven't. And if we had met it 3 or 4 times in a row, we wouldn't have the gap. And I think I think it needs to be said, and that focusing on standards as we've done for, I mean, No Child Left Behind was 2001, so for 20 years. And actually Vermont had standards in place in the late 90s. And but focusing on standards and now proficiencies, and using national tests to assess them and to guide our efforts, I think we have to admit that it's not working. And I think that and that's not a criticism of anybody in our system or really anywhere. It's just, I think it's a criticism of not looking quickly enough at your work, I should say, over the last year or so, with a larger focus on social emotional interventions, and also letting things happen, like if a teacher's got a group of kids that just won't settle in, they have permission to take those kids outside for a while. They have permission to intervene in other ways. And I think those are the kinds of things, and also having a lot more community engagement in defining those steps in the driver diagram are the kinds of things that we're going to need to do a lot more of if we ever want to have any effect. And I don't think it's great to present it and to say we're doing as well or better than other people in the state, but we're still not getting there. It's not working.
I agree. I would say I feel like I've seen evidence of the gap narrowing significantly in particular schools over a period of a few years.
Yes.
We have had that kind of success, and it's elusive, but to me the message is it's doable. And I think we just redoubling efforts to really understand how did that work. And what comes to mind for me is the Roots of Success. You recall that document where there was an analysis of what in Vermont, what schools were doing that, and what were the characteristics. I think that's a great place to start. And one of the pieces in there is the social emotional climate piece.
And unfortunately, going forward, everything is going to be so different. We're really going to have to start from scratch, as far as measuring, as far as understanding. But great, thank you.
Other questions? Trying to scroll through and see if anyone's raising their hand.
I just have a question on what is the expectation that we are going to do as far as this goes? I mean, it's great to have it presented and have an understanding of it, but what is the expectation that our role is for this?
As I understand it, your role is to hold our feet to the fire on at least an annual basis. So this time next year, if we come back with the same plan, the question is, so what'd you do this year? What happened? What results did you get? I think that's the role that is envisioned for the board. And it's certainly, a similar question for individual board members on leadership councils. How is this working for our particular school? That's my take on it.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess, Kelly, I would add to that. My thought is, I'm not sure it should be a once-a-year thing. I kind of want to poke and prod maybe a few times during the year, just to see. And if they have nothing to report, they have nothing to report. That's fine. But I guess seems like a year is a long time.
Yeah, and so I guess if I can ask just one more question, that is kind of a response to David and kind of a question, follow-up question. So David is indicating what if I understand it correctly, his observation is that we are not making progress or not making enough progress, or that sort of thing. And is that, do you Paul, do you agree with that? Do you is that what your assessment would be? How do you feel about that?
Sure. I feel like I've kind of got two parallel visions. I see the work that we do in this district, and I see through connections in regional and statewide organizations, see what's happening in other districts. I look at the data, and through that lens, we do a great job. This is a high functioning system. I look at it, if I look at it, it's the same data, but in terms of, so what's missing? What are we not doing? Yeah, the issue of that performance gap is, to me, the most, the red flag. And as I said to David, we've managed to get a good crack at it. We've managed to get pretty close. In fact, there's a school in the district right now that on large scale, on the school-wide basis, large scale assessment performance, the low SES group performed better than the non-low SES group. So we hit it from time to time, but what we want is consistency across the board.
So how about we all read it on our own? If we've got questions, can we send them to you, Paul? And
oh, sure.
Okay. So if anybody, read this over, if you've got questions. I'm seeing Andy up at the top. Andy, I'm assuming you've been kind of brought in on this, so you know what you're about to inherit.
I have a copy of the district, the S2, and all the school CIPs. So
okay. So that is good. All
yes,
right.
Paul has been great to share everything.
Super. Let me turn that off. So I think, oh, go ahead, Sean.
I have one more comment, if I could. What I've noticed since the WSESD has been formed is my familiarity with a lot of administrators throughout the district. So elementary school principals, I knew the high school and the middle school and the career center a little bit better previously, but it seems to me that what you've just laid out, they use the vocabulary. They seem to have a pretty unified vision. And this would be, I see it every time we get together. So I sort of think that the plan does have a real measurable communication language that's being used. So it's kind of nice to see. I can just, I can just think about times that I've spent in meetings with principals and just think, yeah, it's starting to be a common language for the whole district wide. And I really appreciate that, so.
Okay, so why don't we all take time to look it over? If we've got questions, send them to Paul, and then we can put this on our next agenda, which hopefully will not be for a few weeks. And we can approve it then. Does that sound good to everybody? All right. Thank you, Paul. We appreciate this.
My pleasure.
All right, so I think we have no other business other than a few executive sessions. So I think at this point, we will, once we go into executive session, I'll stop recording. I'm not sure if, I think we might have action to take, so I'm gonna put Rich in the waiting room. And I think I am looking for a motion to go into executive session. I'm assuming this is one VSA 313 1A on contracts. Would someone like to make that motion? And I'd like to invite in Lyle and, I guess Lyle and Andy should come in.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I think that was Anne. All right, so we are in executive session at 4:04. Rich, I'm gonna see if I can figure out how to put you into the waiting room. All right, I have got Rich in the waiting room. Now let's see. Oh, we got Sean still. Sean, do you wanna hang out?
Sure, I would.
All right, can we?
If it's permissible, I don't want to do anything that's not, oops, I forgot to unmute. I don't want to do anything that's unpermissible, but if it's fine, I'll stay.
Okay. Why don't you stay? So Sean, we're going to friendly amendment that our executive session includes Sean. All right, so then we've got David, Sean, Ann, Lyle, Andy, Kelly, and Michelle. Okay, so this is looking good. And now I have to remember how to pause the recording. Zoom recording. Admit Rich. Let's see, Rich is joining. All right, well, at least we're recording, so that's going to help. Okay, so again, we're out of executive session at 4:11 with no action taken during the session. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move that this board authorize the expenditure of up to $3,000 to allow our new superintendent to attend the Vermont Superintendent's Academy.
Is there a second?
Second.
Hold on, I forgot there's one other thing I have to do for Rich. Oh no, I guess I don't have to. Yay, okay, it did hold. Okay, we're good. Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? All right, hearing none, go for it. Good. Okay, I would like to move that we go into executive session on a contract matter and invite in Andy, Lyle, and Sean. You want to come back on this one?
Sure.
Okay. Is there a second to my motion?
Second.
All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Rich, we're going to bounce you back into the waiting room.
See you in a bit.
And I'm going to stop recording. Let's see. Rich is in the waiting room. Okay. We are pausing the recording. Okay. No. Okay, we are out of executive session at 4:25 with no action taken. David, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I move that the board authorize me to contact the Richards, invite the Richards Group to develop a proposal for, to gather the information necessary to develop a proposal for managing our health insurance.
Is there a second?
Clumsy.
You're the clerk. You can clean it up a little if you like.
Well, that's dangerous.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Anne. All right, any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. I would now entertain, let's see, I move we go into executive session and invite in Sean, Andy, and Lyle on our regular contract matter. All those, is there a second?
A second.
All right, Michelle seconds. All those in favor say aye.
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 And any opposed or abstentions? All right, hearing none, I'm going to kick Rich back into the waiting room. Wish I could do this with my family. Like, give me a
Yeah. Somebody said that, somebody in the legislature said it's going to be really difficult when we don't have mute buttons anymore.
All right.
Everybody laughed, which is kind of interesting.
4:27, we are in executive session. Okay, we have risen from executive session with no action taken at 4:49. We will now go, Lyle, do you anticipate action?
Possibly.
Okay, so Rich, we're going to bounce you back into the waiting room. I will move that we go into executive session on a contract matter. Is there a second?
Second.
Michelle has seconded. So we are going into executive session at 4:50. And we are recording, so we are out of executive session at 5:01 with no action taken. Would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Wait, are we going to make a motion on what we just discussed, or are we just going to adjourn?
No,
Okay.
no, we need the motion on what we just discussed.
Okay, somebody else who wrote down notes, Dave, maybe you'd like to make it.
Well, I didn't write it down, but I think I can articulate it. I move that we approve the administrative recommendation as presented.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Michelle, second. Any questions? Seeing none, all those, oh, Ann, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay. All those in favor of the motion as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Seeing none. All right, so I think at this point, Ann, you're on.
You can call me Ruth if you want to.
We're gonna have to
This
fill
works.
Andy in on Ruth Barton. Maybe that's someone he needs to meet.
Oh, yeah. Madam Chair, there being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Hey,
Have a great weekend, everyone.
can I bug you for a second, Rich?
want to welcome anybody who's out there watching to the House Energy and Technology Committee hearing today. It's actually not a hearing. We don't have any witnesses here. We are joined by Maria Royal, our legislative counsel, but it's going to be more of a committee discussion about a couple things that I just want to give some context to. The Department of Public Service this week put out their broadband action plan, and some of us have had an opportunity to take a look at it. We're going to be having a joint hearing with the Senate Finance Committee on Tuesday to discuss that and have a presentation from June Tierney and Clay Purvis. Just some context I want to set here, and a lot of unknowns from where I sit and maybe where the legislature sits, generally speaking. One of the things that we have in front of us as a committee, I believe, is a question of if we have CARES Act stimulus money accessible to the legislature to appropriate and direct towards some of the connectivity challenges that we face in our state. This committee and the legislature generally is going to need some direction to our appropriators as to how we might direct that funding. I won't speak for the department to say that the plan that they put out is a plan, a recommendation, a suggestion as to how we might appropriate stimulus funding, but that certainly could be at least the beginning of a blueprint as to how we might direct resources. And I certainly don't have any inside knowledge as to how much money might be available to the legislature to appropriate for this type of work. It's as conversations I've had with other legislators, I've said it's somewhere between $500,000 and $500 million. So that clearly would affect the scale of some of the recommendations that we might get to. Another unknown, I would say, and this is purely out of my ignorance, there are folks out there who I think do have a better understanding of this, perhaps at the Joint Fiscal Office, as to how, if we did have federal stimulus money to direct, how quickly that money would have to be deployed, committed, spent. And there are probably different definitions of how you characterized committed or spent. So, there's a question of, do we have stimulus money? If so, how much and how quickly it would have to be deployed or spent? And then I think related to that would be, are there statutory changes that we would be looking at in the coming weeks as we would consider different ways of deploying money to try and affect the connectivity challenge we have as a state. There are things we have to do, and included in the department's plan are some recommendations as to some statutory changes. So this isn't just a matter of making recommendations wrapped around a plan that we would present to the Appropriations Committee. There are also some statutory changes that we would probably need to consider as well. So, Mark, did I see your hand go up?
Yes. Another thing that I was just thinking about, again, I haven't read that particular plan, but you might have seen, I believe it was a press release that just came out about Comcast expanding coverage to 430 addresses that's in unserved areas. A couple of them are up this way a little bit. But again, and what you're talking about, I think it's going to be important to make sure we understand from these providers what their intent and interest is and plans are, so we don't kind of double the efforts or I just think that should be a part of it as well, to make sure we understand what they're thinking about.
I think it's a really good point, and one that I've heard other people express privately as well, Mark, that we have such a big task in front of us that kind of the redundancy in effort is not something we can really afford to do right now. It's my opinion on that is, how do we and this is, I think, a task for this committee as well as the department. How can we provide the direction so that we have accountability that this task is going to be completed? And there are a lot of different players out there who I think have very good, have a mission that aligns with getting more connectivity out there. But how are those players coordinated? Again, whether it's the traditional providers, the Comcasts, the Consolidateds, the Vermont Telephones, that maybe less traditional providers or players, I'll say, not providers, which is how does the electric utility sector play in this? Because I think there's some interest there. And then there are some new folks on the scene, not new in my area, but in terms of the CUDs and how they may play a role here. So I think it's a really important question. So I saw some other hands go up. Let me get to you here. Robin and then Mike.
So I agree completely with Mark's question about, or concern about clarity and not duplicating efforts. And the particular rabbit hole that has led me down is about the ILECs and the requirement to provide connectivity. And the whole premise of that, the high cost program is us supplying funds to the ILECs to provide that guaranteed connectivity. And yet, so we are providing funds to different carriers without any obligation to do that. And I'm wondering, is there a nexus there? If Comcast, which has a monopoly territory, they have designated territories, and if we're giving them money to expand, is there an obligation to provide connectivity to all people in that district, for all households or businesses? And I guess, so that's leading me to thinking about what is this guarantee of connectivity? Who has to provide it? And what is our role in subsidizing that provision? And I'm kind of tying myself up in knots around that concept right now.
Yeah. So I think, again, I'm going to let the department speak for themselves. I think it's a really important concept. And what I read into the department's plan was that dollars that would be allocated, in this plan, it's through an auction process, but that it would be allocated per a town or a region. There would be geography around it, and that everybody in that region would have to be served if you're going to get that money. I think there's some questions about, speeds at which service is provided. Does it have to be 100-100? Can it be 25-3? So I think there's some nuances around the edges of that. But my reading of the plan was, if you qualify for state, public funds, and whether it's through an auction process, that by virtue of taking those funds, you would be committing to serving everyone in that block.
But serving means having the fiber or whatever accessibility be on the street outside your house. It doesn't include that service drop, I think.
Can't speak to that, but yeah, it's so. I mean, these are questions I'm writing down.
Yeah.
Mike, I had you next, and then Scott.
Okay, so one thing that was just mentioned was Comcast in detail, and I don't think we want to discourage them from getting out there sooner than we can actually implement this initiative. By telegraphing, the funding will be available in the future if they just wait. So maybe we need to figure out a way to encourage them to go forward with whatever they're trying to do, and with the hope of maybe tapping into some of this revenue down the line if they implemented it.
Mike, I missed maybe the last 10 seconds of what you said. The audio wasn't connecting well for me. I'm sorry.
Let me
That's
turn
much
off my
better.
video. Okay, so what I said was we don't want to discourage VTEL or Comcast from getting out and doing what they're planning to do by saying that funding is going to be available sometime in the future. We might want to be able to give them some method of tapping into that or work that they've done during this COVID-19 period.
Okay, I got it.
And I also was wondering whether the option 1 and option 2 methodologies, are they exclusive of each other, or can they be done sequentially, perhaps? The option 1 first, and then the reverse bid if nothing pans out there.
And I can't speak to that.
Right. But that's a question I have.
Yeah, and if anybody's listening out there in Department of Public Service land, you'll get that question on Tuesday. Scott, did you have a, do you want to try?
Yeah, so, just thinking about Robin's question earlier about whether accepting money, whether a provider accepting money means that they're signing up to serve every address in whatever region they're serving. It seems to me that we're talking about here multiple pathways of providing service. One might be video cable, one might be fixed wireless, one might be fiber, and so having a single provider. So anyway, we need a way to coordinate all that. Having a single provider who provides one of those things be obligated to provide service to every address. Seems like there's a mismatch there with looking for a way to provide at least 25/3 to every address, and that was another conversation that they started here. Was what we have in statute now is 100/100, but as the prerequisite to get incentive money, but what we really need is to get everybody connectivity. If we get everybody 25/3, that would be a huge start. And so I guess I'm just wondering about how requiring a single provider who takes money to serve every address connects with the idea of using multiple technologies.
Yeah. I've got Avram and then Laura.
I share a number of people have said in different ways that there's a concern that I share about multiple providers, multiple technologies, and duplication. I wanted to mention in my reading of the plan, I said earlier before we started that it was a quick read through of the plan. In addition to the reverse auction or other methods that might be used to deploy to get everybody in a particular area covered, and that the provider would need to assure that everyone unserved in that area was going to get covered. There's another provision that deals specifically with cable companies that have existing lines and the ability, some incentives to allow them to basically expand slightly, as I read it, through line extensions off of their existing service. So that in my area, Comcast has service up Route 12, serves a few houses in either direction off of Route 12 and the village area in Worcester, and the same for Woodbury in Route 14, the Route 14 corridor, and maybe a few houses in either direction off of that road. So this would allow, and when there is a line extension, that is a shared cost between the provider and the customer, and this would, as I read it, incentivize this by either lowering or eliminating that cost for someone that wanted a line extension. But you're still only talking about, as I see it, a slight expansion of their territory. And that brings me to my first point, which was, well, then how does that fit with the attempt to provide service to everybody else in the town, and having multiple providers and sort of competing deals for people?
Yeah, and I read the same thing, Avram, and my sense was that, and again, we'll get into this more on Tuesday, I'm sure, that the kind of the section 1 kind of immediate actions of the plan were just, what can we do now to get, hundreds or, a few thousands of people attached in the very near term. And then the kind of the section 2 universal broadband access deployment things were the, what are the long-term kind of 2 to 4 year solutions. And I think you characterized the cable line extension fund exactly right, which is, my experience has been, and I've talked to the department about this, is that oftentimes the cable line extensions that individual residents ask for are prohibitively expensive for, 1 or 2 or 3 households. And it's that subsidy that the department would step in. And I think you gave a good example. You might have, Comcast going a quarter mile off of Route 12, where if they went 3/4 of a mile or a mile and a half, they would be able to pull in 12 more households. But that line extension, without commitments from subscribers, is prohibitively expensive. But how can you buy down that cost? So yeah, it's not an answer. It's simply of what's the medium, the immediate solution to get more people online in the next 6 months, I think. Laura.
So I just want to weigh in off on Scott's reference to speeds, and the reference in the plan to speeds, and a possible exception to our policy goal that we put in place last year of 100. While I would acknowledge that we may need to make some sporadic exceptions to that, I am absolutely not willing to get behind any kind of wholesale lowering of that expectation. This is potentially once in a lifetime funding. So I'm not really willing to have it invested in technology that's going to be outdated in the next 5 years.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I've got a couple more hands up here. Mark and then Robin.
Yeah, this goes to what Laura had just mentioned. Maybe I'm in a unique situation, but I don't even have 2/1. You can go on Google and do a test. So I'm Zooming right now. My wife's working remotely at home as well on email. I can check my email while I'm Zooming. That's enough for me, and I'm assuming that it would be enough for a lot of school kids too. And then if I could, I just mentioned that I did reach out to all my school principals, and I actually, John Peters from the North Country Supervisory Union, he's the director of technology up there. At least in this area, it sounds like you could get pretty detailed information as to where these folks are that either don't have any coverage at all, or ones that have limited coverage. And it seems to me like, just for an example, J. Westfield School, 7 families and 2 staff members that have internet issues. It doesn't say they're without internet. You go to Troy, out of 180 students total, it looks like 5 students with no access, 20 families and staff that have intermittent and spotty. It gives, what they might have for coverage as well. A lot of them look like the ones that are especially spotty are going through phone. Lowell, 3 families with no access, 15 families that have some sort of access. So again, I would think that, I suppose it would be difficult to find out just what covers the certain areas, whether it's New England Wireless or Comcast or whatever. But I'm assuming that there's other towns that have that sort of information as well, and hopefully that could be used to, like you had mentioned, Tim, get to the folks that need it at first, I guess. And of course, people move all the time, so that would change. But again, I think there is information out there now.
Yeah,
and I guess the question.
Go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
The question am I wrong? And again, I'm not a techie guy, but 2/1, that's my understanding from listening to all you folks and everybody else. That's nothing, but I've had no problems with my connection on Zooming, and I'm not even sure, but I think Kathy and I have both Zoomed together. So why is there such a reluctance to possibly go down to 10/1?
Well, just statutorily, 10/1 doesn't meet the federal broadband definition. So, I mean, that's not a technical answer, but that's a statutory answer. So I think probably the more immediate question gets at the comment that Laura shared, which is, I think there's a lot of folks, and I'm probably in this camp as well, that 100 symmetrical is, I hate to use the industry term, but it's future proof. We put that out, and we're going to be using that decades into the future, I think. Are there other technologies short of that are also going to serve us well into the future, so that we're not, constantly changing out technologies or changing out infrastructure? That's a question I have. I know where my bias is. Infrastructure that we installed 10 years ago is probably not serving some communities well. It did well 10 years ago. But anyway, I think this is a fundamental question that we're going to get into in the next week, is, what this money can be used for.
And the other thing is, I know through New England Wireless, I have the ability to pay more a month and get faster service, and I just have chosen not to do it because I don't need it. I mean, anyway.
Yeah, good. Robin, and then Seth.
Thank you. I want to echo Laura's comment about this being probably if not once in a lifetime, once in a decade funding, and wanting to make sure that we get the maximum future proofing that we can, while also recognizing that in some cases, wireless may be the cheapest functional alternative, and if where we can't build out fiber or cable, wireless may be a solution. It's one I know almost nothing about, but I'm interested in learning more about. So, not an opinion there or a solution, just more questions.
Yeah, well, and this was something that we've, recall back to H513 last year. There was some wood that we chopped on this issue then. I wouldn't say that the funding stakes were quite as high in that discussion. They're a little more pronounced here, depending on what kind of money we have at our disposal. So, Seth, I think you were next.
I'll try not to nerd out too much on it.
Good luck.
A couple of technology aspects. I encourage folks not to get hung up on just speed, because there are different types of usage of technology, right? So speed is great for a file transfer. It does nothing for the quality of service, like for video conferencing, any real-time sort of activities. Like what we're doing now is very low bandwidth intensity, but it is very susceptible to latency, packet loss, that sort of thing, the quality of the connection. So as we're discussing these things, speed is definitely a a good indicator, but it is not the only measure. And traditional satellite like HughesNet right now, you can get decent download speeds, but the latency is so high as to be non-functional for what we're doing here, the video chat. Wireless, there is a lot of people have had experience with wireless in Vermont. That's more of an indicator of the company itself than necessarily the technology. Wireless is what a lot of nations are using who didn't have the historical legacy infrastructure of phone systems. So they just skipped wireline and fiber and go straight to wireless, and they're having gigabit symmetrical speeds. Chair Bergen, you mentioned 100 meg symmetrical being future-proof. Yes, for a period. It's not going to lock us in. So the ability to scale it is going to be what's key. We're seeing exponential growth as far as the requirements of what people need in order to be able to fully participate in the online environment. I would also offer the suggestion that if we use the analogy of roads, there's dirt roads, there's paved roads, there's highways. The more we build out the highways, the shorter that distance of secondary road is. The more we build out the paved roads, the shorter distance that dirt road is. So just because we're able to reach a customer with only 2/1, as Mark was mentioning, then that doesn't necessarily mean that that's not building up the infrastructure to help everybody, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not functional in the future. So it's more of a holistic picture to look at, but it can be both.
Got it. Good. I want to throw something else out there for because it was mentioned in the plan, and I have a soft spot for this issue because it was such a huge issue locally in the Upper Valley as EC Fiber was kind of doing their work in the last 10 years. Something that's mentioned in the plan is how we address issues related to pole make ready, and it's an incredibly unsexy area, and frankly one that probably not a lot of folks dig into beyond kind of policymakers in this area or folks who are actually kind of living in this world. But my sense from any provider actually is that if they are going to do new work out there, that a path towards accelerating that work is making the make ready process work better. Whether it's some of the work we did in the broadband bill last year, which I think did do that, though there's more to do. And it is something mentioned in this plan. And I think I just want to flag that for our committee as, if we are interested in accelerating the work of CUDs and other prospective providers in Vermont, that is I think that's a critical path to solve, if you will. So again, that's just something in the plan I want to flag. I see Mark's hand up and Mike after Mark. You're muted, Mark.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize again for not reading that plan yet, but I was able to look at the Senate's meeting last week where Maria was able to talk about all the different money coming down, and that's going to be a tough nut to crack in itself. As far as it seems to me as though there's a lot of different sources as to where this money's coming from and whether or not you can even use some of it for this. So that's going to be an issue in itself to try to figure all that out. I don't envy Maria trying to solve that one, but yeah, there's a lot there.
And Maria, I'm going to ask you to, I'm just going to give an introduction to you, Maria. If you could just speak for a couple minutes on this. But my understanding is the kind of my introduction to this discussion today. I was talking about something a little different than I think some of the things that Maria was focused on. I believe in the CARES Act, there were very specifically appropriated funds that went to federal programs that support, all sorts of connectivity initiatives. And that is very specifically appropriated funds. And while I think that is potentially something that Vermont can take advantage of, and I'm hopeful we can, that is absolutely a tricky nut to crack, to use your analogy, Mark. What I'm talking about more immediately and more specifically here is the $1.25 billion that has come to the state of Vermont to address a whole myriad of issues related to the COVID-19 crisis. One of those issues has been an exposure of the massive problem we have in our state in terms of connectivity and inequity in connectivity, and how we might be able to, and I'm underscoring and putting in bold might be able to use some of those funds to address this issue at the state of Vermont's discretion. And ultimately it's going to have to be signed off on by the feds, but I'm talking about two different things, and I'll hand that over to you, Maria, as to fix anything that I've mistaken here.
No fixing necessary. You actually explained it really well. That chart that I prepared explained or summarized about, I don't know, maybe 12 different appropriations to various federal programs through the CARES Act, and highlighted some of the money that may be available for connectivity, ranging from subsidizing subscriptions to potentially actually for network infrastructure. But there are a lot of variabilities, and they flow through education entities, economic development entities, FCC's telehealth programs, just a broad range of funding streams. So some of that money may trickle down through various state entities and to providers, but that is different, as the chair just explained, from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, the $1.25 billion that's coming to the state of Vermont. Obviously not just for broadband, but there are 3 conditions related to that money. These are expenses that were caused by or related to the pandemic. The money can't go to basically backfill state budgets, and the money needs to be for any expenses incurred from earlier in March of this year to the end of this year, December 31st, 2020. So whether or not broadband is consistent with those conditions is something that's not definite yet. But assuming that you could use some of that money for broadband, then the question is going to be, what does it mean for that money to be incurred or expended, as the guidance that the Treasury Department released explained this year. Obviously, like the department's proposal, when it looks at the reverse auction, is talking about a deployment period of potentially 3 years. So is there a way of maybe committing that money and dispersing it over a longer period of time? Maybe putting it in an escrow account? Does that meet the definition of incurred for purposes of the relief fund? I think those are things that are, I know I'm looking into and others are looking into as well, to the extent you might want to use some of that money. So I hope I didn't.
No, that's helpful. That's really helpful. Again, I'm going to leave it to people who can better interpret these things than I can. And you are certainly one of those people, Maria, to kind of give us a sense as to what our capability is here. From conversations that I have had with the speaker, the head of JFO, the House Appropriations Committee, there is a real interest at kind of the leadership level, if we can use this money to direct it to these things. And I see the kind of the work of our committee to be prepared to make the best recommendations as to how to deploy those resources if given the opportunity. So that is the work task in front of us. We're going to Mike, and then Scott, and then Robin, and then Laura. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so first I want to ask if the chart that Maria referenced, is that available on our website or in an email or something?
I will send it to you all directly, and then I will also send it to Faith, and she can post it on the website.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is a number of types of legislation have been proposed by the department, and I know that some of it is in bills that we're working on, or that we have in our committee anyway, as well as Senate bills. And I'm wondering who's going to take the lead. Are there any bills that we're going to take the lead on as the House versus what the Senate is going to take the lead on?
Well, I'll give you my view of that, Mike. One thing we've talked about in recent weeks, and I don't have an update on this, but is S301, which I think from a lot of people's perspective, maybe universally, it's considered must-pass legislation in terms of how it deals with wireless deployment. So that's one thing. It's on the Senate calendar right now. What I don't have an update on is what the timing is on that coming to us. So that is one thing.
Does that have to do with Section 248A?
Correct.
Okay, and we have a accompanying bill.
Yeah, and this is kind of going on above my pay grade in terms of the Senate and House leadership trying to figure out, just kind of traffic copying, if you will, which bills are going to go where, when. I think it's very much on the speaker's radar screen that is something that has to be dealt with, and it's noted in the department's plan. In terms of other legislation, there are some other things that are mentioned in the department's plan in terms of potential statutory changes. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
One has to do with the make ready that you were referring to before.
Yep.
And another has to do, I think, with permitting process for the PUC to fast track permitting of whole.
Yeah, and I'll just say that is something new to me. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I don't know what that means and what that would involve.
Right.
So that is something I'd like to hear a little bit more about on Tuesday.
Right.
And then a third thing, which I think would be an issue that if it's something we want to touch on, we would, I'm guessing, attract a lot of interested witnesses, which is the department in their third point in section 2 of the plan talks about modifying 30 VSA 8091, which is to provide open access to middle mile fiber owned by Vermont's electric distribution utilities. So, that would obviously require a statutory change, and I expect there would be a lot of different perspectives on that. So, Scott, and then Robin, and then Laura.
There's too much to learn here. I guess thinking about the CARES money and what we can do with that, if we can do anything with it, it seems like this is really focused on sort of short-term or quick solutions. And while it makes sense to me that we do want to get to 100, and that when we pick that threshold basically to roll out video cable, to say we're talking about fiber or something as fast as fiber. In the short term, we're not going to be able to build out fiber. So I mean, we can. That's not a 6 month or even a 1 year or whatever short term solution. So it seems to me that well, actually, a question that I have for Seth, the consolidated man, is: Are we eventually going to build fiber to every address? In 15 or 25 years? That seems like we're not going to be building copper to any addresses anymore. But be that as it may, the short-term solution is getting people something. So and the question to me is, what can we do that will get people something?
Yeah, and it is a fundamental question. And this week I've had conversations with a few people, and I'll share with this committee now, because it's a data point, and I think it's a very credible one. And it's also just kind of gives folks kind of a rough sense of what's possible, I think. And then I talked to the EC Fiber folks about some of the work that they've done in recent years. And there are, and again, this is a fiber, this is not speaking to wireless, but EC Fiber in recent years has been able to roll out about 250 more or less miles of fiber per year. And they would acknowledge that some of the constraints they've had have dealt with work, kind of pole make ready issues. So, maybe they could have done 350 a year. But if we've got 70,000 unserved households a year, and a rough density statistics suggest that in the EC Fiber area, which is probably medium density relative to what the rest of the state is, some very rural areas and some downtown areas as well. But there's about 14 households per mile. If you've got 14 households per mile for those 70,000 unserved or underserved homes, that's 5,000 miles of fiber. And we're talking about EC Fiber, doing, call it 250 to 350 a year. So, if you've got 5 EC Fibers out there working, or 5 providers kind of working full time to get as much fiber out there as you can, so call it 1,250 miles a year, it's 5 years to get to those 70,000 households. And I think there's also questions here as to what is literally as fundamentally as, what is the bucket truck capacity in our state? What is the construction capacity to actually roll that amount of fiber out? How long does it take to plan a mile and do that make-ready work? So I think you're fundamentally asking the right question. And again, to kind of bring it back to the appropriations question that I think we've really got to wrestle to the ground in the next 3 or 4 weeks is, do we only have until December 31st this year to spend money? Because if that's our task, I agree with you. We're not going to get a lot of fiber out there in the next 6 months. But if it's a question of, do we have money that we can commit that satisfies the appropriating need, and that money can actually be deployed over 3 or 4 years, then I think we've got a better chance of doing some of that work. So again, I just wanted to share with you some of the statistics that I had that kind of gave me a sense as to what what's involved here in terms of literally the construction work of rolling fiber out. So I had Robin next, and then Laura.
Thank you. So I have a whole lot of questions. I'll winnow them out, but kind of going in reverse order. As the chair mentioned, those 5,000 miles to build out it's a figure that I've seen in a few places. But I'm wondering, do we have any idea whether electric utilities have run fiber on any of those 5,000 miles that is, at this point is not part of an internet provider scenario, but could be under the scenarios that we've been looking at with the studies. Because I've never heard, I wonder how many of those 5,000 miles are potentially built out already, but need access.
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't know the answer.
Another concern, I guess I've been thinking about the federal allocation process based on census blocks, and my concern there being, we've been working, we've been trying to provide a lot of support to CUDs, and the concept, the viability, and I'm wondering if in a census block application process, will traditional carriers cherry pick the most viable census blocks that are unserved, further undercutting the viability of CUDs? And is there a way to try to avoid that, keep that from happening? Which leads to a question for Maria. I guess in our allocation or reverse auction process, can we define the terms of the contracts away from census blocks to communities or to groups of census blocks, or to try to avoid cherry picking?
So under a state reverse auction, can you have set up different terms and not base it on census block? I think you can certainly do that. I think you can put into place whatever geographic areas you think are most suitable for the expenditure of public dollars. And I think I have to check the department's broadband action plan, but I think that they do it, if I'm not mistaken, on a town-wide basis, and maybe
it refers to
in some
towns.
circumstances a regional basis if there isn't. So I'd have to look at that more closely, but I guess the short answer is yes, you have flexibility to decide how you want that money to be expended.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the last thing is just to raise a point with the chair talking about S301 or other bills in the lineup, that we do still have the ability to introduce committee bills if they're approved by House rules, because they're after the crossover deadline. But that's how we're operating this year.
Yeah, and to kind of get into the rule stuff, and I'll ask you, Robin, because you are more involved in those leadership meetings. I don't know if we have the ability at this point to take a bill off, a House bill off our wall, and pass something, for example, that would deal with 248A if we're running out of patience waiting for S301.
No, it would have to be a committee bill.
Yeah, it would have to be a committee bill.
Yeah. And would have to be approved by House rules.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Laura, I think you were next.
Thank you.
And then Mark.
I just wanted to address a couple of things, kind of going all the way back. Seth, comments on widespread wireless, and a number of countries having utilized that to take care of their problem. We have tried that in Vermont, and we've had a pretty majorly funded project try that. And one of the problems is line of sight with that, particularly in areas like southern Vermont, outside of the Champlain Valley, where things are not flat. So I am not opposed to wireless. I just want to kind of baseline this. I'm not opposed to wireless pieces. I think we're going to have some pieces of wireless in certain areas, but, wholesale wireless is not, it'd be hard to support or any kind of large scale wireless proposal to solve this. Particularly, I don't know that we have any reputable wireless providers that are capable of doing, wholesale projects in Vermont. Maybe. I want to just remind us all that we last year said to, our towns and Vermonters that nobody was coming to save them, that we didn't have the money to save them, and that the way to save themselves was to form these CUDs. And, here were some tools that we have to help support you, and hopefully we'd be able to bring in more tools. So we had an opportunity to hear from the CUDs, and I just want to remind us all that I think we need to make sure that we keep those guys front and center in front of us, whatever we do. These are Vermonters who have stepped forward to volunteer on building critical infrastructure because nobody else would. So,
and Laura, I will also point out, and again, we'll hear more about this on Tuesday, but there is a point in the department's plan, the fourth point in section 2, and this is kind of the longer term, to provide direct financial support to CUDs. And we are already doing that through the BIG grants, the broadband innovation grants. I'm presuming what they are getting at here is to increase that support. And again, just to reiterate what Laura had said that we had heard, I think it was 3 weeks ago when the CUDs were testifying, that the support that we have given them through funding a position in the department has been it has been very successful and overutilized. I think Rob Fish is operating at 110% capacity right now. So I think that was money well spent and is being used to its fullest extent right now. Mark and then Mike.
Wait, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry, Laura.
I'm sorry. As always, I just have a little bit more to say, but I'm almost done.
Okay.
To touch on Robin's really valid point, I think, about, if the existing providers come in and try and cherry pick, even within the CUD areas, does that further undermine the CUDs? I would just say, I think the CUDs are aware of that possibility, of their vulnerability, and I'm aware that they are trying to advocate for themselves. So I think that's a fair point, and I think it's something that bears watching by those of us who have asked them to do a really hard job. And then the last piece I would say, Scott, with regard to speed to lay fiber, we certainly are not going to put fiber down, all 5,000 miles by December. But I don't think that we should presume to know how much could be done by December. There are CUDs and other projects, even other projects that have been proposed to the department that haven't been funded in the past that may be able to be rolled out quickly. So I would just ask us to maintain some curiosity about that rather than being willing to kind of shift down into something that's less than fiber. So, okay, I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and something I'm just going to tack on to the end of that I had asked the department for, which is through the connectivity initiative, which are grants that, and they're kind of smallish grants that go out to support kind of, last road or, kind of end of the road, smallish projects of supporting connectivity to, as small as a handful of homes. There have been a number of applications for connectivity initiative grants in recent years that we haven't had funding for. And what I've asked the department for is, if there's a file cabinet full of those kind of shovel-ready projects that are things that can be done quickly by, providers who have put in for funding, but that funding didn't exist, that's something that I want to make sure that we're aware of. Let's see, who did I have next? Avram, I'm sorry, Mark, Mike, and Avram.
Yeah, this is a question, I guess, that goes towards the flexibility of awarding some of the federal build-out money. I've heard some other folks mention this. What are the possibilities, or has it been discussed, that these bigger companies, consolidated, whoever it is, that maybe wins an award, that they have to pay some of that back in a sense? If this is our money, you know, this is our money that we're putting out there to build out this infrastructure, and they stand to reap the benefits of, you know, possibly years of monthly payments. Is there an ability to write something into that they should return some of it, maybe even in the form of other build out somewhere down the road?
I can't speak to that. I don't think it's too high of an ask. I mean, there's a reason why these build outs haven't been done, because they're not, you know, they're not economical, or they're not, you know, they don't meet the financial parameters that a Comcast or a Consolidated or a Vermont Telephone, you know, have as a, you know, as a goal. And that's not to say that a CUD can't do it, or that, you know, another potential provider can't do it. But, you know, the reason why we're talking about public money to support these things is because, you know, the quote unquote market hasn't seen adequate return to, you know, to reach these end of the road places. And, you know, that, so, but, you know, so I don't have an answer for that. I think it's a question, I think, worthy of you know, understanding. So let's write it down for Tuesday. I had Mike next, and then Avram.
Okay, so I just want to add my voice saying we should avoid undercutting the CUDs, maybe by prioritizing any existing CUDs for funding with a precise definition of the territories they serve, and that way they can continue operating and not be impacted by cherry picking by the larger companies.
Yeah. Thank you. Avram?
I just wanted, in terms of some of the concerns that have just been expressed, including the cherry picking concern, I'm looking at the department's plan, and this is concerning the description of
You're a popular
reverse,
guy today, Avram.
Yeah, the description. Hold on. The description of the reverse auction, and I'm reading on page 9 of the plan. It says, significantly, CUDs would have decision-making authority over whether bids for projects in their service territories would be awarded funding, unless the CUD itself chooses to participate in the auction. So I think that I'm going to assume that if there, where there is a CUD, that the issue of cherry picking would be a prime concern of theirs, and that they would want to, if they have authority, some approval authority here, they're not going to approve proposals that cherry pick. That's at least in those places where there are existing CUDs.
And I expect there's going to be a lot of discussion on that point. And, you know, similar to some of the discussion we've had this afternoon, I am very much in favor of supporting our CUDs and making sure that, you know, all this work they're doing to support a particular geographic area or group of towns, that that they can do that work. You know, the other side of that coin that we're going to hear is, you know, if an incumbent operating provider is ready to serve a part of a town or a census block or whatever, and is ready to go, even if that's cherry picking, and the CUD says, no, that's not going to work, but we're going to get to that census block, you know, probably in 18 months or a couple of years, you know, that's not an easy conversation locally to have. I certainly understand the holistic benefit of making sure our CUDs are, you know, in a position to succeed. But I think that is a provision in here that I'm interested to hear more about. Yeah. Got Mark and Mike. Mark, is your hand up? No?
No, I'm sorry. I just forgot to take it down.
No? Okay, good. We don't have any more hands up. Scott, you got your hand up?
I'll ask another question.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm really trying to get straight in my head is who's going to be in charge of this? And I guess it's the Public Service Department, but maybe it's the Public Service Department in the CUDs where there are CUDs about somehow figuring out where to direct the money. In terms of technologies and also providers and what their capabilities are. So if Tim, you mentioned maybe we could commit money for a period of 3 or 4 years, I would be really surprised if that length of time were allowed. I mean, it seems to me, with what limited experience I have with federal government funding, they want the money spent when they want it spent. And if we can get them to agree to the definition of spent means you have a signed contract, that would be a pretty big victory. But anyway, so I'm imagining that the money would have to be spent within a very short period of time, 6 months or a year after December 31st. But anyway, be that as it may, whatever the time period is, there'll be a limited amount of stuff that we can do, and we'll have to utilize a variety of technologies to do it. I'm certainly in agreement that we want to get to 100, but in the short term, I just don't think we're not going to be able to get to 100 universally. So what can we get to universally? It seems to me universality is the goal that we're talking about here, because the digital divide is the real social problem.
Yeah, and that's what the CUDs are focused on. That is their commitment.
That's what the CUDs are focused on, and so I think what we're talking about is there's an entity that isn't a technology provider that's going to have to make the decision about which providers and which technologies to use this money to support. And so it would have to be the Public Service Department, statewide, but then where there are other entities locally, they would be the people who would do that kind of decision making.
And my sense from this plan, and again, I think we'll get more background on Tuesday, is that the CUDs, where they exist, and there's only 5 in Vermont right now, are going to have a stake in that decision making.
Right.
So after Scott, I've got Robin.
Thank you. I'm going back to your comment about the probably a very robust discussion about middle mile fiber and access to it, open access. But I'm looking at specifically at the bottom of page 15 in the department's plan, where they talk about state-owned fiber networks, and says the department owns or holds license to roughly 340 miles of open access dark fiber optic cable in Vermont. And I guess my question, when VEIC was in testifying, they were talking about, they have 1,600 miles of fiber backhaul, something?
VEIC does?
Velcro?
Velcro, sorry.
Yeah.
Velcro. And I know VTrans has a bunch. And I guess so this mentions specifically what the department owns or controls, but doesn't mention other state or state affiliated resources. And I'm just wondering, so is there is there an inventory of those resources in one spot, and different rules of access to them?
Yeah, it's an important question. I know this had come up last year with regard to VTrans fiber, which there is some, and if any of that is available. So, Did you have a question, Laura? Laura?
I think that the department has all of that. I think this is a long-standing request from one of our advocates about the, and I think the department knows where this fiber is, and I think there's some proprietary issues with releasing all of this information. But I think that the department has this information. So if the question is, do we know where all the fiber is? I think the department does.
Somebody knows.
I think the department knows. Yeah.
Higher than this pay grade on this committee. Okay. I don't see any more hands up. This has actually really been helpful for me. I've taken a page of notes and questions, and perhaps somebody from the Department of Public Service is listening, and we'll be getting the questions for the exam on Tuesday ahead of time. But I just want to mention to members and kind of reiterate what I think our task is as a committee in the next 3 weeks. And I will also preface this by saying, we might get a call from the speaker or from the head of the appropriations committee in 3 weeks saying, just kidding, we actually don't have any money. But I think our task is to, be ready to highlight and prioritize where we think public dollars should be deployed in the near term and potentially the intermediate term if we have that flexibility. And I think that's work that we need to do, pretty quickly. As I said, by the end of the month, we may be waved off the runway. But I think regardless of what you think of this plan that the department has put together, it is something on the table to react to. And I think it gives us some important things to debate. And I think there are also some things that can be added here, again, depending on what kind of funding flexibility we might ultimately have. So I would encourage folks to do a close read of this between now and Tuesday. And Laura, did I see your hand go up?
Yeah, well, I've actually just gotten an email from potential, just something to throw out there for us to think about. And Maria, CUDs that have not formed yet. So there are areas of the state that are not in an area that's contemplated for a CUD yet, but there are folks working on those, and their ability to form without being able to have a town meeting. I know there's a number of town meeting issues that are going on, but that is another one that we need to add to the potential legislative list. There are folks looking to do this.
Yeah, specifically, I've heard from Representative Rogers, and I know that in her area, which is kind of the Cambridge, I don't know how many towns are involved in that discussion, but kind of to the east of Burlington, 20 or 30 miles. I know that area is considering one.
And Addison as well, which makes me very happy. I hadn't known.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, me either.
Okay. Well, the other thing, just as an aside for if those two, depending on how close those two CUDs are to formally forming, that timing could be important relative to what work we would potentially do here in the next month. And again, potentially following some of the things in the Department of Public Services plan here. So, okay. Laura, do you happen to know what those Addison County towns are, if there's legislators who are specifically involved in those?
I do not. I know Stephanie Jerome has had been talking about this during the session. I know they're talking to Rob Fish, so they've already connected to the department. So that's, I think we can work through them there.
Great. I don't have anything else for the committee. I'm happy to spend more time. My iPad is telling me I have 7% battery left, so it can't be too long. But if there's nothing else, I'm happy to adjourn our meeting for the day. And thank you all for joining me. This was very helpful for me, and I hope started to frame people's thinking about our discussion on Tuesday with the Senate Finance Committee and the folks from the department. So if there's nothing else, have a good weekend, everybody. Thank you, and happy Mother's Day. Take care.
Meeting is called to order. This is the Brattleboro Planning Commission, our monthly meeting, May 4th, 2020, second meeting online. And the first item on the agenda is announcements. Anybody got anything?
Just to let you know, the town offices are open. Well, we're still requesting that you do business online or over the phone, but you can make an appointment if there's some sort of an emergency and you need the offices. They're all staffed. If you visit the municipal center, you will need to have a face mask. If you don't have one, we will provide one for you.
Okay.
So we're still accepting zone permits and we'll be scheduling development review hearings as needed.
And are you in the office, Sue? Are you still working remotely?
I'm not. I will spend 2 afternoons in the office. We're kind of all spending some time in the office.
But not together.
What's that?
Not together.
No, not together.
Okay,
Nope.
Great.
So I'll be
and-
there generally Tuesday and Thursday afternoons.
Okay. Any other announcements? Okay, public comment. Are there any members of the public here? I don't see them if they are.
I don't see any other, any public on either.
Okay. So we'll say no to that. Approval of the minutes of April 8th, 2020. Did everybody get a chance to have a look at those? I see Bruden's nodding her head, Josh nodding.
Yes,
Kate,
I did.
nodded,
Yep.
you did. Tom, yes? Tom, can you give a thumbs up or something? Or down, or do you have a comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, I saw the minutes.
You don't have any amendments, changes?
No, I'd like to make a motion to approve them.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
Excellent. Further discussion? All right, hearing none, I will assume, well, I guess all those in favor of approving the minutes. How do we take votes on this thing?
A roll call would probably be good.
What?
So if you, Felicity, if you just go through each person and just get a yes or no
All right,
from them, that would be good. A roll call is.
Tom, approval of the minutes?
I approve. Aye.
Gordon?
You know, I'm sorry to be a pain. I have one correction or suggestion, which under our values, under equity, I think it should say creating conditions that permit full participation and opportunity. But anyway, if you don't want to belabor that, we can talk about it because it's on the agenda later too.
Well,
I
these are
agree.
supposed to be a record of the event that took place. So is that what was said?
If I said it, that's what I intended to say.
All right, well then it should change to that.
I should have said anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just assume it is what you said. And the minute should be changed to what you said. And given that, do you approve? No, we need to go back again with that exception.
Sorry.
So starting at the top of my screen, Tom.
Okay, with that modification, I make a motion to approve last month's minutes.
All right. Prudence.
I second them
And you approve.
and I approve them.
Jess,
Yep, I do.
Kate,
Kate approves.
okay. Josh,
I approve.
excellent. Does staff vote on the minutes?
Staff does not.
No, okay. Do I vote?
You can, yes.
I also approve. All right, the minutes are approved with no abstentions. Welcome, Jess. You didn't miss anything. Okay, so we've approved the minutes. Now we're on to the first item of our discussion, COVID-19 and planning. So I went through and reviewed all the materials that got sent out. I wonder how many other people had enough time to go through and look at them. And I will start by saying that I don't expect us to make any decisions at this point. I think this is really an opportunity for us to kind of decide what it is that we want to hone in on and focus our energies on vis-a-vis planning and COVID-19. So, and we can ask for more data. We can pursue different kinds of reports depending upon where that conversation goes. So with that said, people just want to start talking, unless Sue or Andrew, you want to add some more context. You've been paying much more attention to all of the webinars and things that have been happening.
I mean, I guess one of the context for the data that you received is that there was some discussion from some members with myself and Andrew and Felicity about economic development. And so that's why the data that you received was a lot on the businesses and just kind of a collection of information about business impact that's to be expected. So, but there might be other avenues that you want to pursue as well.
For the economic impact, I think we should also add health and safety too, including somehow tying the two together potentially. I don't know if that makes any sense. I apologize if it doesn't. I missed the
health and safety tied together, or health and safety with economic development?
With economic development pertaining to the town moving forward, you know, like the future of economic development and health and safety for Brattleboro.
Can you say a little bit more what you're thinking?
Well, for instance, like Tom and I briefly were talking about different things to do, and Jess also, pertaining to opening Brattleboro back up and like what the town can do. Like simple ideas are hand sanitizing stations, and maybe even like paintings on the sidewalk of like reminders to keep people 6 feet apart. I don't know if that's a part of the economic development conversation or if that's a whole nother thing, a whole nother category we should add on to another meeting, or if this one's appropriate.
I think that it's related to economic development because people definitely need to feel safe to come to Brattleboro, and or come down to, you know, wherever you're going in Brattleboro, people want to feel safe. And there are some discussions about that. I mean, I think by the next time the Planning Commission meets, there may be some more public type proposal on something like that. But I think yeah, we should definitely list it.
Yep.
Because I do think it relates to economic development.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. You know, to get people to go back out and shop and consume and support local establishments, they need to feel safe doing that and knowing that the town at least is taking the precautions that we can within our capabilities to helping keep people safe.
Okay. More thoughts?
I could chime in with a few various thoughts I've come up with.
Yeah, please.
I'll reiterate or expand on something I said last time, but then also bring up a couple other ideas. One was that doorknob idea. You know, looking at the land use regs, you know, we require things like certain types of lighting and electric car charging stations in certain developments and people's houses or multi-unit places. So before I was saying that I think this is something, you know, requiring public buildings to have doors for the public that are able to be opened without putting your hands and fingers on it. So there's various ways out there. I thought that would just be a building code thing that's regulated at the state level, but I think our land use regs provide for that because, like I said, we require all sorts of specific things. So, and I think this would have a lot of benefit just beyond this pandemic too. I mean, you know, there's some public areas where, let's say, hundreds of people every day are touching, you know, the worst culprit, the round doorknobs. And I think, you know, I haven't seen any studies, but I've seen various articles that just summary sort of things, just saying stuff like that have the potential to be big vectors. So I'd like to explore the option of adding some requirement like that to the land use regs. And I also thought my thinking went towards one of the SEVID's big documents that was in the folder, and it showed in Windham County or Brattleboro the industries that are at most a combination of biggest by various metrics and at the most immediate risk because of this pandemic. And it was accommodation and food and drinking establishments, I think, if I interpreted it correctly. And as far as the food and drinking establishments go, now this is one that I think may not be at all within the Planning Commission's purview, but maybe we can make recommendations to the select board, or I don't know, League of Cities and Towns or the state. But maybe, especially with the warm weather coming, food and especially drinking can happen beyond, like associated with a venue, can start happening in a more spread out way, like not just right along touching the glass, you know, on one strip along the sidewalk, but I don't know, getting creative with not reducing the establishment's capacity so that way they stay a business, but you know, loosening some of the restrictions on outdoor eating and drinking, so that way the businesses can still do well.
I have something to add to that also when Tom's done.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, that's one of my bullet points for this evening. I'm super excited to be having this conversation, so I really appreciate this. But you kind of nailed it. Let's see. You kind of nailed it with for instance, talking with downtown business owners, opening up sidewalks for food consumption and expanding or extending like liquor licensing onto the sidewalks. You know, I definitely know that that's difficult because of the varied area that we have between the street and parking spaces, and that's always been a concern in the past. But the times are changing, and they can also be really exciting. So if we can explore, I don't know, the purview of Planning Commission and liquor licensing, adding to the availability of space beyond just the indoor spaces that restaurants and eateries already occupy. So opening up and making sidewalks available is high on the list.
Would that also include shutting down roads and allowing restaurants to take up space in streets downtown?
I was just thinking the same thing too.
I'm thinking the same thing too, except for that's a scary thing to say, but I love the idea.
It's wild. It's crazy new times.
I have a couple thoughts to respond to those. So I don't know enough about liquor licensing, and I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I don't know if it's, you know, we follow what the state says, and therefore I think one of the things about liquor licensing, because I remember from Arkham, is, you know, there needs to be some barriers and whatnot. And so putting up barriers on a sidewalk can then create ADA issues. I'm just thinking aloud. I need to research that a little bit more to be able to report back to you. And as to Tom's comment, and this does get to the liquor licenses or shutting down roads, you know, the planning commission is in a position where they can make policy recommendations to the select board. So, you know, however these come out, you know, it can be a document that you then go present to the select board or something like that. So you should think big. They would ultimately have the say over things that are not land use regulation related. So.
I definitely understand the
And
complexities.
then shutting down the roads. The other thing is Main Street, you know, a lot of our main roads, Main Street, Putney Road, Canal Street, a lot of them are state owned. So there might be another barrier there, but there's lots of roads that aren't state owned as well.
It'll be an interesting balance too, because we also need, in terms of maintaining social distance, you know, it'll be harder to use the sidewalks and not be within 6 feet of people if they're narrowed. So there's a lot of, there's just going to be some trade-offs and complexity, I think. But, you know, one of the things that Burlington's doing is because of lower traffic, they're using this as a time to cordon off and improve, you know, like bicycle, having wider lanes for bikes so that you can pass better, or they're not as close to pedestrians. So they've put up cones and done that a few places. So it's kind of an interesting time to try that. And, you know, we have all the usual challenges that make biking in Brattleboro challenging, just in terms of the width of the streets and things like that. But I agree, this is a time to be creative, and also when there's less parking, that gives us more opportunities. You know, like you could have those parklets, you know, that take up parking places can be seating spaces for restaurants and stuff. So,
or possibly with the results that we got from the downtown survey, we could think about recommending improving the top of the parking garage and using that space as overflow for downtown restaurants.
I don't mean to be the naysayer on that, and I would need more information, but there is some weird thing about the load. Like it can apparently, you know, handle however many parked cars can be up there, but there's something with the physics and the load of people being up there, because that's been explored for having like dance parties up there or movies. There's something weird going on there. I don't understand it. I could get more.
Right,
or that might be.
I've heard of that. So I knew a designer who was asked to redesign a parking space, and they had to build an enormous superstructure underneath the parking space for pedestrians to use that space, because of the way human beings, the weight is distributed over a wider swath, whereas it's just distributed over narrow swaths, whereas a car, it takes up 7 or 8 feet, and its weight is distributed over that 7 or 8 feet. If you have 70 people in that same space, the weight is differently distributed. And so parking garages are just made for cars and not for hundreds of human beings, or even 50 human beings. So that makes all the sense in the world to me. Sorry, anyway, I don't think you need to research it. You know, I've heard of that. Josh, I see do you guys mind? Do you want me to turn my camera on? I don't have my camera on just because I just don't, but I'm happy to turn it on.
Turn it on. It'd be nice to see your face.
Yeah, I like to see your face, but
sorry. You know, I just sit in front of this thing all day long. I'm always looking at myself. So it was nice to just not see me for a little bit, but here I am.
So since we're talking about parking, the next big thing, so a lot of this conversation is definitely going to be difficult, and there's definitely going to be like, you know, the state might say this, the town might say that. And oh no, you guys are all disappearing.
No.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're all here.
Okay, cool. You all just disappeared.
People will go in and out based on their bandwidth and what's going on there. So, I mean, I know we like to see each other, but actually if it's not coming in very clear, or if you're having sound issues, sometimes if you turn off your camera, it might improve those things. So it could just be your bandwidth.
Some of this conversation will definitely be difficult to have, but it's also kind of exciting. The next thing, talking with a lot of, this is obviously downtown specific, but talking with a lot of business owners downtown is not charging charging for parking downtown for an undetermined amount of time. And I think what that really means is like, it could be a year, it could be 2 years, 6 months. I think it should be not charging for parking downtown for a reasonable and a healthy amount of time. You know, I'm not sure what that looks like, but we really need to induce people's comfort going downtown to shop and be downtown and participate in events. And we need it to be affordable because this is a long-term thing that we're obviously dealing with. And the majority of folks' finances, even paying for parking meters and then parking tickets on top of that, is going to discourage just enough people from going downtown that could be devastating. So I don't know if a planning commission thing or if it's just us writing to the select board. I don't know what that looks like, but it would be amazing if we could have a conversation on what it looks like to not charge for parking for a long period of time.
I would point to, and I don't know exactly all of it off the top of my head, but I think if you were going to make some overture from the planning commission to the select board, we need to do the research. There is an enterprise fund that parking is, paid for, or that runs parking, and there was the 2018 parking study. So we'd want to revisit that.
Can I make a recommendation that that everybody just throw out all their ideas, and we'll just tally them up, and then we can shoot them down all in one fell swoop rather than one after the other, or not, as the case may be.
But just
so Josh, you want to keep going?
That's kind of difficult. I was kind of seeing this conversation going like free flowing. I'm not arguing at all. I like that idea. But my bullet points are definitely pretty random. So that's why I'm mostly interested on what you folks have to say also. I want to hear you out. And then as they were coming up in conversation, I kind of assumed I would bring up other ideas or other points, that may not have been brought up yet. So if you would like me to keep going with my list, I absolutely can, or I can wait to hear other people.
I mean, yeah, you can if everybody wants you to go. I mean, I certainly have things too.
This is Kate. I'd like to hear what's on Josh's list, particularly if there's anything that it would help to look at more urgently. I mean, I think we're dealing with like an urgent crisis, and then there's probably going to be some sort of longer term thing where I mean, no one knows what's going to happen, but it's sounding like we've got sort of this urgent crisis of infection. We've got businesses that are just closed or operating on a shoestring. And then I think there'll be maybe some longer term period where things will be better, but not all the way back to normal. So I'm particularly interested in, given that we're right now in the crisis, if there are any ideas that can help the vitality of our businesses during that crisis period.
And I feel like that's absolutely right, Kate. Like we're dealing with an immediate crisis, and then we're going to be dealing with a long-term crisis after this, and we're talking about like the health and the vibrancy of Brattleboro. And a lot of my focus is on economic development. And that's just because of my situation with understanding like what it takes to run a business in this town and the complexities of that. So you're definitely right in the two different issues we have. And I think we have, like I mentioned before, we have a big puzzle we need to put together. So all of these ideas, like I want to hear everybody out. I'm excited to learn new ideas and learn what other municipalities are doing. But for me, the big one, right, like the number one on my list is repeal the 1% local option tax. And I absolutely know the Planning Commission doesn't have much to do with that. It's a town meeting and the select board idea, but I would love to write a letter to the select board to repeal that tax. That is huge, because it is only 1%. It's a penny on the dollar, but we're literally talking about change. and that's money in people's pockets to be able to go downtown and then, you know, potentially spend at an establishment that is struggling, that is going to be struggling for a long time to come. You know, so any little thing we can do is incredibly important, and it's just a piece of the puzzle that we need to put together to helping these businesses. So that's the big one, is the repeal of the 1% local option tax. Another thing too is, again, like, I apologize for my ignorance. You know, I've been on the planning commission for a couple of years now, and I still don't understand like the nuances and like how this system works. But I'm going to throw it all out there because these are things that I feel are important to the community, and things that we should start doing now, to maybe a year, 2 years down the road, things will just be that much more easy to maintain and manage, and we won't lose that many businesses out of this community. So this is a town thing, Brattleboro, and that's only hiring local companies to do the bidding and to do the contracting with the town on a rotation, though, so that we're not hiring the same companies over and over. You know, that's another thing. And like, again, that doesn't need to last for forever, but something we can do in the immediate to where we see taxpayer money going to local businesses. In turn, it's a true and honest trickle down, I like to believe, because we're hiring locally and having it on a rotation. That way we're not hiring the same company for the same projects. We can distribute the money in other places.
Josh, by local, do you mean Brattleboro specific, or do
Brattleboro.
you mean like Southern Vermont? You mean?
So I understand, you know, like when we put stuff out to bid, when we put out an RFP, you know, we're looking for, you know, we're not hiring the cheapest person, we're not hiring the most expensive, we're hiring someone in the middle. They may be from Burlington, they may be from Connecticut, who knows where they're from. I'm absolutely talking about Brattleboro specific, unless it makes sense to be Windham County, because we're the Brattleboro Planning Commission, and we're in Windham County. So obviously there's really difficult things when it comes to things I know nothing about, like who we're hiring for what. But if there are options in Brattleboro, I feel that it should be Brattleboro-based businesses getting these jobs. You know, that way we can keep our money local, which is incredibly crucial right now. Did I answer your question? Awesome.
Yeah,
So then,
I definitely think that that makes sense to weight location much heavier in the RFP process.
yeah,
Something,
especially
yeah. One of the things that you mentioned, I guess it was right before you said something about the local option tax, reminded me of a story that I heard from a Keene business. So I just want to share the story, and I wonder if there is a mechanism in Brattleboro to support this. But a business in town recently bought a historic building and is in the process of renovating it for their new office space. Virus hit, their renovations are slowing down. But another company in town who does construction received the PPP loan. And so they have to keep their employees. They value the building and saw that there was a small project that they could send their employees to work on. And instead of charging the business that owned the historic building, they offered the services for free because the salaries were being covered by the PPP loan. So it was a nice way for one business to take care of another.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good story.
It reminds me of, what is it in Brattleboro? Isn't there like a barter trade?
There is. There's a
There's
trade.
Brattleboro Time Trade.
Yeah, time trade. It's amazing.
Brattleboro Time Trade.
So can I propose a system for doing this? I think if we sort of, everybody throws out their ideas and then we try to think about what ideas are feasible that we want to work on, because anything that we do as a planning commission needs to come, you know, from us as a group, and we have to decide as a group which are the things that we want to put our energy behind. So is that okay with everyone? And I guess the other thing that I mean, it seems like what we're working on right now is the notion of sustaining our businesses in sort of short to medium term. And so I think there are some other things we can do, but I don't want to throw us off this discussion right now. So I'm going to mute.
I had another thing came up that was sort of inspired by your comments about the local option tax, Josh. The co-op near where I work does a roundup program where you can just round up for good, and they pick a certain nonprofit program that they donate those pennies to. But it's an opt-in program, and I wonder if that might be a better option than saying it's a tax. Just having an opt-in extra little bit that folks can donate, and potentially to a program or a group that is supporting local businesses like the DBA, or the United Way has a really incredible emergency relief fund right now in Windham County.
And are you saying that instead of the option tax, like keeping the option tax and then including that also?
No. If we would eliminate the local option tax, having folks be able to opt in for contributing money to the government of downtown or whatever it is, rather than having the flat, like, you must pay this.
I love that idea too, because like I was even thinking about that pertaining to parking downtown, because I understand like how much of a revenue we would lose by people not paying for parking meters downtown. So what if we said you don't have to pay for parking for the next 2 years, but you can if you want to. You know, if you feel like putting some money in the machine, the town will not complain if you feel so inclined. You know, so just stuff like that, you know, because we need to induce people going into town, and then there are some folks that want to help other businesses. So yeah, like you're talking about the co-op, Brattleboro Co-op does that too. They have those bottles or whatever they are that you can put change in for all the local nonprofits, you know, to support. So is that kind of what you mean? But is it for more of municipality and less nonprofit? Is that what you're referring to?
I don't know where the funding would go, or if it would make sense to go through a different mechanism, or if it would make sense to go to a town fund. Yeah.
I like that idea too, because we could potentially get more money than it going to the state and then us getting our percentage back, you know, once they take their cut. You know, so I do actually kind of really dig that idea. Should I keep going, or are you guys sick of hearing me talk?
Keep going, you're inspiring me.
I'm halfway there. So another big one too, again, I apologize for my ignorance. This is definitely new to me in the sense of like, what can the Planning Commission do? But some sort of rent stabilization or rent caps. And can the town do anything to promote affordable and realistic rental market in Brattleboro? You know, like before COVID-19, it was definitely getting out of hand. Rental prices were becoming totally unattainable to people that really, really want to start businesses in this town. So I don't know what rent stabilization, rental caps looks like in Brattleboro. You know, I know Sue and Andrew can talk a lot about that and like what our capabilities are, but I feel that we need the select board to do something when it comes to rents in Brattleboro and like the entire town, not just downtown. So that's the next thing on the list. We can skip over that one, and then
just to make sure I'm clear, Josh, you're suggesting rent for businesses, and not not rent for individual people's residences.
Right now,
or both.
Because of the conversation, absolutely businesses in the commercial market, but then I would love for that to transfer over into the residential arena also. But for the sake of the conversation to right now in this moment for this agenda item, I'm pertaining to just businesses.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Thanks, go on.
So then we talked about parking and not paying for parking. Then we talked about public health and safety, what Tom was talking about with the doors and the handles, hand sanitizer stations, paintings on sidewalks, reminding people to be able to keep their distance from one another. And then cleanup programs. This isn't for me. This is an issue I hear a lot from downtown business owners and all of town business owners, and maintaining cleaner facade to be more attractive, to pull more people out to go shopping. That's something I hear about a lot. I personally don't have any dogs in this fight at all, but it's just something I hear a lot about, and I would love to hear you folks and see if you guys are receiving the same feedback. And that's basically my list. So.
Josh, could you expand on that last comment a little bit more?
Which one? The a cleanup program?
Yeah.
So I didn't email it to you guys. Are any of you folks? There's a Facebook page called Downtown. I'm opening it up right now. Downtown Business. I lost my Facebook tab.
Downtown Business Merchants.
Yes, that one. Thank you. Are you following? Do you follow that? Was that Sue that said that?
So what is it? Downtown business what?
Downtown Business
Merchants.
Merchant page.
Merchants.
And they have like 150, 200 people on it, and it's all downtown business owners. And it seems pretty active. I wish there were more business owners, more vocal and active on it, because it does seem like a good platform where people are pulling ideas and getting together and coming up with things to do. And on that page, Stephanie from the DBA put together a document. I can email it to you guys, of a lot of different ideas that folks, business owners in downtown specifically only, have been talking about needing and wanting and desiring to create a healthier business community for downtown specifically. And that was one of the big things that they keep coming, Andrew, to answer your question, that is one of the big things that they keep coming back to. And it's like trash being left around, dog poop being left around, like simple things like that, that I don't know what the planning commission's role is or the town's role is, but I'm sure we probably play a part somehow. And I believe the point of that is to really induce and attract people to going out and supporting, shopping local and supporting local businesses, and making people comfortable, safe, healthy, feel invited. And so, yeah. I want to hear you guys.
Josh, your comments remind me of, like the information that we were gathering with the downtown plan and things that people were commenting on and both like celebrating and complaining about. I think one of the things that stood out as a point, a pain point for people visiting downtown and using the downtown, was also the panhandling and the homeless population and how that was impacting business downtown. And there was a really wonderful article in the Commons just a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was the Reformer, about how Groundworks' progress in finding housing for folks was having a huge impact on numbers of people congregating downtown, and creating disruptions downtown, and panhandling downtown. And it was really exciting to hear that providing housing to these folks really had a change in what the downtown was experiencing as far as that. I'm sure a part of it has to do with the social distancing as well, but I wonder if there is something that the Planning Commission can do to support the continued work. They were able to do that because hotels are closed and need to fill rooms, and they found a great partnership there. So if the space is available, it's really wonderful to see them using it and see how that changes what's happening downtown. I don't know if there is something we can do to support that, but
Well, it's funny. I was thinking about that because I'm like, what an opportunity this is to move forward, because we have all the homelessness housed technically right now. I mean, what if we could further that and and work for more of that permanent housing? Obviously, that in itself is really tough to get to. There's no silver bullet or magic bullet. But I think one thing is definitely furthering housing efforts to create more affordable options and diversify our housing stock, because a healthy housing, I guess, diversity of housing usually equals healthy economy. So that's not just affordable and high end. It's like the whole spectrum of housing. So creating conditions for that is really helpful. But I guess also it just continuing to work with the nonprofits. I'm not sure how that would look like for us. It's very new to me. But I mean, I just think it's a really cool opportunity that we're in, even though this is a very unprecedented crisis, to be able to house homelessness in this time. How could that look like further to really help that population get to more permanent housing?
I love this conversation so much. That's all I have to say.
So I want to build out on what Andrew said, because that's kind of where my mind is going, just because two of our values are equity and equality in the values conversation that we had in our last meeting. And all of the reading that I've been doing is focused on this notion that the U.S. at this time in its history is so iniquitous, and that this crisis is putting that in sort of really shocking and disturbing relief. That the crisis is, in fact, we're all vulnerable, but it's not impacting us all the same. Many of us, in fact, are quite safe, safe in our jobs, safe in our homes, and safe in our ability to pick up at the grocery store and various other sorts of things. So I'm thinking about ways in which, I mean, there's been a lot written about the fact that the federal government is providing relief at a level that it's never done in the past 10 or 15 years. And it's done it in a relatively speedy amount of time. It's supporting small businesses. It's enabling people to stay safe and not have to go to jobs that would put their health at risk. And that these are the kinds of things that we actually think our government, well, I'll speak for myself. I actually think our government should do on a regular basis. It shouldn't be require a crisis for the government to make sure that people get health care and that they get covered. They can go home when they're sick and not have to continue to be working when they're sick because they don't have any sick days where they work. So the sort of development of the gig economy, all of these things that have been made working life precarious can be walked back to a more equitable society. And this is a perfect opportunity for us to try to do that. But of course, our capacity as the Planning Commission is sort of limited in our ability to do that. But one of the things, the one place where we actually do have some capacity to do things is in zoning. And zoning can be done creatively in such a way to produce more equity. So that's the sort of thing. I mean, I like establishing the notion that an empty hotel room has a person who needs housing in it until such time as there's a paying customer in it could be a phenomenon that we now say, oh, we have these rooms. Why would they ever stand empty if people were homeless? Those are the kinds of things I think if we can build into our system so that we're not, I mean, I hope nobody's imagining going back anywhere. We're not going back. We're going forward into this new era that we are going to be living in for a period of time until there's a vaccine, and then for a period of time until there's another pandemic. So this new forward, I think, should include the base level of some kind of equity in all of our thinking.
Reminds me of something heard about a town developing a vacancy tax for building owners, mostly to prevent like the Home Depot building right now to just stand empty for years and years while the owners can use that as a tax write-off. It was a really interesting solution to helping them redevelop their downtown and incentivize building owners. This was primarily along the main street in their downtown zone, but to prevent those landowners from just hanging on to empty buildings. And I wonder if that's applicable to a hotel.
I love the idea of a vacancy tax. If we're going to tax someone, let's tax the folks who own the Home Depot building. I love that.
So other ideas before we get into, I mean, we can also, things that you guys want to know that we can search out information. We saw this really interesting economic development webinar by an organization called Urban 3 that I want to say they're somewhere in the South. I can't remember, but the spokesman, the person who spoke was a guy named Joe Minakazi. And he was essentially describing ways in which you should be thinking about how to make money from your town vis-a-vis property taxes, vis-a-vis zoning. So he had these really interesting models that essentially looked just like, it looked like the city because it had these tall structures. And then after a while you realize it wasn't the city, it was a graph that showed where the most income was coming from the various places in your town. And in fact, apparently the Vermont Department of something, I'm sorry, I can't remember who you guys are out there in TV land, has done this for Vermont. And so we can actually look at it. And if you really wanted to, I'm sure Sue could pull it up or I could pull it up and show it to you. But it's one of these things as we think about what we're capable of doing on the Planning Commission, to be thinking about how we can do our zoning so that we can capitalize on, because we do need the town to make money. There's nothing wrong with making money. What we want is more equitable distribution of that money, but we have to make it first. So that may be something that we can, that data, I would love for you all to look at the Joe Minakazi thing and then look at that data to see if it doesn't generate some interesting ideas about, as we go forward looking at our zoning, how we might be creative, like what Tom sent around right before the meeting, sort of rethinking our spaces to make them more useful. In the same way of figuring out how we can put tables on the sidewalk and allow people to have a beer outside, so that they can be 6 feet apart from whoever they're having a beer with.
I watched that webinar too. It was really interesting. And, one of the things he said was, identify policies that are restricting or limiting positive growth. We figure out the kind of growth we want, which I think we probably have a pretty good idea of, and then change policies that make it more difficult for that to happen.
Yeah, and we definitely started that conversation a few months ago with the what was it called? Infill development or development within existing properties. It was really interesting. And I think, go ahead, Felicity.
No, I was just thinking the one of the really cool things on his PowerPoint was this notion of the distance to the center, and that you put your community on a graph, and the people who are close to the services, they live close to the services, and they're being really sustainable, and so they pay the least amount of tax. The people who are living on the largest plot of land farthest away from the services pay the most tax. And if we're having all these people who are, which apparently we are, moving in from other states, so she'll remain nameless because it's safer here. Those people who are up there in the hills on 100 or 102 acres should pay the most tax. because they're farthest away from the services, and we have to make the roads for them to get to there. That's what Joe Minikazi was talking about, is the town takes over the notion of supporting the roads. They should make the people who need the roads pay for the roads.
He's kind of looking at like the fiscal resiliency of towns. So, you know, what are our sources of revenue? Is it property taxes? Is it the retail tax? Is it rooms and meals, or the 1%? Like, what is the makeup of the town's sources of revenues? And then trying to figure out, you know, how to tweak things so that it continues to be kind of productive. So, you know, as Felicity was saying, the Vermont Department of Taxes and I think property valuation, I think that's the department, you know, they've done some mapping looking at the property value per acre. Joe had shown some of the retail taxes per acre. And so the areas that you think might be, well, you know, downtown is generally the most productive. The denser areas, the more, you know, different buildings you might have in a building because it's 5 stories as opposed to 1 single story. They tend to be more productive. So then we need to make sure that our policies are kind of supporting that type of development, or those areas that are really doing well. And then there's another interesting thing that kind of came out. This wasn't from Joe's, but basically our grand list in Brattleboro is not growing. So how can we help it grow, either through land use regulations or maybe even programs? Like I sat in on a webinar in Oswego that was about Oswego, New York, and how to get the residential. They kind of looked at the different neighborhoods in the town, those where property values were increasing, those that were stagnant, and those that were actually in decline. And they focused some programs on that stagnant area. And it was, you know, they're not intending to gentrify by any means, but kind of the simple property improvements. They made some grants and loans available, and they did it kind of on a block method. And, you know, that all had positive impact both to the property values and also to their downtown and getting businesses to come in. So like those are kind of some of the programs that we could think about or look at too.
And we could even look to models that have already been successful here, like the one that offered homeowners grants to renovate so that there was an apartment in their house. And possibly instead of an internal apartment, that could be expanded to accessory dwelling units, or things like that, that would be even more useful.
Does that program not exist anymore? I haven't heard about that in a while.
Still exists.
I wonder, was that successful?
It's the rental. Is it successful? That's run through Brattleboro Area Housing. I don't know how many applications they get from Brattleboro. I know at one point it was. I've had some conversations with some of their board members who are trying to figure out other programs that would be useful. And then there's also the rental housing improvement program that is run by the town, and that one is for landlords that maybe need to make improvements to improve the quality of the housing. I don't think they make many loans out of that either. I'd have to look into that.
Yeah, Tom.
I'll continue with the format that Josh was taking of going down his list of ideas, although mine is much smaller. If I may.
I'm super excited.
Yeah.
I want to hear this.
I don't know if the zoning or the town ordinances have restrictions on business hours, or because my thoughts are that if people need to be more spaced out, let's say that's in an office or a manufacturing place or a lab, not that there's many labs here, but my housemate works in one. But anyway, if they have to be spaced out more, but they want to return to work and the business is trying to return them to work and the governor's allowing it, maybe it's it would be good to allow for, I don't know if there's any restrictions on business hours, but maybe that could be expanded. And then also maybe there's some businesses that aren't allowed in certain places, like maybe people could take not just office and computer work home, but maybe there's certain types of, I don't know, but maybe there's certain types of work at the actual commercial or industrial space that could be taken home to some degree and otherwise wouldn't be allowed because of our zoning or town ordinances, but could be during this period of time to allow that aspect of the economy to continue or rebound. Another one, Josh mentioned more prevalence of hand sanitizers in public places, but maybe, now this would be probably, okay, well, I'm thinking masks. This would either be just this would come about just by the goodwill of businesses or the town, or, I mean, this would be some business idea, and I don't know how well it would work when a pandemic's over, but, mask dispensing machines that, cost 50 cents per mask, and you have to put the money in and you get the mask. But of course, you'd be pressing buttons to do that, so maybe it would backfire. And then what I mentioned, the expanding restaurant and bar spaces so they can rebound, and then the sanitary doors. Oh, and then one last thing, because a lot of people, the office workers and the digital, more white collar workers are more able to weather this storm by working from home than the lower income or the blue collar folks usually are, painting a broad brush. I wonder if we can give a better push to wireless facilities and broadband for the town, so that we remove some hiccups and barriers to that, both for this pandemic and future ones. And so that's my list.
Tom, I like that last one. That also came to my mind as I was thinking about your thought about bringing work home. I'm thinking about how I used to, on my work from home days, go downtown to like the Works or Amy's or Mocha Joe's and spend money downtown and sit downtown and be there. And I've been through a few towns in Vermont that have invested in free wireless internet for their downtown area. And that was a pretty amazing resource in those small towns.
I thought we had that. We don't have that downtown?
Yeah, don't we have that? I thought we did.
We
A
have
certain building.
Certain
Wi-Fi
locations.
and the library is free Wi-Fi, but yeah, it doesn't extend all the way. And some businesses offer it for like an hour, and then but it would be really interesting to see the town be able to provide something like that, not just for the businesses, but also for the use of public space.
Yeah.
I definitely think there's going to be a big investment in broadband after this. I think downtown's great, and I'd love to see Brattleboro take those steps. But more looking at rural areas, because one thing they're seeing in terms of trends is some people might, migrate out to these rural areas, and need, because they can work from home. They don't have to, necessarily go in. Obviously, not everyone can have that privilege, but I definitely could see that happening in some of the outskirts, and this probably will help the push that Wyndham Regional is doing. And it'll be interesting to see in the next few years what broadband looks like in southern Vermont.
Mm-hmm.
This is Kate. While we're kind of going down lists, if I may add two small things. I'm liking everything I've heard so far. Two little things I've been thinking about is a lot of businesses are doing like curbside to go, things like that, and not just for food, but I saw the shoe store is starting to do that with shoes, the library with books. I meant to check before this, but thinking about how easy it is for a business, particularly in our downtown, to say, put out a table and put to-go items on that for people to pick up. And then also, how easy is it for people to park quickly? So, you know, if there's a way we can ease having, say, like short-term temporary designated short-term parking spaces, if you know, if that would work with the demand right now for that, I think that would be an interesting thing to look at.
Temporary loading zones. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Kate?
Yeah, loading zones, and for customers, you know, so if somebody, say, I bought shoes and now I want to park next to the shoe store, jump out with my mask on, grab my shoes, you know, that the proprietor just put out there for me, and then drive off. I'm not going to be there more than, you know, 15 minutes max.
I know that exists in front of Brown and Roberts and the florist shop, and I think and in front of Duo Restaurant too. There's hooded spaces that are for exactly what you're saying, exactly for that purpose. It's great. I've been using that quite a bit. It works great.
The Duo space is going away for a handicap space.
Okay.
But
that's good too. That's really needed.
So what about shutting down all the parking spaces on Main Street? I know a couple people will be really upset with me saying that. But what about shutting down all the parking spaces for not a long amount of time, but just like, let's say, a few months while the governor is figuring out reopening the economy? And this way it can give an opportunity to the businesses downtown that are slowly allowed to open back up to do just what Kate's talking about, and be able to drive up, grab their items, and go. And if we just assume all the parking spaces on Main Street you're not allowed to park in, like the folks that live in town park in the garage or Harmony or the High Street lot. I think folks will be pretty understanding that it's to build Brattleboro businesses' self-esteem back up, knowing that they're given more options to deal with the distancing protocols that are still unknown, that are still coming at us. Probably a really bad idea to shut all those parking spaces down, but it's just an idea.
Well, I mean, I love it. It makes sense in terms of giving, if not all of them, maybe one side of the street we keep parking, but the other side we turn into a pedestrian zone, so that we would double the width of a sidewalk, so that people could actually be, I mean, I was thinking when you guys earlier were talking about sidewalks, and I was thinking about the grocery stores. You know, the grocery stores are now one-way aisles. I mean, our downtown sidewalks could be one way. You are on the right-hand side, it's all going down, and on the left-hand side, it's all going back up. I mean, because, you know, I mean, that does stop people crossing each other. And that's what you can't, that's the thing that makes you feel unsafe, is when somebody's coming at you and there's nowhere for you to go. But anyway, I mean, I'm curious, Sue, to what extent can we affect parking regulations?
I'm going to play devil's advocate here and just throw out some questions, because if you were going to make this proposal to the select board, they're sure going to want to know these answers. So, okay, so there's no parking, or it's free parking? Which are you talking about? There's.
I would.
What's that, Josh?
Are you talking about Main Street, or are you talking all of downtown? No, I think what I'm talking about is.
Let's start with Main Street.
Yeah, no parking on Main Street, and then free parking in all of town. That's a whole different item, though. The free parking downtown for a healthy amount of time. And what I mean by healthy is once our businesses are boosted again and feeling really good and comfortable and not scared of needing to shut down, then we can start potentially charging for parking in all of downtown. So I think for the to-go ordering and like the pickups of food and the pickups of shoes and the pickup of bicycles and stuff, no parking on Main Street, because that'll allow a lot of space for people to walk some eateries can have some tables outside, and then people can do their drive up pickup. What Kate was mentioning.
Okay, so I think there's a couple of things you need to think about. I think we would need to know what do the merchants want, because a lot of them will say that they want parking in front of their buildings. It doesn't matter that they have an entrance on Harmony Lot, they still want it out front. So that's something to consider. In terms of free parking throughout the downtown, or, I mean, that's where you have to pay to park. We have some parking lots and elsewhere in town, but for all intents and purposes, free parking. So there are 4 employees that have been furloughed from that. That parking fund helps deal with maintenance at the garage. So what is that shortfall going to be, and what's the impact to taxpayers if that revenue is not coming in? I think we need to look at enforcement, because if you don't have the parking, if you have the employees that are still furloughed, you're assuming there's no enforcement. It sounds great that people would want to do it for the good of downtown, but I think the research shows otherwise, that the people who are not there shopping might be parking there because they don't want to have to walk from High Street for the free parking or whatever. So there's just some things to think about before you would make any recommendation before the select board. You'd have to totally vet it.
And that would be something.
And read the parking study from 2018, because it does get into, it talks a little bit about kind of calibrating parking rates and that kind of thing.
Does that study tell us how much money, how much we bring in from parking?
It does look at the revenues. Yeah.
It does. Okay.
I can send you a link to it all. It's on the planning department website. And on the right-hand side, if you scroll all the way down on the right, there's kind of like a document section, and it's in there.
Do we have a study of the revenue that we gain from our Brattleboro businesses? So my argument to the select board would be losing 20% of our Brattleboro businesses, the revenue we gain off of their taxes, may way outweigh the revenue that we gain from parking meters. So do we know what revenue we get from Brattleboro-based businesses? That would be my argument. It's like, it's the select board weighing, you know, it's like, okay, are we going to charge for parking and make up that much money, or are we going to not charge for parking, induce business, and not lose a bunch of businesses?
But that assumes
Yeah,
parking is the major reason.
Oh, you both talked at the same time. I want to hear both of you.
Yeah, go ahead, Prudence.
Well, that would assume that parking's a major reason that the business may or may not make it. And I think there's, you know, there's so many other factors, which I know you know more about it than I do, for success. I mean, parking's only one factor, and probably somewhat small.
It's definitely a concern to people that don't own a business downtown. It's definitely small, but one of the things that keeps coming up is free parking downtown. And so I'm totally on board with it, and it makes sense to me. I absolutely understand the town will lose parking revenue, but I think it's a sacrifice we should be willing to make, because it's either lose parking revenue or potentially lose a bunch of businesses. So I'm willing to make that sacrifice. And this is me relaying information from downtown business owners.
And they argue that if parking were free, that would induce more people to come and shop.
Yep, absolutely, without a doubt.
Well, if the protocol, in order to do
a survey for the parking study. Sorry, go ahead, Felicity.
I was just going to say, if this is something, I'm not even, this is something that the Planning Commission was going to present as a kind of incentive. First of all, I'm not entirely sure that we could do that, but I mean, all of us as independent people can present whatever we want to the select board. I mean, we would have to have data that demonstrated that was the case. And I don't know that we have the data.
Well, no, that'd be similar to like what Jess was talking about. We have data now that prove that if you house homeless people, you have less of a loitering issue on our downtown. You know, so it's these circumstances that provide that data. You know, so the 1% sales option tax is just an insult to Brattleboro businesses. Parking downtown has always been there. Paying for parking downtown has always been there. But the fees keep going up and the hourly rates keep going up, which absolutely, when it comes to a town of 12,000 people, the percentage of the 12,000 that actually shop down is super small. And the biggest complaint from consumers not going downtown is paying for parking and how expensive the parking tickets are. You know, so that's super hard data to obtain. But maybe after this, once we go forth with it, maybe we'll have that data and we can have something to show the select board and be like, hey, this is how damaging paying for parking downtown is. The revenue and the taxes that we make off of these businesses from not having paid parking downtown is incredibly beneficial. You know, like it could be beneficial for us to learn this now, potentially. But no, there's no data.
I think that everybody should read the parking study. There was a survey done. We should all just look through it before we undertake something like this. I think, the select board's going to want data. They're going to want to know, we're going to have to put everything together if that's something that you want to pursue. But we need more than an argument. We're going to need hard data, and they might even want to study it some more. I'm sorry that the parking study and all its findings and all the survey stuff is not just right here in my head. I don't have that kind of recall or memory, but it was done in 2017 and 2018. It's not old. Merchants were talked to, and I just think, I'm kind of with Prudence that there are a lot of factors as to whether or not these businesses are going to make it. I'm not sure how big of a puzzle, or piece of that puzzle is parking. But let's all look at the study.
I want to drop one more comment on that. And so many years ago, when I worked at a downtown business, I attended the downtown business meetings. This is like 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, parking and free parking and paying for parking was also a topic of contention. And with downtown business owners, when Irene hit with the recession, that was always one of the points that came up in conversation that they wanted to ask the town for. And I'm not sure. There may be data, there may not be data. I don't know if it came up as one of the barriers to having a good time downtown in our downtown survey recently. But the perception in the downtown business community, I think, is really tied to, we will feel supported if the town acts on this. And feeling supported and feeling that solidarity that the town has on this issue, that also could be a really important element in a business succeeding or wanting to succeed or wanting to stay here.
Thank you so much for saying that, Jen. I couldn't agree more. And one of the some of the businesses that I'm talking to downtown, the perception that they have of Big T town Brattleboro is that the town doesn't even know that the town's not even aware that they even exist, and that's pretty unfortunate. Especially too, like there's some folks that feel that the amount that they offer to the town is worth the town considering some things like not charging for to me, some simple things like not charging for parking. We right now in a time like this, like in COVID 2020, these are definitely scary times, and these are hard conversations to have. A thing that's as simple as parking downtown and paying for parking downtown, it seems redundant and like a waste of time, but it's really, really not. It's a lot about perception. A parking ticket downtown is $10 or $20 if you forget to pay it over 2 weeks. It's like $1 an hour. That does not seem like a lot, but it is actually a lot. It's a lot of perception. It is actually a lot of money for some folks. You know, it is a lot of discouragement for other folks, you know, and that's not what we can't be discouraging anyone right now. You know, we need to be nurturing and supporting and patting people on the back and saying, hey, we're really glad you're here. We're really glad you're making sales. We're really glad your taxes are coming back to this community. You know, and that's exactly what we need to be doing right now.
So
I just want to add though, go ahead, Felicity.
No, I mean, I was just thinking, I mean, if what what you guys are talking about is a sort of incentive program to sort of, you know, help businesses by making them feel like we're trying to support them in whatever way we can, then that seems like a much better ask to the select board than to go and say, we think that this is going to be beneficial. I like the idea much better to say, we actually think that this is a thorn in people's side. It's clearly documented as a thorn in people's side. Here's a time to be pulling the thorns out of people's sides. We don't think we're going to lose very much by it. Let's do this, regardless of whether or not we have any data that demonstrates that it's actually going to be profitable for these businesses in the end. It's more that it's going to help us in terms of our feeling like we're working with each other as opposed to each other. That seems to make much more sense. I like that idea. But I think it should be a package. I think we should do other sorts of things too. I don't think we should just go to the select board and say, we should cancel parking. I think there has to be a sort of this notion that we want to try to make businesses feel like they've been heard. I was struck by the few that we got the BDCC data. They have not heard from very many businesses. There not very many businesses in Brattleboro have taken that survey. So I still feel as if I'm quite uncertain about, and that most of the data that I found that was valuable that coming out of the BDCC was what they had done vis-a-vis the Brookings Institute, that Brookings Institute had gone through and classified businesses of immediate risk, medium-term risk, and long-term risk. And essentially, I mean, everybody is a long-term risk. I mean, so we're all at risk. I mean, because this is going to be the long term. So we should be thinking really innovatively about other sorts of things, because since we're all at risk, how can we all work together to make each other feel better, which might even be just the thing we need in order to survive. Might not actually cost a dime.
Yeah, so I was totally amazed that Brattleboro has almost 1,000 registered businesses. That's amazing. I'm super curious to know, obviously no one can predict the future and no one knows facts on anything, but I'm really curious on what percentage of those businesses we're potentially going to lose in a month from now. You know, is it 25? Is it 5%? Is it 25%? Is it 50%? I was definitely very discouraged by the BDCC information. Also, it seems like there's barely 100 businesses that they're working with in Brattleboro. You know, the work they're doing in Bennington is fine. The work they're doing in Bellows Falls is fine. Around Windham County, my focus is Brattleboro and like what we have here and the potential and the opportunity that we have here. And there's absolutely businesses slipping through the cracks, and that's incredibly frustrating. Because we're better than that. You know, we can do this. We can get through this. You know, if we all work together, we can absolutely get ahead of the game. And if I saw the numbers correctly, they're only working with 100 businesses in Brattleboro. So what are the
It's not
other...
working with, that was a self-reported survey. It doesn't indicate who they're working with. It was just a survey.
Yeah, so either way,
Self-reported.
I feel like the data is lacking royally. So can the town, we have this huge list. We have a list of 1,000 businesses. I'm assuming we have phone numbers and emails, contact information, names. Can Brattleboro do our own data collection? Is something I'm super curious.
I mean, we have that access, and I mean, we have that contact information. I think we could survey them. They might not respond to us as the planning commission, but we could, or the planning department. And
we could survey. It's going to depend, you know, there's cost, there's staff time when we've got other projects that we need to think about. We want to not be redundant, and we need to know what are we using that data for. I mean, I think that there's a lot of information out there. We know who's struggling. We know that we might, why are we going out to survey? What are you trying to get out of it? Because I don't want to survey for survey's sake. I don't disagree. 100 businesses responding to a survey, that's not great. We could have helped push out the information, but I don't want to survey for survey's sake.
But what if that
What is
survey?
it? I think the Planning Commission's job is really kind of the longer term recovery. And right now I feel like we're still like in the emergency right now. And, I don't think that we're can tweak policy or make suggestions for policy for the longer term recovery, which we might be entering now, but what are we going to do with that data?
You're an optimist. I like that.
I feel like doing some of our own data collection would be hugely important and relevant, and asking businesses in this area, what are your biggest concerns right now? Where are your biggest shortfalls? Like, what is it? Like, how many months of this can you endure before you throw in the towel? The data that I saw on the BDCC, like, it didn't tell me anything that I don't already know. And it also actually told me less information than what I was excited to see, or learn about. I have a lot of questions for businesses, and like simple things like, what is your biggest concern right now? And what can the town do to support you in that? And it's super simple things. Even if we don't act on anything, it's at least we have that information and we can make more educated maneuvers to helping our future if we do things like that. And I don't know what it would take. It would obviously cost some money, but to put a survey out there and email it to all 1,000 businesses and just see what their needs are, see how they're doing, see where, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know exactly what questions to ask. I could come up with them if I know that this is something we're moving forward with. But until I know.
I cannot sit here tonight and say that this is something that the department can do. If we want to give some thought as to what questions would be and how it would be, I'm willing to do that, or have you guys do the legwork. But we do have, this is kind of and I understand it's extraordinary times, but we have the municipal planning grant that's got to get done by mid-July. That's been pushed back. I've got some other projects on the plate. So it's not something that the department can fully take on, but lots of boards and commissions, do work on the side too, and feed that information in. So if that's something that you guys want to start thinking about, I just can't fully staff something like that. I'm fairly sure I can give some more thought to it, and I'm not trying to like totally squash it. If you guys want to kind of put some thought into questions and feed them in, and have another work session to get it done. I mean, the other thing is you can't meet without a warned meeting if you have a quorum, but I'm just being realistic about what the department has on and where it may fit. But I think we need to give some real serious thought as to what are we going to do with that. I just really, I'm not a fan of surveying just to survey.
So I have a question, because I mean, and this is based on complete and utter ignorance. If you're a business owner in Brattleboro and you feel like your voice is not being heard, where do you go?
I mean, you could go to the select board. You could speak to the town manager.
Is that the norm in most towns? Is that what people do?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, we don't have an economic development department. Even our planning department is not so much a community development department. So yeah, I mean, you could go speak to any of the town administration.
But they don't, or do they?
I don't know if they do. I've not had those conversations.
Maybe they
with
should be
people,
encouraged to. If people are you know, suffering in silence. They should. I mean, there's a lot of participation at select board meetings, and you know, there's a lot of opportunity for input. But maybe that's one word we need to get out to businesses is let it, you know, if you're having problems, let people know. Let the town know.
Wondering,
I mean, I think the other thing, I know I'm being super negative, but from a town government perspective, like, okay, this is kind of a big month, mid-May, fourth quarter property taxes are due. We don't know the scope of the impact. You know, property taxes could be way down. So is the priority that we want to try to keep people in housing? Because if the landlords aren't paying their property taxes, you know, so do we need a program for that? Or do we need a program for business? Or do we need both programs? But what kind of funding do we even have for it? So I just want to keep that in mind. I know we're focused right now on the businesses, but there are those other impacts that are going to be coming that, you know, we don't know what they are yet.
as far as some information collection, I've been participating with the state of New Hampshire through work on, they have an advisory committee for how the state's allocated CARES Act fund is going to go to supporting the economic and health survival of the state. So I've collected letters from my community that have been sent to that advisory committee on what to do with the funds. Is there anything that's similar to that in Vermont that Governor Scott is doing with creating an advisory council or collecting public comment on how those emergency funds are going to end up being spent? And can we piggyback on that?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that ACCD in the early days were collecting a survey, or they did do a survey. There is some discussion about the state coming up or coordinating a program that would for towns that have unrestricted funds from their revolving loan funds from Vermont Community Development Program. They are looking at kind of creating some sort of program, but we don't have the details on that yet. And that program may have come out of the surveying that ACCD did. But I'm not familiar with an advisory council. I can check.
So I'm just doing a time check. It's coming up on 7:30. We were going to talk a little bit about values and a little bit about zoning, but how are people feeling?
So it feels like we should close on the last topic we've talked about. And then I wonder if for the next topic, if the zoning changes maybe should be talked about next ahead of the values. Because since my understanding from the feedback last time is that the values is something that, you know, will be a longer conversation. So I wonder if that means we should talk about zoning next. I know zoning's third, but maybe it should be second in the agenda. That's just an idea.
Totally fine with me. I only wanted to keep it on the agenda just because when we're talking about, the idea was when we're talking about zoning, we want to sort of be thinking about the values that we've put, that we've decided as a group are most important.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Would it be okay if like each of us read one of them so that we get back on the same page with what they are, and then we move on to the move along to the conversation?
Before we shift topics, though, I'm wondering how we should close the previous conversation. So we had a lot of ideas generated for how we might help. But I wanted to hear, like, how do you guys want to close that conversation? Was there anything where we want to recommend staff look at something specific? do we want to vote on any of those ideas? I'd been thinking about, again, because I feel like we're in a, immediate crisis, if there's anything that staff would recommend, like, here's one of the ideas you guys had, and this is something we could easily recommend or really, easily pull off the list and possibly make that actionable. But what do you guys think?
I look forward to some action, especially because of the short-term and the long-term crisis that we're in.
So Josh, how do you want to go? I mean, we have, I have to go back and look at my notes.
I mean, it's not up to me, like this is a group effort. I'm
Right,
definitely discouraged.
so I guess I'm asking you, and then, other people chiming in. I mean, there is the question of the 1%, and I don't know. I mean, I think some of this stuff is not really our purview, but we can, if there's a sense among the commission that we really want to make a statement about this, we can write a letter, which is, not the strongest action that one can take. And then parking, which seemed to me to be the ones that were that had the most immediate action attached to them. If I'm missing one, let me know, because and the cleanup, I mean, I will say, Josh, on the cleanup issue, Bama has been working on a number of different fronts, and one of the newest fronts is trying to put together a corps of volunteers, because there's a lot of people. Bama has gotten a lot of people excited about volunteering, but then there haven't been immediate needs, so there's just a lot of volunteers without anything to do.
Good problem to have.
What?
Good problem to have.
Yeah, exactly. So there's now a volunteer corps, or at least there's the idea of a volunteer corps and the town is funneling jobs that can be done by volunteers to Bama to then send them out to the community so that people can work under the auspices of the town at various jobs, like cleaning things, painting things, doing various other things, all above board and legal, because there's a lot of legalities around doing work like that. So that is, so just so you know, that is happening. And I hope that it'll result in some cleanliness. I don't know, but anyway, so how do we move ahead with this conversation we've had?
I obviously see the ineffectiveness of writing a letter to the select board, but I definitely feel like we should. If everyone is in agreement on these ideas, I feel like I wish we could have a much stronger impact right now. Because people are looking for action right now. Obviously, this is a slow process and the bureaucracy behind it. So I really, really encourage everybody to email Peter Elwell and the entire select board and let them know where you're at with things. That seems like one of the stronger moves to make. I've been doing a lot of that, and I don't know if I'm being listened to, and I definitely need support in that. So I would love to move forward with all of these things, and my biggest thing, definitely a little bummed with Sue's comments about data collection. I definitely feel like Brattleboro, the town of Brattleboro, we could do our own data collection and just be really prepared for the future if we just knew what businesses want. I still don't know. I know what businesses that I talk to want and need, but I want to know what all 1,000 businesses in Brattleboro want and need, to where they can stay on top of this, to where we don't lose anybody. I would love to have 100% of our businesses be in business in 2021. So what can the town do to assist with that? I don't know. We need that data. The BDCC hasn't supplied it. So what can we do? to obtain that. If it seems too big of a project or there's no funds there, I guess I'll live with that answer. So for now, I don't know how you guys want to move forward. I think I want to put it in your hands to say how we do this and see what you are all inspired to do.
Josh, if I can propose something, maybe you can start doing some of the legwork with doing a draft of what you think this survey might look like.
Yep.
And then when you have, the foundation of that fleshed out, then I think I have a sense of what you're saying, but we'll have a better sense and we'll be closer to knowing, like, is this a feasible thing? Will this be constructive? How will people receive it? And then we can really plug in our input and make it potentially a group effort.
Okay, I can easily do that, and it's not even a big survey. I foresee 10 questions, maybe less, and so it's something pretty simple, and I can easily do that for sure.
So I'm happy to I'll have at the end of the week, I'll have a little bit more bandwidth, actually a good deal more. So I'm happy to do, I think the commissioners can take this on, in the absence of staff time. It does seem like a valuable thing. I like you, Josh, I find the absence of real information about how these 1,000 businesses are managing, or some anecdotal information about some of them, and not a great deal that gives us a coherent sense. Although I'm gonna toss a wet blanket in, and while I applaud the idealism in keeping all of our businesses afloat to 2021, that is a very, very, very heavy lift right now, because it just seems we've been in tough times before COVID, and now we're in this. So we can keep that as our lodestar, but I think we might not be successful in that.
But if we do, though, at least we can say that we tried.
Right. So is everybody in agreement? I'm happy to, I have once before gotten involved in doing a survey, and I will say it's extremely hard to ask the right kind of questions so that you get the right kind of data, and you don't get different sorts of answers that don't really tell you anything. So if we had at least, I see that Andrew put Google Sheets into the chat box, and that seems like something. But if there's one of you non-staff members who have any kind of training on how to survey, if you would volunteer a few minutes to review whatever the questionnaire is produced, that would be really helpful. Jessica, are you nodding your head?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Let's try to do.
And I think Andrew and I can give some time. I just can't be taking on a survey all, coming out of the department. I want it to come from the Planning Commission. We can, make use of our lists, get it out there, but it's just not something that's, we can handle by ourselves at this time.
If we can put together a survey and get it, we could do it by this week and get it out by the beginning of next week, then depending upon the responses, we might be able to call a special meeting and look at it if it seems as if the responses give us something that we might feel we want to do in between now and June.
I'm struggling with the purview of the Planning Commission and what our role is and what we can really affect. But I guess, first of all, I think that's a really aggressive time frame to try to design a, well-designed survey. And I've been involved with a lot of surveys, and, it's easy to ask the questions on how you get the data back and can analyze it can be really difficult if it's not designed well. And even if it is designed well, it's still time consuming. And I just feel that we should touch base with the select board to see whether this is something would this be helpful for them to hear about this? Because we are stepping out of our normal role, as I understand it.
Well, we can, we can ask for data. That seems to be about the one thing that we're really on safe ground doing, is asking for information is one of the things that we are charged over and over and over again to ask for data and then make recommendations based upon that data.
And we can make recommendations. We can make recommendations on policy and things like that. But what are the things, Sue, that we specifically can change?
Can I just real quickly say something? Sorry, I just don't want to forget. Sorry, the Google Forms will create graphs and analyze the data for you. So just FYI, it does save time. I've used it in projects in school with like 2 weeks, and it's amazing. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys understand that. If you need a tutorial, I can always get on the phone with someone and help them out. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Thank you. Sue.
So what can the Planning Commission actually change? I'm just trying to go through. I mean, you make policy recommendations. So land use regulations, we write the regulations, but ultimately they're passed by the select board. Same with the town plan. But so yeah, I can't really think of something off the top of my head that you have direct
according to the
authority
chart
to change.
Yeah, we don't do anything. We only, I have it right here, you know.
That's not true. You do a lot.
No, I mean, everything we do is we send stuff to the select board. We send stuff, we don't, there's nothing that we actually, I mean, you know, if we do our job well, the select board accepts what we do. But we have to do things within the purview that we have a responsibility for in order for them to agree with what we do. If we go off the rails.
And I think that's why I'm pushing so hard. You know, if we're gonna undertake, if you're gonna make suggestions on parking, we need to understand what are the ramifications, because we want to do a good job so that you have success at the select board.
That's Sue, to argue with you a little bit, that's in normal circumstances. We're not faced with normal circumstances right now. And so I feel that like we need to be thinking outside of our comfort zones and outside of our boxes to be as supportive as possible. You know, so normally like in 2019, yeah, we go to the select board, we make recommendations, they can approve it or deny it or whatever they decide to do. But now we're in different circumstances now. So I feel like it's going to take different tools and mechanisms to make things happen and make things work. And that's what I'm excited to work with everybody, you know, on the Planning Commission in doing. You know, like obviously we're limited and our hands are tied in some situations and we don't really do anything. We're not really that effective. But what if we can have a little bit of an effect? You know, that's what I'm hoping that we can get out of this.
I hear you. I like big ideas. I just would respectfully disagree that we can't just go in with a big idea. It has to be, you know, because the select board has a responsibility to all taxpayers.
Mm.
So they're going to want to know what are the effects. It's just my recommendation.
So if we were to make a recommendation on, say, free parking, we would need to have data on how that would impact availability of parking. We would need information from downtown businesses on how that would make them feel or how that might impact their business. We would need to reflect some sort of fiscal plan for the positions that are currently furloughed and the care of the municipal parking lot structure. So is that,
I don't know about the furloughed employees, but definitely what are the responsibilities? And
we need to have that data in place before we make a recommendation to the select board.
Well, I think there's a couple of ways. I mean, if you're going to go in with a hard proposal to say free parking, then I think we need to strategize over how, you know, what kind of information you think would be useful. I think the other tactic you could take is put together a letter with, you know, look, we had a long discussion at our planning commission meeting. There's this, this, and this. Are there anything that you're interested in that, you know, you want us to do some research on? That's another tact. It's maybe not as direct because you're asking them to say, hey, where can we be helpful? But it's another possibility.
I think that that might be a lovely, lovely first step because we really have all this energy, we have all these ideas. Writing a letter to the select board that sort of outlines a couple of different ideas where we could spend our time and energy and getting feedback from them on what would be most helpful to help them make a decision and move forward in prioritized order. That would be awesome. What do you guys think?
I like it. I worry about how long that'll take, but I really like it.
I like it too.
Yep, I like that idea as well.
I like that idea as well, but the one thing that I really don't want to let go of is I really don't want to let go of our principal rule. I mean, what we can do as a planning commission and what we're required to do by Vermont statute is plan and is take this crisis in the moment and really try to think in the same way creatively that we've been thinking about the present about the next 15 to 20 years, because now is the time that we could really be making some structural shifts that would have long-term benefits and prevent us from getting into another situation that we're in right now. I'm all for trying to deal with the immediate crisis, but I also think it's so important to always be thinking ahead, and that is, after all, what planning is about. So I'm happy to do that with the next, week or so. But then I really want to dig into the data and the information and the zoning so that we can really start thinking what Brattleboro 2030 is going to look like.
I think that point's well taken, Felicity. I've been thinking also about, if we do lose businesses, which I think, is likely to happen, and, folks have trouble, say, making their rent and their mortgages. I've been thinking about what does that look like long term. So when you're thinking about a recovery and businesses are reopening, where people are starting new businesses, how does zoning play into that as well?
Right.
Sorry, Josh, I cut you off there.
No, you're totally fine, Kate. I'm curious, Felicity, so that I'm thinking about it from here on out, can you just give me an example? Like, give me one of your ideas, just so I have like a baseline, so I have an idea of like where you're at, where your mind is going.
Well, I'm thinking about, if more people are coming to the state because they've discovered, their bosses have discovered, hey, you can work remotely now 24/7. And it's safer here and you can social distance without even trying. And so all of a sudden people are going to be buying up land and people are going to want to, they want a chunk of Vermont of their own. So they want 5-acre, 10-acre parcels. But they don't want to work them. And we have a lot of people in this state who survive off of livestock and haying and various other sorts of things. So we have to pay attention to right to farm, that pigs smell, that cows make noises, that hay balers make noises, that if you're going to be driving around on your SUV, then you ought to be paying extra money for the cars, for the roads that are going to get, screwed up. And all that stuff that there are going to be changes now that are going to be happening. And we would like, if people are going to be moving here, we want them to move right into town. We want to be able to expand our town and get more mixed use housing. We want to have nice zoning that creates the notion that somebody can get a house, they can put an accessory dwelling unit on it, they can make rent off of their accessory dwelling unit, they can live on an acre or half an acre. And then they can ride their bike out to the beautiful rural countryside where the cows are. And I think we can incentivize that through zoning and through foresight. So that's what I'm thinking.
Sounds like growth management to me, Felicity.
No, that's perfect. That's an excellent example. And I also, to piggyback off of that, but then also to bring up what Tom was saying before, you know, like this is the first pandemic we've seen, you know, there's going to be another one. So if we can start preparing for the next one, you know, if we can have these systems in place and just be one step ahead next time, that's something else we should also be talking about and discussing and planning for.
Yeah, and to doubly piggyback off that, even if some of these things, you know, like a land use reg zoning change, that makes pandemic less severe here or acute. I think a lot of those things would also have the same effect of just reducing normal sort of illness, sick days amongst the populace of the town. Hate to keep bringing up the doorknob thing, but for example, you know, just maybe a nice side effect of that won't get me, you know, all the pizzazz of, you know, the media attention, but is that maybe just less people will get colds from each other as a result of something like that, and we'll just have a healthier populace as a result of changes like that. And it'll be a slow, incremental thing that's not as sexy as, you know, preventing the pandemic, but just an overall raising of general health.
No, it's awesome that you say that, because I was listening to VPR the other day. You may have caught it. Some folks here may have caught it, but they were talking about literally healthy towns and cities, developers creating towns and cities that are actually healthy for you to live in. We're not creating those right now. You know, like with air filtration systems, with not touching doorknobs, like you're talking about, Tom, like all these little things that we can be doing to make Brattleboro actually a healthy place to live, instead of a scary, you know, germy, potentially hazardous place. I'll see if I can find that VPR and email it around also. I don't even know how to search back in their history and figure it out, but it was actually really, really interesting about development and the future of cities mostly, and how to make residents actually healthy by living there.
Just to give you a heads up, one of those things is less parking, less cars, and I know you guys had a big conversation about it. Obviously, with COVID-19, it changes things, but I wanted to say this earlier: free parking is going to immediately put the cars ahead of pedestrians, just to let you know. There's a great book by a UCLA professor that kind of goes into the whole thing about free parking, but obviously these are different times. But when you talk about healthy cities, for me, the first thing I think of is less cars.
I was concerned about that too, because then we'd really like people cycling and walking to town more, taking the bus to a point and riding in, that kind of stuff.
I want to go back to a couple things on your list, maybe before, that I kind of see as maybe we could move them along kind of fairly quickly, at least provide the information to the select board. I thought the idea of opening up the sidewalks, you know, with liquor licensing, you know, and maybe letting restaurants use town sidewalk, because not everybody is got their private property. On the west side of Main Street, some of it is private property, like where the Works puts out tables and stuff. But on the east side, it's pretty much town sidewalk. So I thought that is kind of interesting, kind of researching the liquor license and figuring out, making a suggestion, or maybe it's the parklets, because when we did see parklets, there were lots of restaurants that would take up spaces. So if there is less car activity downtown, then maybe, you know, for the summer, maybe they could allow some parklets for outdoor dining. I know in New Hampshire, when they're opening up restaurants, it's outdoor first. They're not opening up the indoor. So who knows, when restaurants in Vermont do anything other than takeout, it might look the same, in which case lots of restaurants might want some outside space. So I thought that was interesting. Even exploring, you know, maybe putting some temporary bike lanes in, especially when traffic is low. That might be another thing that you might want to take forward. And of course, the public buildings, we can look into that, Tom, on the, you know, what we want to do about the doors, handles, and that kind of thing.
So can I just say, Kate put a note in the chat that she needs to go at 8. So is there anything that we need to do before Kate drops out?
Yeah, sorry, I have a responsibility for one child on my 3 this evening, so I have to get her in bed by 8.
It's okay. It's possible that this whole the whole web meeting might drop off, but I'm hoping it's going to give me a chance to extend it.
Oh, you mean it might expire at 8?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I did it to 8 or 8:30, and I'm trying to poke around to see if I can extend the meeting room.
So if it disappears, should we all just wait to get an email from you?
Do you all have access to email? Because I will send you an immediate email.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm also gonna have to go in just 5 minutes, so.
So can we just say, you know, if can I ask you to do something, Sue? I mean,
Yes.
if we list out the things that we think are there's sort of general consensus around pushing them forward to the select board along the lines that you outlined of sort of, we want to make these recommendations. And if you see anything on here you think would be valuable for us to work forward on, we'll work forward on them. And then that's one, the letter for the immediate urgent needs. The second is the question on the survey. Have we decided we don't want to do the survey, or do we want to investigate what a survey might look like?
I think in the letter.
I think I heard you say you did want to do a survey.
Just brought up a good point. Maybe in the letter, before we jump the gun on a survey, maybe in the letter to the select board, we ask them if they see any value in us surveying our list, the town's list of registered Brattleboro business owners. Because I know more than 100 will respond to it.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so then based upon the minutes from this meeting, which are obviously better than my notes, drafting a letter, and then how do we, when we've drafted a letter before, we've drafted it, we've sent it around, everybody is signed off on it, and then it's gone to the select board, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so who wants to take the lead on drafting the letter? If nobody volunteers, then I have to do it.
I can absolutely help.
Okay, all right. I will.
I cannot write to. I would
right.
definitely support you in it for sure.
Sue, so will you send me the list of things, and then I'll draft some kind of language to surround them, and then I'll send it out?
Yes.
You guys, not to the select board. Okay. Cool. We don't have anything we have to vote on then. Do we want to somebody want to move to table the values and zoning to the next month's meeting?
I have a crazy question.
Yeah.
Could we meet before June whatever? June 2nd, June 1st?
We always can, yes.
I feel like
yeah, and just a note about that, the June 1st meeting is going to be about the downtown plan. We need to meet to be able to get it in a place to get it out to the public. So
yeah, I feel
Felicity
like
and I had talked about that. So if you do want to meet again, we can.
I feel like this conversation is really good, and it's really important to be talking more and to be acting more, and I think meeting more goes along with all of that, because I think the things on our agenda that we didn't get to, I would love to see keep moving.
I'm totally into meeting twice a month, easily. I know that's difficult for a lot of people, but the time for like the next 3 months, if we meet twice a month and we see there's an end in sight, maybe it'll be that much more doable.
Okay, so in 2 weeks' time, can everybody make Monday I'm holding up my calendar because I can't. Monday, the 18th.
I possibly can. I would need to check with my my husband on childcare, but possibly. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
I can.
Yes, I can.
Okay, super. So we'll meet on Monday, May 18th, hoping you can join us, Kate and Kathy, since Kathy's not here.
Would
I
it
can meet
be?
them too.
I wonder if plugging into the equation of our to-dos would be like a subcommittee of, under the quorum. Have people considered that? Would that
Mhm.
fit in any way so that we could plug away in between meetings?
Great.
Thank you for saying that, because the thought crossed my mind earlier in the meeting and then I missed the opportunity. I think that's a good idea. You could have 3 people on a subcommittee.
What's the subcommittee pertaining to? Economic development?
I guess the survey could be one of it. Prioritizing the of all the ideas we talked about, the ones that we feel are the most important. Doing research into the land use regs for what we actually tangibly have a effect on. I don't know. 3 ideas.
That's 3 different subcommittees.
Yeah, I think at the next
need more
meeting
commissioners.
we can decide what those are, especially if we've heard back from the select board by then. Will we? Do they have a meeting next week?
They have a meeting this week.
We have a meeting tomorrow night and then 2 weeks later, so no, the night after. We wouldn't hear probably till after the meeting on the 19th.
But we still could have that conversation. I need to leave. We could still have that conversation at the next meeting.
Yeah.
I'll be on a
Fine.
subcommittee. I'm totally willing.
Okay. I need a motion to adjourn the meeting before everybody leaves.
I make that motion.
Is there a second? I'm just
Second
gonna
that.
I'm gonna take a thumbs up vote as to say that everybody agrees with adjournment. All right. We are.
Kate, yes.
Thank you all.
Thank
Stay
you,
safe.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, guys.
All right. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. And we have the minutes of April 22nd. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of April 22nd.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Then we have review and approve bills for payment. And the warrants 23 and 23P. And before we do that, we had a request for us to consider town employees, if because of the virus, they're not able to work their full week, would we consider paying them the balance so they get a full week's pay?
Well, would you like a
I'm
motion
wondering,
so that we can discuss it? Oh, Zeke froze up.
He
again.
froze again.
oh, okay, yeah.
There you go. You're there.
All right. So I'm not sure where I got frozen, but so there was a request that because of the virus, some employees are just having to work shorter work weeks. Would we go ahead and pay them for the full work week?
Would you like a motion so that we can discuss it?
Sure. Yeah.
I'd like to move that even if town employees cannot work their full hours because of COVID-19, that for the period through this fiscal year, June 30th, we agree to give them their full week's salaries or pay.
Okay. Have a second.
I guess not. So is there another motion that we'd like? Terry, do you have something else in mind?
I would change that from the rest of the fiscal year to go just for this month of May. So that way, as things are changing on the day on this stuff, as to what's being allowed and what's not being allowed and what's going to be open, should we just try it for this month of May until we can see where this is going forward?
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you make a motion, Terry?
I'll make a motion that we, for the month of May, we will pay the town employees, officials, their full salary, and then take it up at a later meeting as to what we do past that.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, I was just wondering if there is under the pandemic assistance programs, is there a mechanism that would address this issue when town employees have to miss hours? Is there anything at the state level, for example, that you're aware of? No.
I'm not. I have to do some research, I guess.
David, do you mean protocols or do you mean financial support?
I mean financial support. I mean, there's like some variation of unemployment. I mean, I'm not sure what the extent of the reduced hours are, but when I guess we don't pay unemployment insurance, right?
Yeah,
we do. Yeah. So.
But they're just working less hours. So is what you're asking that if they work less hours and we pay them for just the hours they work, there would be compensation from the state for the extra hours that they weren't able to work because of COVID-19?
Yeah, that's my question. I mean, that's just I'm wondering about that.
Well, I think that the scale is an important question. So, when you talk to Charlotte about it, was there a sense of, are we talking, 5 hours or are we talking 15 hours?
Yeah, My sense was it's closer to that 5.
Oh, okay, so it's a small
So
reduction.
the payroll warrants that we're gonna look at, the payroll warrants that we're gonna look at, the entire road crew had their full 40 hours. So are we just talking the office staff? And is it because they're working from home? So obviously they're going to be more efficient at home because they're not being interrupted with phone calls and visitors and, you know, people coming into what would be normally be the office. So we're not talking a lot of hours because I don't see where the road crew is being affected by that.
Right. The road crew hasn't been affected.
Right.
I think Lee was concerned, okay, if he, for some reason, they get 3 days of rain and he's not able to maintain the social distance or something, and he sent them home early, just for their safeties, would that apply? And I would think it would, but they haven't got a problem yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to furlough the employees in order for them to get any type of
Yes.
benefit.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Yep.
But I do agree with Maria. I think what's going on is they're not in the office, so there's not somebody coming in asking them questions. They're not taking 3 phone calls and bang, wow, you can sit down on a computer and get it all done. You know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of chatting that happens in the town office that's important. I'm not saying that's not important. It is important, but it's not happening right now, you know.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So motion has been made. Are you ready to vote?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Then we'll move on to warrants 23 and the payroll 23P.
I'll make a motion to approve bill for payments warrants 23 and 23P.
Second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Warrant 23 is for a total of $9,698.75. And most of that going to Highway Department for supplies and repairs, our Rescue, Inc., monthly payment, and payroll transfers. So any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. We don't have any visitors or public comments. Maybe under the road foreman's report, we did get an email. And who'd like to bring that up? Terry, you spoke with Lee.
Right. I spoke with Lee earlier today. We got an email from concerned residents regarding Lee's work that he'd done on North Hollow Road, putting underlayment or under road drainage in, and it affected I believe this salamander area that was growing salamanders or whatever. So it's what he did actually worked. So it drained the water off. And so the question is, you know, they were upset because of what happened. Lee is very sorry that he did the work on the road when he did. He didn't even think that there was any issue because the water was in the road. It's swampy up there, and he's very apologetic. He had worked on North Hollow Road, working on that same type of drainage on a lower portion. So he was just trying to clear up. That is a class 3 road, so we do get state aid for it, so he has to do maintenance on it. But he wishes now he should have probably just waited a few more weeks and done it.
So I think that we want to respond to the person who wrote the letter, and we also would probably do well to bring the Conservation Commission into the dialogue so that in the future, we can all be abreast of this kind of situation so that it's less likely to happen again.
Yep, I agree. I'd be happy to coordinate that effort, actually.
Okay.
If you want somebody to.
That would be great. I mean, I would support that.
Sure.
You mean coordinate with the Conservation Commission?
Yeah, talk with the conservation minute, and with Lee, and then have a full response. And I would even go and talk with Claudia. I mean, I would call Claudia if that's what the board wants.
Everyone okay with that?
Sure. Yeah, and David, if you need more information or repeated information from Terry, don't hesitate to ask her for, more information relative
Yeah,
to
I
Lee.
will. Absolutely.
And I would say this, if even if you can't give Claudia a full response, in the next 24 hours, at least respond in some way to say that we brought it up at this meeting and,
we're looking into it further. We're further looking into it, and we'll get back.
We'll respond in more detail.
Yeah.
Right, and she also did mention that the brush cutting on the side, that was done last fall too. And again, I know it was with, I can't remember, Maria could tell me what type of mower they use, and it makes a rough cut instead of like a little flail mower. Go ahead,
It's
Maria.
a flail mower, yeah.
It's a flail mower,
Yeah,
okay.
But it's actually it's a head that's on the boom of an excavator.
Okay, there we go. Well, that was done last fall. She's got a better take on that. That was done last fall, and that's for the same reason, for the maintenance, because it is a class 3. I mean, down the line, if somebody like Lee said, we could get around a table sometime, and it something to talk about is, do we want it still a class 3, or would we want it a trail? But that's for another time, and when we can get around a real table and have a good discussion with Lee,
right.
if we chose to.
Yeah.
We chose to.
I think that involves a public hearing also, I think.
Exactly, yeah. So, I
Change
mean,
the road class, yeah.
but it is a class 3, even though it's a pent road, so we are getting money for it. So it's not like you can just leave it.
Right. Right. Okay, so David's going to look and take care of that. Get
Right.
back with
And,
Claudia.
and the other thing on if the road foreman's, besides, we know he was on North Hollow this week, but they have been installing some culverts. He's working with Sandwood Putney, and he's just finishing up or any kind of grading that needs to be in patches is what Lee's and the boys have been working at. And they all took the tests. The boys, I don't know if you've got the email that all the highway crew took that little VOSHA test too. So they were doing that.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Great. Okay. Under correspondence for information, is there anything you'd like to discuss there?
The Mike Maricki on that provisions for the property tax, that S344 has passed the House and the Senate, and it is on the governor's desk. So we're waiting to see if he signs it. And I'm not sure if anybody really, if you guys read what 344 is. S344. That would allow us as a municipality, as the board, to alleviate or change the date of when taxes are due, for 1. 2, it would allow us up till January 1st to waive the penalties and all that with taxes. And the 3rd one would allow us to go back through the municipal budget and to reduce it, okay, without a special town meeting. So that's coming up. So when I am assuming at some point here soon, we'll either know if the governor's going to sign it or not sign it, but then it would throw it in our ballpark if it did get signed.
Mhm. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Let's see, under new business, you ready for that? We have a request from the listers for an extension for filing the grand list. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve and sign the lister request for the extension to filing the grand list.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
From what I've talked to Gene, they're moving quite ahead with this. This would just give them a buffer, but you know, it's going to be close to when it's actually supposed to be due anyway. But it just to make sure she would feel better to have this week or two in her, you know. So it's not like it's going to be pushed way off. I think we have to April 15th, but they want to get this done so we can be right on target with everything.
Yeah, June 15th, I think.
No, I think is it August 15th? I've got too many dates in my head.
Right, yeah, but it's not April, okay.
No.
Okay, any other discussion? I think we've had extensions in the past.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Ready to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, great. Let's see, do you want to let Jean know that, Terry?
Yes, I will, and I've got to sign, and I'll scan it in and send it out tomorrow.
Great, good. Okay, we have the VOSHA training on our agenda.
Yep, that was the mandatory training that needed to take place. It had to be done by Monday, by the governor's order from a week ago Friday. And all the highway crews done it. All the listers have done it. All the town office personnel has done it. And I believe Geraldine, did you do it?
I did it. Yep. I didn't. Yep. I sent my certificate actually to my HR person at my office, but I could send it also to the town office if that's important.
Yeah, we're putting it all in the file. So that means all the select board's done it.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's all been completed.
Great, good. Okay. Any other business?
Well, a little bit of unfinished business. So Zeke, you were gonna talk to somebody about.
Yes. And I'm going back and forth with the telephone calls.
Okay.
So that's a work in progress.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys all that all just cut out. What were we discussing? I didn't hear any of it.
Oh, okay. We were discussing. I was going to get in touch with a candidate I thought would be a good animal control officer.
Okay, all right.
Process. Yeah. Okay.
And while we're bringing that up, we should. It's on the town website for all the positions we need. Yeah. So if anybody's interested in animal, well, I don't know if you've got somebody for animal control, but health officer, I mean, the list is all there. So, you know.
Planning Commission, DRB. Yeah. Okay. So, any other unfinished business? Or maybe I'm frozen out again?
No, you're fine.
No, you're good.
Oh, I wasn't expecting a response.
Yeah. There's a little bit of lag time.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't know on your computer, but does yours go yellow around the box when you start talking?
Yes.
So you tend to hesitate when somebody's kind of got a little yellow going.
Oh.
So it's like,
yeah.
Right. Okay. I guess that's about it, unless anyone has anything else.
Nope.
No, that's it. for me.
Okay. Oh, actually, before I forget it, there was another email that came through at 4 o'clock that Lori wrote and I'll just follow up with that with the sheriff's department, just so let you know.
That's the on Chamberlain's property.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just make a quick call so we can take care of that.
Great. Good.
Okay.
Okay. Well, anyone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. All right.
There goes that yellow box again, Maria.
Right.
Yeah.
Stay
seconded
safe,
that?
everyone.
Well, thanks very
I'll
much.
second it. Geraldine seconds it.
Okay.
Oh.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Geraldine, for hosting this again.
Yeah, well, it's really good to see everybody and at least hear Maria. So, yeah, awesome. Great. Thank you.